No touchdown,
So it looks like they're getting some sort of riot something out. Radio.
All right, organizers are trying to get people on the move.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Get regrouped in a march.
They don't have any street medics here that I see. That's a problem.
Traffic is getting rerouted off of Lorraine Avenue in Cleveland, Ohio.
So no street medics here.
Slap the shit out you in front of all these cops. Pussy.
All right, the march is regrouping off the intersection and heading east.
So we got somebody getting in altercation with police here.
You hear the Ferguson people from Missouri?
Come on back. Hey! What's good? What's good? A lady standing back there with her. She gonna go to the hospital. We gotta keep the thing moving.
All right.
Sticking with the driver crowd because that's always a bit dangerous. Hey, Jack. Make sure that they hold for a second so everybody can catch up.
They want to keep moving, but they want to keep everybody together.
So we got people that are still upset. We got people that.
All right, the march is heading back, so it doesn't get split apart. There still seems to be an incident. Yet another incident down here. There doesn't seem to be any street medics at this march. There's a young woman down. I don't know why. Come on. It's a fire truck. It's not a cop. Come on.
That shit is not fucking caution. That's all that shit.
All right, so the march does not want to move until this young woman is taken care of.
No, please.
No one seems to be lying.
Things definitely got contentious. They started to rock the
Here for safety.
Because he was really trying to.
Do you know what happened to her? Do you know how this happened?
Yes.
The man hit the man. The man hit her. And the police sitting in their car watching this shit.
No.
Them motherfuckers out there saying them motherfuckers watching this shit.
Okay.
So far, the only people that have had guns was the fire.
All these racist ass cops, we don't need them. We need them.
We want freedom,
The fire department is here to take care of this young lady. She doesn't want her picture taken, so we won't. Okay, the intersection is back blocked up.
Hey, are you live streaming?
Yes.
Did you get the license plate of the van?
I did. Yes, I did.
All right.
On the live stream. It'll be taped when I finish my live stream.
Now, it's interesting here. The fire crew are kind of watching it. Encouraging that definitely doesn't happen. We come to issues an aggressive platform.
We're here at 130th and Lorraine Avenue. This has been going on for 20 minutes now. Complete blockade of the intersection. This major intersection on the west side.
So, Nina
And
from Freedom Fighters, I believe her foot has been
we had an incident about 10 minutes ago. A van tried to break the blockade. And got very, very tense. And it looks like the young woman back here has been injured by that same van. So there's an injury here. The fire department's here. Of course, the police are here. The march wanted to get going, but we couldn't leave the intersection until the situation with the young woman was taken care of. Here, the fire department's here. Of course, the police are here. The march wanted to get going, but we couldn't leave the intersection until the situation with the young woman was taken care of. But it got pretty ugly.
Police presence here. There was only one cruiser until that person driving by got into the altercation. We do have traffic diverted away. Police 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 police crews outside of the intersection.
This is what
So it looks like the police have pretty much blocked off Lorraine Avenue for 10 blocks here. So I don't think there's going to be any more incidents. I don't know what happened there. And we've got helicopters out there.
It is our duty to win.
I'd like to
They did not care. So why should we care?
We don't dance to shut it down.
They feel like their room, they own it. In their world, we just live in. I said, what privilege! These are streets! Whole street! Our street! 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 Our street! Our street! Our street! Our street! Our street! We play the taxi. We play live. Yes. They don't play for nothing. They work for us. They work for us. They work for us. Our street. Our street. Our street. Our street. Our street. All right, listen up.
Do you guys mind if I get together with your times real quick? You're good. It's 5, so you're good. So you have a good balanced crowd, and do you want to talk about what your sign means or silence is oppressive?
That's okay. And we're going to walk through these corridors. I'm going to take that back to just
I'll let you guys.
And we're going to walk back to their police station until they realize what it is. It's like they get the game.
Okay, so they're trying to link up with it.
They think it's a joke. Let's go. Let's watch it.
Okay, the march is heading back to the precinct, the first precinct, which is down on 130th near the I-90 freeway in Cleveland, Ohio. So about a 20-minute walk from here, 15-minute walk.
You ain't gonna, hey, don't run.
So the intersection's going to be cleared.
So they're marching back through the police cars now.
And this is the young woman who is injured during the walking. I don't know why. Must have refused EMS. And she doesn't want to be photographed, so we're not going to go down there. We'll cover
Gonna
this
try and
march here.
get some of these badges. 1903, 737. Are you the person in charge today on the scene? Excuse me. Are you the person in charge on the scene? So he's not talking to him, Billetsy. Lieutenant, what's your name, sir?
Okay,
Yeah.
you're just joining us. This
Okay.
Ferguson to Cleveland March for Justice for Tamara Rice and Eric Gardner and Michael Brown. Ferguson people came up to Cleveland this weekend. There's going to be a weekend-long series of demonstrations. You can go on and check the hashtag Ferguson to Cleveland for all updates. It's Ferguson numeral 2 CLE. CLE, I'm sorry, that's the hashtag. Ferguson to CLE. CLE. And you can get updates on how this weekend's rolling along. They're marching back to the first precinct. This all started at Cadell Rec Center earlier this morning. Everyone met later at the first precinct about 2 miles away. And the march went up to Lorraine Avenue and 130 at the main intersection up here on the west side of Cleveland. And took the intersection for about a half an hour. And 10 minutes into it, a motorist tried to break the blockade. It got real tense. He got through, then parked, and I think the police may have arrested him. I'm not sure. But he could have been, he might have hurt a young woman here who was down on the sidewalk.
Again,
EMS tried to take care of her.
He doesn't have to give a statement.
And
not
it
harassing
looks
him.
like she was moving on her.
Just trying to identify
help.
the police that are on the scene.
But we'll update you on her condition. But it could have gotten really, really bad.
The police helicopter's still out.
Now everybody should be posting their live streams if they're doing it on hashtag Ferguson to
I don't know
CLE.
if he's here with me, but I
CLE. Ferguson to CLE.
not names but numbers.
And let people know who's broadcasting. My batteries are running low here.
And we just need to have them written down because I'm not going to have time to do it.
I got about a half an hour more batteries, but
there's a police helicopter. Can somebody say if Mary T. Towel or Citizen B is on Twitter right now? I need a block ban.
They taking the gun. You can't stop the revolution. 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 We don't want together. Look at this stuff. Fist up. Fist up. Fist up. Fist
Sorry I'm not caught up with them. Of course, I stopped to get information. Get caught back up. It is cold, and I don't have my scarf to kind of filter the air. So it's cold. No, I said I just don't have my scarf to filter the air. It's too cold. They do have a follow car, which is great. It's good strategy. Okay, T-Towels on Twitter. I can't log in. I can't log in from mobile and do it. Cody Keith from Epimetheus Media. Somebody maybe see if he's available. If not, the next time I go down, I'll have somebody fix it.
Okay, if you're joining us, we're marching up to the first precinct. It's going to be another 5 to 7 minutes before we get there. We're with the Ferguson to Cleveland March on the west side of Cleveland, here on 130th, near I-90. And it's been a very peaceful demonstration up until motorists tried to break the blockade on the intersection up on Lorraine Avenue, and got very tense. And someone, a young lady, may have been injured. It was unclear exactly how
the intersection
she got injured.
Honestly, they shouldn't have people falling this far behind. So,
somebody asked me where the other streamers, Cleveland streamers, are. I don't know. There's a Mary short, I believe, with the Ferguson group.
Although it happens in our markets
live
all the
streaming.
time, so I really don't want to.
But I don't see her. Anybody who is live streaming, they should be using the hashtag Ferguson to Cleveland and let people know what their Ustream links are. I'll try to post them when I go on. We got a escort in the sky. We don't need them. Back up, we want freedom, all these racist we don't need them, back up, we want freedom, all these racist we don't need them.
Sorry.
So these demonstrators aren't going anywhere. It's been
they just kind of flicked on their
three
little chirp
tough
siren.
weeks here in Cleveland
So,
after Tamir Rice
sure
got
that
killed
follow car and the last couple of people were okay.
late last month, and these demonstrations just keep getting larger and larger as the weeks roll on, as information comes out about the Cleveland Police Department's abuse of the use of force policy.
It's interesting, the topography, the way the city's set up, definitely looks like part of the inner ring of urban core that you see in St. Louis. Even the housing is very similar. So I mean the chant of all life. I'm not sure if it's a black light chant or not.
We was at segregation for almost 20 years. Almost 10 years. We love every color in green. No justice! No peace! 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 No justice! No peace!
That's our
No justice! No peace!
So
See, they got to understand it. They think it's a game. They think it's a game. They think it's a joke. They think it's a game. They think it's a joke. They think it's a game. They think it's a joke. They think it's a game. They think it's a joke.
police helicopter still
Come
spotted.
together, y'all. Let's do that in front of the PD. Let's do it in front of the HPD so they can understand that all lives matter.
Oh, we're trying to get up here.
We do this for a cause. We do this for a reason.
There are actions all day long, all the way until like 7 or 8 o'clock. So I'm pacing myself. It's a smart move. It's cold. We're going to be on the elements all day. So we're doing strategic streaming today.
We're fighting for you, your kids, your family, your mother, your father. You have nothing to be afraid of.
So I'm pacing myself. It's a smart move.
What's that? What are your thoughts on the protest and in Tamir Rice?
I don't have any. I'm live streaming right now.
Okay, got you. No peace.
At some point, I'll cut back into the street. I want to try and get into this gap here. Cut into the
All right, my batteries are going down, so you're streaming again at
STACKIZ short.
STACKIZ short at.
I'm on Ustream.
She's on Ustream. So as my batteries go down, and if you haven't already caught her stream, she's got pretty good equipment in here.
You don't have backup batteries?
I do. I'm using it up. I don't need to go anyhow. I'll charge it up again.
No, just that. No, FTP.
Huh?
Are you streaming with them?
Not really.
You don't have backup batteries?
I do. I'm using it up.
I don't even want to talk. No, just that. No, just that. No, just that.
Are you out on a regular basis streaming with them?
Huh?
Are you out on a regular basis streaming with them?
Not really. We haven't been operating for a while.
Okay, that's fine.
I gotta find that card.
Okay, so we may have to get some battery backups that they can keep on hand for whoever's streaming. They're using way too small of a battery backup. And after an hour and 22 minutes, he's about dead. So,
All right, my battery's going down. My batteries are ripped.
we are back in front of the First District Police headquarters.
That's right. And these kids ain't even making it to be a teammate. Innocent lives.
The sign says, "Will I make it home?"
That young man light up for having all my life. And you say that I can't be our young women that still win. You take them from us. That's not just what they take lives away from us. And yet, that's not just They took that young man's life for having a BB gun. But yet and still, you take them from us. Justice. That's not justice.
Rev comes on the scene.
As we stand for justice, and we stand for what's right, and we stand for what's true, God, we ask that you bless our efforts. Bless the people who came out today in this moment to be able to stand for those whose lives have been taken, whose lives have been slain, whose families that are grieving, communities that are hurting. God, you know that enough is enough. We're tired of oppression. We're tired of brutality. We're tired of injustice. So God, we ask that you strengthen our efforts. Not just today, not just in this moment, but every day. Some of us have came from far places, and some of us have come near, but we stand for what's right. Bless us, Lord. Bless these organizers. Bless these young people. Bless those of us who are part of history, are making history today. Strengthen us, Lord, for this fight, for this struggle. I ask it in your name, God. Amen. Amen. And some of us have come near, but we stand for what's right. Let us still yours. Let it go.
Okay, calling for a breakup. The demonstration is breaking up. People are going to be heading to Steelyard Commons. This is a mall on the west side, near the west side of Cleveland. Here it's
All right. So I have the address to the Steelyard Commons. Everybody who has not connected to All right. So this is organized struggle for real, y'all. And
So this is a little
this
bit
next
different
location,
too.
this
I
is
mean,
real
I think
quick.
let's
We're
see
out
if
of
we
there
do
by
the right
2:30.
line.
Everybody say 2:30.
2:30.
Out of there by 2:30.
2:30.
So if you're not already, follow the hashtag Ferguson, the number 2 CLE, CLE. And the address is 3447 Steelyard Drive.
You know what? We don't need no address. Everybody get in the car, line up behind your neighbor, and we gonna follow each other. And if they don't get it, they gonna understand it today. Okay, we gonna give everybody time. Go get your car, come right here.
Hello, sister. Little sister, I should say. The littlest sister. You are the littlest. I did. Oh, no, I gave it to you. And everything I do, using that link. Yeah, I'm so where's the I saw that. Do you know what
So they're gonna run with hazard lights on.
They're not going to do it. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and go down, guys. Please amplify. We are using hashtag Ferguson Cleveland. Let them know that I'll be back up.
Multitasking again.
Oh, that's all right. I can't see you because I have to leave the computer when I call in, so
Yes.
I can't see what you're doing.
I promise.
Well, that's awesome to know.
No, the thing that's going on in San Diego, it's only a beginning. The bikers realize we've got to wake up. The truck drivers realize we've got to wake up. But we need more citizens to wake up. We need more citizens down on the city, county, and state level, getting back our city, county, and state, because a lot of people don't realize that your county can put up a resistance against the federal government and say, get out of our county, period. We don't want you here. Go away. And the federal government has to obey that. It's a bottom-up government.
But most people don't even realize that they have the power to do that.
Right. And that's why I ask people to go get involved in your local government, city, county, whatever. You have to do it.
I've always been the type of person that has gotten involved and protested and done, you know, and now that I'm crippled and it's hard for me to do anything, I feel like all I have is a voice now. I can't even go.
You can actually send letters to your editor also from your computer.
Yeah.
And I fail to do that. I just stay so busy, but I do read. And there's a lot of interesting stuff going on out there.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So do you think there's more bikers going to show up in San Diego?
Well, I sure hope so, because we need it. You know, I've got my sister's a biker, my brother-in-law's a biker, both my sisters and their husbands are, one sister here in Susanville belongs to Baca.
Right.
Her husband.
Right.
You know, so I really hope and pray, and that's all we can do is pray that they show up.
Yep.
As best as possible, you know? As many people as can get there.
And this is like a wake-up call, you know, and hopefully this gets, you know, some kind of attention.
Yeah, I hope so, because, I mean, think about this. How many people you got down there at that border? You know, it only takes a few to stand there and say, hey, we've had enough. Right. So the more the merrier, as far as I'm concerned.
That's exactly it. Let's make this an event to remember.
Absolutely. This is about everybody's freedom, not just his. It's about everybody.
Yep. You heard
that. If we let this happen,
yep,
then it's going to continue to happen. More men from the military, more women from the military are getting taken, and the same thing is going to happen. Hello?
I'm here. I'm fixing.
Sometimes my phone dies. I live in a bad area and I don't get good reception. So I live in a bad area and I don't get good reception. Guys, I live in a bad area and I don't get good reception. Guys, I live in a bad area and I don't get good reception. Guys, I live in a bad area and I don't get good reception. Guys, I live in a bad area and I don't get good reception. Guys, I live in a bad area and I don't get good reception. Guys, I live in a bad area and I don't get good reception. Guys, I live in a bad area and I don't get good reception.
That's good. Huh?
What's wrong?
Nothing. Just live stream.
It's not the first time it's happened.
Hey guys, thanks for coming. Huh? I pulled like a Goodfellas on one of them. Like he was around they were around the corner in like an undercover car, and I knocked on the window. I'm like, come on, you gonna walk with us?
Hi, Rabbi. How are you? No, that's it. They should have. They might go happen. We were hurt. I was trying. I have really weird shit. It's exciting. It's exciting. It's exciting. It's definitely
I want to hear this song. I'm getting mad. You shouldn't have told me. You should not have. It's like you can tell me how you not told me. Like I remember the first day I was missing class to go to a great police department. She had pulled us out of the car. She had on all her shirt, and I was like, oh, hey, like I embraced her just because she was there. I don't know, welcome to my freshman time like that. It was like mid-August.
على النبي صلى على النبي وربنا السلح اللي يدفع صلى على النبي هيدفع تاني صلى على النبي تكبير تكبير قالوا ليه قالوا ليه في سبيل الله قمنا في سبيل الله قمنا في سبيل الله قمنا في سبيل الله قمنا يبتغي رفع اللواء يبتغي رفع اللواء يبتغي رفع اللواء لا لدنيا قد عملنا لا لدنيا قد عملنا لا لدنيا قد عملنا نحن للدين الفداء نحن للدين الفداء نحن للدين الفداء نحن للدين الفداء لا تغير عن اللواء لا لدنيا قد عملنا نحن للدين الفداء لا يعود الدين عزه والظروف من الدماء الظروف من الدماء
All right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and let her finish her interview. Just wanted to get you some basic questions, and we can talk to Rika. So Rika was in Oakland.
Yeah, I was. Is that still in Oakland right now?
Yeah.
When I was in Oakland, it was crazy. Like, they have a lot of interviews. I think, but then, like, the media was like, oh my God, can I get a ticket to you? Oh my God, you can Ferguson. And I was like, Ferguson?
I had that happen in New York. Yeah, it was weird. So you were excited, and you did a good job in Oakland. I saw you were helping shit down. You were there with T-Dub, right?
It was fun. We shut the freeway down.
That's awesome. That's not so awesome.
Then the next night, it was like an undercover cop. I was actually like ahead of the protest in the front with some of the people who I met, and then like I guess in the back they had something happened where the undercover cop was
Oh yeah, I saw the pictures. You were there?
They said I was like didn't get to see him. I just thought I might see him, but I'm like I'm here. Like I didn't know where he was at. So, like,
That's good though. At least you didn't get like that would have worried me.
I could have been talking to an undercover cop.
So okay, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and go down. If we have anything worth coming up for, we'll I don't know.
I thought you said other than their
Well, actually, guys, I'm just gonna hang on. We're going to because I think they want to do a statement just for protesters and their supporters after this, so I don't want to keep taking the stream up and down. So just stick with us.
I look his Max here. No, maybe he took those like everybody else. He's back in Seattle. I was like, you know, people be wanting to he probably pulled it out.
I mean, this is how.
You learn. Growing by the gas.
Then we got the police up there hanging out. We got more police up there hanging out. There's some polices around the corner hanging out. So I'm just going to go ahead and put it on mute for a little bit, guys, so I can chitter chatter with my friends. Stay with us, although we're not really rolling anything of note, because I think they're going to want to make a statement to you guys separate and apart, and I don't want to have to keep coming up and down and losing viewers. So just tune us out for a minute, and we'll be back as soon as we can. Thanks.
And praising freedom of choice at the same time. But if we from our brains expect to find the universal mind of humankind is inclined to remind us that race is not an issue in time and space. Body tissue is irrelevant. We share the same face, so this facially racial hate is a disgrace. The colour of the skin we're in should not determine our place. Spiritual separation as long as ignorance persists in education. So let us retract and with determination act for the sake of our nation, because there is no mystery in making black discrimination history.
Okay, I'm going to recommend the street
Yeah. Too right.
Okay, so maybe I won't use the little limit here as much, but basically, we pushed them on saying about, you know, the
Who else was in the office? We didn't have to. You guys weren't? Okay.
Are you guys okay?
Oh no, she's got to wipe 1 and 2 out.
All right, here we go. All right.
Yeah, well, like, seriously, stand through. Like, we have to have statements, like, anything.
Okay, so I just arrived at I just arrived in Cleveland with a group of other demonstrators from Ferguson. Members of our party had arrived about an hour previously at the Motel 6, and they were assaulted by staff. They have video evidence of being assaulted by the hotel staff, 3 of them, and the Cleveland police are able to verify that they were assaulted by this particular staff member. However, they're refusing, well, they're not refusing, they're still deciding whether or not to take this woman off of the property or to issue her a summons. So they're being forced to fill out statements. They've been standing outside where the police have been dealing with her. Apparently, she's upset. Police, when I arrived, there was a police officer saying that they were completely on the side of the demonstrators, that it was ridiculous that she had assaulted them and that she should be fired. But they're refusing to take this woman in and book her. At this point in time. So I'm just waiting to kind of see what's going on. We haven't gotten a hotel room yet. They're not being issued refunds on their hotel rooms. So this is crazy. So we just arrived. We don't have a hotel room. We're not going to book any more people in here. Oh, Lord.
The other two did photo of these
So members of our party are filling out statements to 3. So it was 3 that was assaulted, correct? Okay, 4. 4 were assaulted, but video proof of 3, I'm assuming. So I'm just standing by to see what the resolution is and to make sure that all parties feel safe.
We're getting it for you, son.
They're up in the room. So, no, there's room. Here's the problem. There's room. There's a lot going on, yeah.
We have a room at Crown Plaza. It's on my name. You guys just discuss it, finish with.
Wait, so did you see people with us? Yeah. Mhm. Mhm. We gotta wait. So, okay, guys, I'm sorry about that. I know I have you guys standing by and watching.
I'm here. I don't know what's happening. By the way,
Everybody's kind of tired, but basically what happened was we were just minutes away from arriving to our hotel room. It was a Motel 6. Apparently, the desk clerk and another employee, or maybe just the desk clerk, I'm not really sure what's going on at this point in time, assaulted some members of the protest group, and they have it on video, and the police are deciding whether or not to issue this woman a summons or to take her into jail. I think at this point, like, we're stuck with some of the rooms because, well, I mean, I guess there's like no refund being issued, right? And then so the people that are coming in are going to have to figure out, that haven't arrived yet, that need to be up at 10, are going to have to figure out another place to go. So I probably am going to try and figure out more. The reason why I went live is things were getting a little contentious. One of the police officers wasn't happy that people were requesting that she actually be taken into jail because they don't feel safe. And so it got a little, not heated at all, but he was getting upset. So I'm going to just kind of hang out, see what's going on with them. And then go from there.
Maryland, David Edward, first name Charles, initial C is Curtis, 10/15/82. Oh, yeah, just the one. Everyone's giving me statements so I can put it on the recorder.
So, can I ask a question? And I know it isn't here. I'm just asking for clarification. So, there was some video, and that's enough. And they're having to make statements, but they have to go down to the police station tonight in order to make the charges stick, or to continue the process. Okay.
I'm sorry. Yeah, they had to report across the board.
Just firstly, I'm still not understanding why. So they're having to fill out statements, even though the police saw the videos. I mean, I know Ohio is probably different. But I did, like I said, I did hear one of the police officers when I got here said that they, saw the videos and that they were comfortable with assault charges for 3 of the 4 people that were claiming. But they haven't decided what to do with her yet. And her being I guess, the clerk. And it just seems to literally be a discrepancy over hotel rooms were booked online. And she basically said that she didn't believe that the protesters booked these rooms online and heaved a computer. I don't know. I wasn't here. So it looks like, even though we just arrived in town, that demonstrators are going to have to go, down to the police station to continue the process. And we're supposed to be up at 10:30 in the morning. And I know that there's other people that are coming in, and we're going to have to find different accommodations with the people that were already here, being forced to keep these rooms as of right now. Just because there's not enough funds to and not be able to get a refund for the rooms. There's not enough funds to just go get a different hotel room. So I'm going to go down for just a minute, or maybe not. So one car left. There was a car here, so they left. There's still an officer inside the lobby area, and then it appears another is just like getting into his car. So yeah, the protesters have the assault video, so I'm seeing them getting questions. I was not here. We were an hour and a half behind them. When we arrived, the police were here. I think the issue right now, some of us that just arrived are going to be able to get other hotel rooms at other areas. Of course, it's going to be more expensive, right? But they're not going to issue refunds on these rooms. And as of right now, it doesn't appear that they're taking the desk clerk to jail. So, protesters are saying they're kind of fearing for safety. I'm not really, with no arrest, is she being told to take leave for the night? I have no idea as of right now what is going on. I walked into the middle of it. This guy was getting a little amped up.
I got that too. We got to get everybody in a system that we have, like in-house system that we're report from. So the fact that you're not coming up though, for some reason, I might have to have her try something else. So do this in a second. You have an idea with you have a New York license?
I'm so sorry. Where's the phone number? I put my code.
Oh, that's fine. You can just write the phone number right there. Put it underneath. You done with yours, sir? Yeah.
I'm going to go outside because he's running. It looks like he's running demonstrators' names, having them checked. Charles Wade from Upheld Hush, for whatever reason, they can't find him in their system. And then looks like they're running other demonstrators' names remotely through dispatch. I am really not sure 100% of the facts. I just got here literally. I went live because this officer that's in front of me right here inside was getting a little animated when Charles said, look, if this was a woman that had, a man that had assaulted people and flipped out on people, that they'd be in cuffs. You can't physically assault people. It's like that. So he got a little animated. So I decided to go live. And he's kind of changed his tune, including inviting him, putting the woman in the back so they could be in the lobby and fill out statements, not in 24-degree weather. Yeah, so I do know what made him upset. Apparently what happened was he had booked the rooms through hotels.com. Of course, there's probably a discounted rate with that. The woman couldn't verify it. Some demonstrators are claiming that she's intoxicated and she got upset, and I don't know. So I don't really want to overstep or overreach or overspeak because I wasn't here. And I saw a comment that was made on the thread basically saying that, this is a money grab. This isn't a money grab. Nobody's asked for any money right now. So we're just literally kind of letting people know the situation. And again, I went live because, we have, we're here to do a specific thing, and interactions with police haven't always been right or kind. And, when I told him I was going to broadcast, he changed his tune. I have no idea who would issue the refund on the hotels. I'm not really clear on everything that's going on. I think because it's so late at night, we're just kind of limited on some stuff that we can do. The people that have rooms here are keeping rooms here, and then we're finding alternative housing choices for people. So I am going to I'm trying to decide what the best thing to do is. Whether it's to keep running film or tape, or go down. I don't want to agitate the situation, especially since I don't know what's going on, but I also don't want to leave them without a safety net. Yeah, I'm really not sure what Charles wants to do. I'm going in and out. I didn't want to like be in there when they're like giving out people's personal information for obvious reasons. All right, so it looks like I'm gonna go ahead and go down and then try and kind of figure out what's going on and see what the resolution is. If I have to go back up, I'll go back up. I've got members of my party waiting in the car on news. I have no idea what's going on. This is kind of chaos and craziness. I can tell you the group that is here, Meme 71, cursing isn't really their thing, right? This is more a group of organizers where, we handle high stress and tension situations. We're used to de-escalating. And not escalating. So, I'm going to just go down, go to my car real quick, find out what's going on from everybody else. And if I have to go back up, I'll go back up very quickly. And if nothing else, we'll record it for the record. All right, guys. And if Charles says he has the refunding sorted out, that's fine. I didn't really know what was going on. I'm just trying to state like the facts as far as like who was here. We're having to find alternative like housing for other people that are coming in, that whole thing.
multitasking again.
No, that's all right. I can't see you because I have to leave the computer when I call in, so
Yes.
I can't see what you're doing.
Right. In my nose, I promise.
Well, that's awesome to know.
No, the thing that's going on in San Diego, you know, it's only a beginning. You know, the bikers realize we got to wake up. The truck drivers realize we got to wake up. But we need more citizens to wake up. We need more citizens down on the city, county, and state level, getting back our city, county, and state, because a lot of people don't realize that your county can put up a resistance against the federal government and say, get out of our county, period. We don't want you here. Go away. And the federal government has to obey that. It's a bottom-up government.
But most people don't even realize that they have the power to do that.
Right. And that's why I ask people to go get involved in your local governments. You know, city, county, whatever. You have to do it.
I've always been the type of person that has gotten involved and protested and you know, and now that I'm crippled and it's hard for me to do anything, I feel like all I have is a voice now. I can't even go.
You can actually send letters to your editor also from your computer.
Yeah.
And I fail to do that. I just stay so busy, but I do read them. And there's a lot of interesting stuff going on out there.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So do you think there's more bikers going to show up in San Diego?
Well, I sure hope so, because we need it. You know, I've got my sister's a biker, my brother-in-law's a biker, both my sisters and their husbands are. One sister here in Susanville belongs to Baca.
Right.
Her husband.
Great.
You know, so I really hope and pray, and that's all we can do is pray that they show up.
Yep.
As best as possible, you know? As many people as can get there.
And this is like a wake-up call, you know, and hopefully this gets, you know, some kind of attention.
Yeah, I hope so, because, I mean, think about this. How many people you got down there at that border? You know, it only takes a few to stand there and say, hey, we've had enough. Right. So the more the merrier, as far as I'm concerned.
That's exactly it. Let's make this an event to remember.
Absolutely. This is about everybody's freedom, not just his. It's about everybody.
Yep. You heard
that. If we let this happen,
yep,
then it's going to continue to happen. More men from the military, more women from the military are going to be taken, and the same thing is going to happen. Hello?
I'm here. I'm fixing.
Sometimes my phone dies. I live in a bad area and I don't get good reception, so I have to make it silent. I have to say hello.
That's fine. You know, I was just thinking, that's the whole bottom line. I mean, they're taking over on a regular basis, and they just keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger and regulating everything. They're stopping us from growing our food. They're stopping they're trying to stop the dairy industry or the independents out there. You know, and it's just they're killing us with the pesticides and the GMO and the. We could just go on and on, but you know.
Oh yeah, I mean, this morning I got up, the skies were blue and beautiful, and I seen the chemtrailers doing the sky. Now my sky is completely gray. There's no blue. There is no sun, and I grow my own food.
Right.
I grow my own medication, and there is no sun. There's nothing. It's horrible.
You
It's
got
run
it.
by an army base, so it doesn't help any either. They have their own airport, and they go in and out from there, and it's just ridiculous.
Sure. Yep. They're just with that, you know, at every corner, and they're not attacking me as a United States citizen of the Republic of the United States. They're not attacking me as a United States citizen. They're attacking me as a human being. That's the bottom line.
Absolutely. And they're attacking everybody, not just the United States, but it's everywhere in the whole entire world.
Yep. They're not attacking me because I'm black or white or they're attacking me because I'm a human being. That's the
absolutely.
You know. That's why we all have to get away from all the propaganda, get away from all the BS, put down our PlayStations, and all the racism and the BS that they just keep pouring down our throats through the news media. We got to get away from all that and get on the same page. Period.
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry. My husband was trying to tell me something at the same time.
Tell him you're busy talking to Ricky.
Well, he was bringing me something that one of the people said on the chat, that he wrote it down and handed it to me.
Okay. No, what I was saying is...
He's over there listening to chat, and I'm talking to you, so...
There you go. What I said is we as human beings need to get away from all the propaganda, get away from all the BS they're shoving down our throats through television and the mainstream media. Forget about all the drama and get on the same page.
Absolutely.
You know, get in their face.
Absolutely. I've always been the type of person that has stood up for my rights and my family's rights. And, you know, now it's not just about that. It's about everybody's rights. You know? It's about standing up for what all Americans should believe in. Should. I have to say should, because there are so many Americans out there walking around blind with their heads up there, you know what?
Yes.
Because they don't want to see what's right in front of their face.
Well, and some of them they're so propagandized that they're scared. They're walking around in fear.
And that's it too. Absolutely. People are afraid. They're uneducated in certain things about the government.
Right. They get pulled over by a cop and they start shaking.
Yeah.
I used to do
hear that. I mean, I've been to jail. My husband's been to prison. It's not like we ain't been around all that stuff.
Yep.
You know what? We're different people than we were then, and I'm still not afraid of a cop.
Right.
I have no reason to be.
Right.
You know what? I have rights.
That's exactly it. I know my rights, and you know, I don't even have to talk to you. I remain. If you know, am I being detained? Yes or no? No. Okay, then am I free to go? Period.
Absolutely.
Can we see your papers? Have I done anything wrong? You know?
Sorry, didn't do nothing wrong, so you don't need to be talking to me.
Yep. Can I search your car? As soon as you get a search
Nope.
warrant? Yep. I'll wait for you to get a search warrant. I guess I'm being detained. Then I'm not going to say anything. You know? Anyway.
Absolutely. I hear you all the way.
Yep. I see so many people are indoctrinated that when you see the Gestapo, the Popo, or whoever, you're supposed to jump to attention and put your hands over your head and turn around, put your hands over the car. That's not how it is, man. That's cops. It's some kind of stupid TV show.
Yeah,
you know?
it's not what the real world is supposed to be like.
Right.
At least here in America, as far as I know.
Yep. That's it. All right.
That's what we're here for. I was born in this country a free person, so I thought.
Yep.
You know, but apparently since I have a birth certificate, I wasn't born a free American.
Isn't that funny how that works? Now I've been birthed into the corporation.
I'm really upset that I had all my children in the hospital now, you know?
There you go. Craziness.
I mean, you know, I only became really awake about 2 years ago, probably 2 years ago.
Uh-huh.
You know, and I'm appalled at myself for not understanding or learning or knowing what I should have known all along. What we all should have known all along.
That's right. That's exactly it.
We could have been fighting for this for way longer, for our freedoms, way longer if we would have known sooner. You know, most of the American people didn't know for so long. And now that people are just waking up, which is kind of sad in itself that people are only waking up now. You know, I mean, where was our responsibility as Americans to do our research and find out what the truth really was?
Right.
Because I'm just as at fault as everyone else.
That's exactly it. So am I. It's my fault. It's not the government's fault. It's my fault.
It's our fault as human beings for not checking into what we should have been looking at all along.
Right. It's my fault for allowing the government to do what it's doing right now. You know.
Absolutely.
Wonder if they sprayed us a long time ago and made us all stupid for a couple of years or something. Yeah.
I have to laugh at that because, I wonder myself because when I was a child, and I'm sure everybody did this, when a plane went above you, you stood there as a little kid saying, hey, wait for me, all excited. There weren't no lines coming out of the back end of the planes back then.
No, ma'am, there certainly weren't. I used to love to watch the planes. I grew up in a rural community in New Mexico, and I used to love to watch the planes. And they were all Air Force and whatever, White Sands and all the other air bases and whatever. Anyway, but they were never spraying me.
Exactly.
Never.
I mean, I remember, and people, even my brother, dude, he's like a year older than me. He thinks I'm some weirdo because I don't believe the government. But
oh, yeah. Just a second. I know. Yeah. Just some private legal advice had to move there for a minute, but we're back.
Here's the only issue I have. What you're saying is the problem is also an economic issue too. Everybody can afford to go to court, and a lot of days because you got to change what's wrong with the system. I feel like a lot of people are saying putting the band-aid on the issue. You got to remember where all this started. It's all for the main part after the civil rights movement. The new movement for the police force and for the system itself was, in my opinion, which I feel strongly about, was started this whole war on drugs. And prohibition doesn't work. We proved that in the 20s when we tried to ban alcohol, which is more dangerous than anything out in the streets right now. Yeah, we have it during the Super Bowl, which is the most watched event in America, in the world. And I just feel like you have to stop not privatize, but make a profit off the system. That's a problem with healthcare right now. We've turned that into a for-profit system. And I feel like as long as the system is feeding itself and making a profit off of these poor communities, which is one of the reasons why there are higher pullover rates as far as minority communities, even though it shows that, whites do use these same drugs just as much, if not more in some cases. They get locked up just more so in the minority communities. And they're much more stiffer. And on top of that, this destroys families. I've seen this myself. You have a lot of young men who can be at home helping to discipline their young children, helping them establish a strong work ethic, establishing, a strong moral code, because a lot of broken families at home, which is, of course, and this is how the cops justify what they're doing. Oh, we're trying to protect the community from themselves. But no, you're raping the community financially and, ethically by locking up so many people. Like you said, 2.4 million? Exactly. And I feel like that's the problem as well with the movement right now. Not that they aren't doing a lot of issues that everybody's focusing on. You have some that are saying, oh, we just need to add more body cams. Oh, we just need the police just to lay off them more, or we just need to, lighten the arrest rates, et cetera, et cetera. And I just feel like this at all, but I do feel like money will always be the root cause of anything that's going on with the system as well. America is a business. Like you said, it's always going on by business as usual. And the disruption, when we disrupted the business on Black Friday, that shows just how much of an impact this movement is having. That's one of the issues around why Mexico, the people only getting the ability to rise up and speak out against the oppression that they're going in right now. And I feel like with this war on drugs, it's causing a domino effect in so many areas of life in America. And until we stop letting them stop profiting off these poor communities, the same that we're doing overseas in so many other areas, all we're doing is really just trying to put a band-aid on the issue that needs to completely be removed and overhauled from the ground up. The entire system itself is corrupt.
That's why I say to go outside the system, because so one of the things is that right now it's Christmas time and people are spending money on presents and all that kind of stuff, right? Well, what if we were spending that money on why are we really talking about it? Like you said, you got to follow the money, and they have their money. So why aren't we getting together and making our own money? We probably all collectively decided it's less important to be rich and have all these things and more important to be free. Well, now we have to really start building something for people who feel like that, but it takes money. So we all have our little jobs that we go to, but why aren't we pulling our money together seriously? Pulling our money together, pulling our resources together, and really starting businesses and community and making sure we're shopping with each other and doing the things that's necessary to employ ourselves, so that we don't have to follow the cycles of the system. That's what I mean by kind of working outside the system. Yeah, we can still go to the courts and sue and try to get laws enacted, but at the end of the day, the more we pull away from their system, the more they're going to be willing to give us the things within their system that we want. I would like to start.
Because I feel like the problem is bigger than race. I feel like it all, at the end of the day, comes always back down to class. And I feel like, with inflation the way it's been going on, and the fact that, poor communities, even amongst whites as well, these are the communities that are really being hit by, the police forces. Like, for example, you have, what is it? You've been put over with almost a poor tax, you're setting out so many warrants on people who simply just can't afford to, to pay the sales tax on a car, or expire your tax. Like, these aren't criminal offenses. If someone can't afford it, it's a big deal. But we're treating these people like they're hardened criminals, and all these prisons do teach people how, we break them away from society. They come out worse than they did when they went in, and all it does is the system just feeds itself. And until we change that, and I feel like until we get people to really recognize what these core problems are, because it's bigger than just the police, or it's bigger than just race, we're never going to get, the end results that we're all seeking. And that's a system that benefits everyone. So, I mean, that's just how I feel.
Yeah, this might be a little bit too specific for this, but you mentioned jail support. I've been doing some of the jail support. Back on this point, maybe within the movement, part of the jail support thing is once folks get out of lockup, we could sort of develop a network of businesses that are willing to hire folks with a record so that they are in a way, obviously it's not fundamentally changing the system, but it might, like, hey, don't just go randomly throw out job applications wherever. We got these folks who are willing to help with, folks who have had problems with the prison system. Because that is, that's one of the first hurdles when you get out is find us who's hiring you. Have a record. So I think that might be something that the jail support team can sort of.
I think it sounds like we have a lot of good stuff in place because of the movement. It sounds like we kind of got to sustain it and then make it grow, like jail support. Well, how can we sustain those organizations? It's almost like we need an organization that knows how to navigate the system to either get money, organize.
How do we get the feeling of August back? How do we get the feeling of August back? I mean, if you and I just like we was out there on West Florissant on August, and like that's the energy that you want back in the game. That's the space that you want back because in August people were energized, and August people were ready for something. Nobody knew really what we were ready for, but they was out there, and so we couldn't really be out there anymore. But we need to get that August energy back
without losing somebody else.
Right.
Also was on the sheet about the demands that people have voted on. Because one thing I know the organization might struggle with anybody's support them, but are thinking about people's assemblies. There's the Jackson plan in Jackson, Mississippi. If you ever get a chance to Google it, just look it up. It's some phenomenal stuff. But try to start doing people's assemblies here where would meet in their locale, like say city boards or Ferguson, the different counties, and come up with people-driven ideas, and then make that grow into the kinds of specific things you guys are like mentioning, and then we start creating what you were saying, an alternative that's buying. It's something alternative to capitalism, and we have to do the steps to get there, but it seems like people are so, interested in something new, and people have a great time in this movement, that we can maybe create these people assemblies. And I think that's going to be doing a mass meeting about people assemblies in January, so we might want to kind of get that.
Yeah, and the other thing is, I feel like for a lot of people, they're always waiting for the federal government to do something. And it's like, that's not the way when this country was founded, how you made real change. You got to do it at the state and then the federal. People a lot of times don't really take into account how much change you can make locally, just the local laws as well. It's like everybody's sitting here wondering why Obama can't do nothing. And it's like, well, for one, he doesn't work for us, he serves corporations. But two, there's only so much. There's only so much he can do as president. He can't remove certain people out of certain offices. He doesn't have, he's not a dictator. Even though he's dictator-like sometimes, but he's not a straight up dictator. He's law. He's not everything he says. He just can't make happen. So, I feel like in the end, just find a way to really get behind it and really get them to focus in on the central issue, I feel like. But really getting folks to really get into their local communities, even if, like, I forgot who said, different levels to get out there. If all you can do is just, hand out flyers, hey, that's great. Speak out with, get in contact with people coming out of the prison system. It might just take, I feel like, a lot of the small things, a lot of small, steps, little things like the jail program, reaching out to local people coming out of the system, et cetera, and all those small things working together still make a big change. And and hopefully, within soon, pushing something that's on Capitol Hill at the end of the day.
So I agree. I definitely believe community is where it all starts at, grassroots, where it's at. But I don't think it's lose sight of police brutality and why the school rivalry started. Because you got Black lives being killed by the cops. I think granted, you can come to communities, there are ways. I mean, I don't want to say this thing like that you can behave a certain way. Like you have the Kai Gurley coming into a stairwell and getting shot by a cop that can run out.
Talking about how in situations where there's a question of excessive use of force by the police, there needs to be not just a grand jury investigation that's run by the local district attorney that always works with the police department there. It needs to be a little bit more open than a grand jury proceeding. It needs to be, and there's a picture of him as he joined us earlier this week. It needs to be more open to the public. A grand jury hearing is not open to the public. It needs to have an outside prosecutor who doesn't have ties to that department. And there needs to be a public oversight of that whenever that happens. It needs to be treated differently than if it was a shooting between two people in the community, one of them not being a police officer. And of course, it is treated differently. It usually doesn't have that kind of oversight. But he made the point when I was talking to him, Joe, Matt Shea said, we need to have oversight committees looking at the curriculum that the police are being fed. And he pointed out that they had the same sheriff had brought in the Southern Poverty Law Center. That's one of the reasons why this deputy, I believe, is so because Southern Poverty Law Center
since he's a constitutionalist, either he just knows the definition of a constitutionalist or he knows
Calling work behind.
There were people in the sheriff's department, Spokane County Sheriff's Department, that made this public and stopped that training.
Going around the outer ring of the
So there are good cops, and we need to be able to replace the bad cops. I understand that when you talk to the Matt Shea, he was talking about a protest leader. I think there's a video up. I haven't seen it, but I was talking to her, was telling me, Nico was telling me that there is a report up where the protesters said they're going to do everything they can to remove this sheriff.
Well, yes, that's very true. A lot of the people
Mike Brown, Eric Gardner, tomorrow, Rice. This has got to be central to what we're doing. Because otherwise, these cops walk and they're going to just continue to kill other Black Latino youth. That's what's going down, and as a revolutionaries, I see that we not only have to fight this, we have to build a new revolution to get rid of this system. So we're not back here 5-10 years from now saying, why is that brother murdered on the street? Why are these people incarcerated? That does this. And there's a place for building a revolution right now. But we still have to fight against these kind of boundaries. And that's like Brown, that's 12-year-old kids. This is what's going down. And if that is not taken on, they will like the cops say, hey,
it's tyranny. It's tyranny. It's a form of tyranny that we've all allowed, and it's been going on for a very long time. And I mean, Rodney King, when we're like, oh, when he was drunk and he did this, and we always make these excuses, but there's no excuse. So I agree with you. There's got to be some other thing where lethal force can be the first thing we do to take a life.
I think if you really want to change the system, you have to open the doors. You have to work in the system and out of the system. You need to take all of these issues and allow people to align with those issues. This is about three more roles that so really will never be understood. But it could be necessary to know, it could be organized in groups, it could be PTA, it could be different things. Three roles. It can't be just the streets. It can be broad centric. Let me just say that this is around the table and this discussion. We got one South until we yeah, anyway, still we need to be able to stand up and say, this is not the same. So we've got to find ways to reach
I think one of the things like when Chesterfield down was it was that feeling that because they kind of sort of knew we were there, but like they really didn't. They were looking around like there's a bunch of black people. But I mean, maybe they're Christmas shopping, and then we stood up and we shut it down. And like, but we haven't really gone shopping before we really put that message out there. So, you know, how like people are so distracted by their daily lives and Christmas and everything else, how they really know what's going on, or how we really feel about it. Small businesses, if anybody knows, they need to put up like a nice card in their window that just signifies to everybody that, you know, we're down with the movement in that way. They don't have to announce it.
If any of my viewers could just shoot me a comment and let me know how this up, but how's the video? Is it lit, Megan? We need your help on that. Shop, you let me know, I'll move to another location. Twitter is @WhamSwagner. I think you and I are already following each other. Is it?
I wanted people to prosecute the police. I think that's great. Not only is it sad for the police, but I want to, if I had an opportunity, all that stuff, all the interactions, want to do something. They haven't turned off. They haven't. They can't. How do you need to is the standard? You definitely need to change the standard.
Sign says
Again, this demonstration is not authorized and it is in clear signs that Mall of America is in clear by the time installation of Mall of America to demonstrate those that continue to demonstrate. They will be subject to Thank you. Thank you for this. That is very important. Help. Okay. Whoa. We got small traffic health damage back quite a ways.
I think it's great. We're on the way to that. And no one's got arrested for that, which would have been a very practical thing. Not arrested for actually being driving down the street. Like, so instead of something, just maybe. I just read something that said there's a judge who could actually use her authorities who have police arrested her. So why are we holding her feet to the fire? To be able to do, like she has, right, like she has that ability. Yeah, so how can we hold her feet to the fire? How can we question her? If we were to put a 96, the only way to get arrested is to actually say, girl, I'm not going to do accusations. So like for that person who's arrested, should we have like letter writing campaigns or policy campaigns to Judge Jackson? Or have it so that Judge Jackson so that no, I think it was a woman, right? Judge Jackson, she has the authority.
Joy,
I can go.
Mara McShane's the one who has the ability to appoint the special prosecutor. There's a Joyce somebody.
And then write letters to her so that when people are getting arrested, and then we're writing letters on behalf of those people in order to enact justice. We have that authority. Have anything specific to So you can like pick up random
Well, I have a strategic idea for a protest. I don't know if anyone else wants to.
What's your idea?
Fox Theater is doing a presentation of A Christmas Story. And I just can't watch that show. Turner Movie Classics is going to run it for 24 hours next week. And I just can't watch Ralphie flaunting his white privilege to not be shot by a cop in 1.5 seconds.
Awesome.
I'm going to follow them. People up there with their hands up, dancing hands up, don't shoot. The best, but I'm kind of penned in here. Trying to bring you the best single folks, but oh boy. I don't know. Proud, but a little bit. I don't know. A little bit. The folks on the bottom of the rotunda look like they're on the move. I don't know if they're going to go anywhere, but let's, all right, folks on the bottom level of the, again, thanks for watching. My name is Sam Wagner. Feel free, rotunda. Folks on the bottom level of the rotunda look like they're on the move. They're going to go on Twitter at hold on. Follow me on there. Tweet out. Again, thanks for watching. My name is Sam Wagner. I also have a page known as Radical Music Chat. I'm on Twitter at Wagner. Follow me on there. Please link out. Hashtag it Black Lives Matter. Hashtag. This place is full.
Say enough is enough. I'm mad as hell, and I'm not going to take it anymore.
Absolutely. Joe Biggs in Spokane, Washington, along with Darren McBreen, and they're going to be covering the demonstrations tomorrow, one at noon and another one at 2 p.m. Check Infowars.com and the Alex Jones channel on YouTube for details where that will be if you're in the area. And, of course, a lot of people are in the area, even going into Idaho. There's another large city there. We'll be right back with your calls.
The Empire's on the run. Alex Jones and the GCN Radio Network.
2015 is almost here, and with it comes those New Year's resolutions to finally transform your body the way you want it. There's a reason over 88% of New Year's resolutions fail. Make this year different by equipping yourself with Oxy Powder, the next level in cleansing the body naturally. Using super oxygenation, Oxy Powder, available through InfoWarsLife.com, gently cleanses the body while you sleep with easy capsules. InfoWars Nightly News Director Rob Dew has been using Oxy Powder with incredible success.
Took it that first day, then I took it for 6 more days after that. 12 pounds melted off in about a week. I'd say a week, 7 days. And I've been able to keep it off too. My wife's like, wow, you look really good. And I'm like, I know, I guess it's this Oxy Powder.
2015 can be different. Diet and exercise are important, but a lot of us have already tried that. Oxy Powder flushes it out. Secure your Oxy Powder at InfoWarsLife.com. That's InfoWarsLife.com or 888-253-3139. Sold out for weeks due to the difficult and extensive proprietary process behind its creation. The exclusive InfoWars Life Secret 12 formulation is now back in stock in the last limited shipment of 2014. The most bioactive form that has been created with our proprietary process. This ultra-clean vitamin B12 nutraceutical has been carefully crafted and developed over the last 2 years and is based on cellular science of how your body actively absorbs essential nutrients. Secret 12 is taken by mouth, right on the tongue, and then swallowed. No needles, no injections. Vitamin B12 deficiency is linked to scores of serious problems. And Secret 12 is a fusion of 2 organic proprietary forms of vitamin B12, bringing you a true nutraceutical quality vitamin B12. Secret 12. Secret 12 is an excellent Christmas gift and is tailor-made to boost your New Year's resolutions. Supplies of Secret 12 are very limited. Secure yours today at InfoWarsLife.com or by calling toll-free 888-253-3139. InfoWarsLife.com. Check it out today. I have set out to bring you the most hardcore, cutting-edge supplements and nutraceuticals bar none, and that's what you'll find at InfoWarsLife.com. We have rejected literally hundreds of products from the InfoWars Life line because they are not of the very highest quality, or because they're not 100% organic, or because they don't pass all of the strictest toxicology tests there are that we have listed at InfoWarsLife.com. Whether it's Survival Shield Nascent Iodine or DNA Force, Super Male Vitality, Super Female Vitality, Lung Cleanse, Fluoride Shield, Oxy Powder. I believe that all of these products will blow you away like they've done thousands of other customers that have visited InfoWarsLife.com and believed in us and tried the products. Folks, check out InfoWarsLife.com today and the entire line of groundbreaking, cutting-edge, hardcore products.
He aligns himself with the truth, and it's time for you to choose a side. You're listening to Alex Jones.
Welcome back to the Alex Jones Show. I'm David Knight on this Friday, December 19th. We're going to go back to your calls. We have Dominic in California. We're going to talk to you about chemtrails. He said we want to talk about that. Before we do, I just wanted to go back to this Sony hacking situation.
Journalists are down there than the rotunda is relatively clear at this point. All I see is those people right there on the end. The floor blocked off, but not sure what their plan is. Not hearing any reports of that yet. The rotunda, like I said, is mostly dissolved at this point. It's kind of empty down there. I also think the mall was so excited that we live in. It's economic order. Right system is an extension of the classism. Cops definitely look like the aggressive scout. Things have been close. Teams of people marching around the mall, chanting hands up, going shoot. Someone said they were forced outside, but I'm not sure how they were. NLG observers are here. People underneath me with their hands up. I don't think we'll see any resistance here at this side of the mall, but they're on the move. I'm not gonna
and his children out on the front lawn, face down, probably what they just did to you. It was the Department of Education's SWAT team. And a year earlier, the Washington Post had looked at their RFPs, the request for proposal, their bid to get equipment. And they said, why is the Department of Education buying bulletproof vests and shotguns and all this other paramilitary equipment? Why does the Department of Education need that for? And then they found out. That's why we're so concerned when we see this equipment going to the police, when we see these requests for purchases for billions of rounds of ammunition. We know they're going to use that. We know that's not civilian ammunition. We know that's for civilians because Geneva Convention outlaws the kind of ammunition that Homeland Security was getting. And we know that it's not for target practice because that's the most expensive ammunition you can get. You're not going to use that for target practice. Even as prolific, as profligate as our government is in terms of spending money, they're not going to waste that much money if they're going to buy that kind of quantity of ammunition. It was absolutely absurd. And it was absurd for the Department of Education to get that kind of equipment as well.
And they called me a sovereign and everything else because I wouldn't give them my social security number through the window, and they wouldn't show me the warrant. And
it was, and they had the wrong house the entire time.
They had the wrong guy. Somebody with the same name as me. But I've lived in this town for 35 years, and everybody knows me. If it was copper theft, why did they just come here? They know where I live,
Yes. Well, you're lucky that you weren't killed. And the other thing that I read at the beginning of the show was that account of the German man who was an Arab, a Muslim, whatever. He had a Muslim name, and just like you said, they came to the wrong house because it was somebody else that they were looking for that had your name. That was why that guy was picked up by the CIA, rendered out of the country, tortured for a very long time, and then done alongside the road and threatened not to talk about it. He had the same name as the person that they were looking for. It was another case of mistaken identity. And I guess that's what we have to look forward to. That's the next level. After we put up with these SWAT teams, the next thing they're going to do is actually start using the NDAA on us, indefinitely detaining us, shipping us to another country if they want to torture us. And of course, you just disappear. That was what his family saw. They didn't know what had happened to him. He just disappeared one day.
Going up here this summer, just it's about a mile from my house. I went through that, and I wouldn't throw the window down all the way. The guys calling me a sovereign.
Yeah. Well, that's what they've been told. See, it's terms like the sovereign citizen, terms like the constitutionalist. That's why everyone was so concerned about that videotape. It was not taken out of context. The real context is that the Southern Poverty Law Center is using those types of terms to demonize people. And again, we've seen in scenarios that they even use the term Tea Party to try to portray people as being dangerous. Thank you so much, Bob. I'm glad you survived that encounter with the SWAT team in Maine. Again, that's Bob from Maine. He had his house SWAT teamed, and he wasn't the guy they were looking for, yet they put his face on television. They put him face down on the ground, nearly killed him with a SWAT team. Let's go to John in Colorado. John, you want to talk about the marijuana laws there? No, I think we missed him. That's too bad. I wanted to ask him about that. Let's go to Kevin in West Virginia. You said you want to talk about the Beware program.
Go outside. I was wondering if we actually could have our own little Beware program and do the same thing that they're doing and point out what police officers
I'm on my way outside right
now. Police officers are not actually doing the Constitution. But my question then is that going to add fuel to the fire with an us versus them type of mentality?
Well, that's true. I think that there needs to be citizen oversight of the police. And as we were talking to Matt Shea, he said there ought to be there ought to be separate outside investigators whenever there's a possibility of police brutality, excessive use of force. Whenever there's a shooting, there ought to be an open public trial, a closed grand jury investigation, and there ought to be an outside prosecutor. And we ought to have oversight of the police in terms of their training as well. So I think it would be appropriate to start looking at the postings of the police, and if they're posting stuff up that is threatening, and we've seen that a lot of the repostings from the Ask a Cop were some very in-your-face postings from the police. And of course, they put out that T-shirt that we had an article on Infowars.com yesterday. They've got a shirt that they're putting out, a law enforcement insignia that says, "Breathe easy, obey the law." Essentially the same thing that Art Acevedo said here in Austin. Hey, if the cop tells you to do something, just do it, and you won't get hurt. Well, do we have to mow their lawn? Do we have to lick their boots? What do we have to do? That's that article up right now for anybody that's watching. Pro Police Breathe Easy T-shirt draws the ire of brutality posters. Just obey the law. You won't be beaten or murdered unless the cops feel like it. That's the article. That's up on our website at infowars.com. You can see that.
Just telling the story about the police, and she was so happy the police weren't white because she doesn't want to get shot.
We got security here with a nice little camera. I'm not here. No? Are you wearing a security? Oh yeah, right on. Wearing a Mall of America t-shirt and lanyard has security on it. Looks like we're moving. What's the plan? Good work. I'm not sure. Right.
Like they're still in the center, I guess. Yeah, I'm looking at stuff like the snowplows.
Looks like people are moving. I'm not sure what the plan is.
So it looks like people are leaving. I'm not sure what's going on inside. Maybe the other live stream is still inside. Are they still okay in there? I just got a text message from a friend who said she was
People are splitting up, but I mean, it's hard to tell where people are going. Some people are going in through Forever 21, maybe. But the east entrance is completely closed off.
We haven't seen any out here.
Being told that the mall is now closed. I'm not sure if that is this specific. Because the mall is closed. I'm not sure if that means the entire mall or just this half of it. I'm not sure.
Hold on a second, guys.
That's what I mean.
Wireless connection to call the cops. Scissors can't cut it. And that means your home stays safe. 24/7 professional monitoring is under $15 a month with no contract. Simply Safe Home Security keeps you safer than the other guys for half the cost. Protect your home with an alarm you can trust. Simply Safe. Go to simplysafedefense.com now for an exclusive 10% offer. That's simplysafedefense.com.
Welcome back to the Alex Jones Show. I'm your host today here in Austin. We tried to reach Alex, who was going to call in from the road. He's in an area where we couldn't reach him. He will be back on Sunday, however, at the 4 p.m. Central Show from 4 to 6 on Sunday. Of course, that's 5 to 7 Eastern Time. He has extended this special that we had earlier this week. We can no longer guarantee Christmas delivery, but we've had such overwhelming response, we decided that we would make it available to people. Looks like there's a lot of demand for this. Do it as a favor to people who support us. This is $59.99 for the Essential Holiday Pack. Secret 12, H2 Nasal Iodine, and Silver Bullet. That's only about $20 each. It's a savings of nearly $80, 57% off. We're still going to make that available, although we can no longer guarantee Christmas delivery. You might get it, we're not sure. Let's go back to your call. This last segment we have here. Steve in Michigan. Go ahead, Steve. Hello. Go ahead.
I've been tuning into I was listening to a rebroadcast.
These businesses have been trying to and their I can't really see what's going on.
What they're doing is know everybody that calls in their show. They know their name, they know where they live, they know everything about them. Essentially, the obvious reason that they're letting you guys go on and they're not going to cut at the very end because you're essentially calling the virtual.
Well, let me say this. If we're going to get so afraid of the government and anything do anywhere, the logical conclusion, you don't have to just call into this show to get onto their radar. They're listening to you through your monitors. They're listening to you through your phones. Are you going to shut up and not say anything to anybody in your home? We cannot cower in fear before these people. The only thing that's going to stand it down is to stand up to them. Don't cower in fear before them. Don't censor yourself. If you start censoring yourself, we've lost at that point. Then we're in a true Stasi East Germany state, at the point where we're so afraid of the government that we won't speak up. Of course, they're listening to everything that everybody does. Let me tell you, when we were at the Bundy Ranch, Josh and I could not get any reception at the site the protest was. It was away from the Bundy Ranch. We had to go back to the Bundy Ranch or to our hotel in order to upload anything or to get any coverage because they had a Wi-Fi system there. And they said, that's really strange because we've always had cell phone coverage out there. Well, we couldn't get it. Then on Saturday, when they had everybody show up for the protest, we had great reception. We broadcast everything at that site. The information from everybody was there. Were we afraid of it? got to get to the point where you don't care about the tyrants. If they've got you cowering in fear, thinking that they're culling the herd, if you speak out, that they're watching you constantly, know that they're watching you constantly and still do something about it. That's what you need to do. Let's go to Lewis in Massachusetts. Lewis, you want to talk about pellet gun shooting? Go ahead.
Hey, how's it going, Dave?
Doing good.
Yeah, so this ties into what Joe Baker was talking about. So, and this guy who shot for Afghan.
Yes.
And yeah, basically what happened was that he caught a pellet gun at like a Walmart or whatever.
He was standing there. He hadn't even bought it yet. He was just talking to his wife on the cell phone. It's hard to see, but sorry we ran out of time. I'd like to take your call. News at 7 Central. I'll be back at Central on Sunday.
This is GCN, the Genesis Communication.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are live. 2:59 and 47 seconds Central Time, coming to you from Austin, Texas, transmitting worldwide. Our team is on the ground in Spokane, Washington. Again, live breaking special report from multiple demonstrations with more than 300 people on the streets protesting the martial law plan that's being revealed in America. The outlawing of dissent, the war on veterans, guns, libertarians, constitutionalists, or anyone else that will not submit to world government and tyranny. Our reporters are live on the ground. We're going to give you the special, at least 2-hour live transmission coming up, starting now on this Saturday, December 20th, 2014 global transmission.
As the community moves towards despotism, respect is restricted to fewer people.
Police officer Charles Jones IV smashing an unarmed suspect in the face 6 times.
Who's accused of using excessive force on a suspect and then trying to erase the evidence.
I'm observing what they're doing in their own TV. I don't understand what's going on.
The community rates low on an information scale. The press, radio, and other channels of communication are controlled by only a few people.
Does it raise ethical questions about the use of government money to produce stories about the government that wind up being aired with no disclosure that they were produced by the government?
How you ask such a question? What difference at this point does it make?
When a competent observer looks for signs of despotism in the community, he looks beyond fine words and noble phrases.
There are actions I have the legal authority to take as president that will help make our immigration system more fair and more just. Tonight, I'm announcing those actions.
What I say goes, see? I'm the law around here.
In modern warfare, our military leaders are finding that personal ideas are highly effective.
Just have to be repetitive about this. We need to do this every day of the week and just really brainwash people into thinking about guns in a vastly different way.
We are trained to deceive if we have to. You really don't have to. You should. In fact, my actually, I will take the middle.
In communities of this kind, despotism stands a good chance.
The 9 most terrifying words in the English language are
I'm from the government, and I'm here to help.
We're going to do everything we can to help you.
Resistance to tyrants is obedience to God. It's the Alex Jones Show. Of the law for your mind.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are live, transmitting worldwide from the Infowars.com studios, deep in the heart of Texas, Austin. It is 3 o'clock and 3 minutes into this day, the 20th day of December, 2014. I want to thank our great supporters out there and viewers for making this transmission possible, and for all of your prayers, also for our great reporters on the ground in Spokane, Washington, and for Jakari Jackson, Rob Dew, Nico Acosta, and of course, Marcos Morales and others that are here working on this special Saturday transmission. I'll be live on the radio as well tomorrow, simulcasted on television at prisonplanet.tv as well, 4 to 6 o'clock Central Standard Time. We're going to be here this evening from 3 o'clock Central, at least until 5 o'clock Central. We may go longer if any of the sheriff's deputies and police that have been federalized try to violate the First Amendment. But we're not seeing any of that at this point because the constitutionalists that are out there protesting today, as you would imagine, are extremely law-abiding, and that is the issue here. Before you saw the helicopters and the armored vehicles and the giant wheeled tanks rolling out, I warned you, going back 20 years ago, of the globalist program to basically take over this country. Not because I was psychic, but because I had a lot of amazing sources out there in government, outside of government, military, FBI, you name it, that were telling us of the secret deployment and development plan for an authoritarian, totalitarian, despotic takeover here in America. And something that's really educated people is the fact that so many of these documents are now public. And then when the outgoing head of Homeland Security was challenged, Janet Napolitano, about it, she said, of course, our main focus is not radical Islamicists or drug or bank robbers or the occasional people that take hostages. Very rare, but still an issue. I can see big cities having some armored vehicles and things for when things like this happen. They're saying the number one threat is returning veterans, gun owners, Christians, conservatives, libertarians. And I know I harp on this because we're the ones that broke it. And it's good news that finally this is talked about by Glenn Beck, by Rush Limbaugh, by Sean Hannity. We are forcing mainline conservative media to tackle the fact that the Democratic Party and the UN, and these are the groups lobbying, are trying to outlaw dissent by anyone right of Mao Zedong, anyone right of Joe Stalin, anyone right of Pol Pot, anyone right of Fidel Castro. Now, the left-right paradigm is false in the way they manipulate us against each other, when we also just want basic freedom and liberty. But they do operate within the false left-right paradigm. They blamed Rush Limbaugh within 45 minutes of Oklahoma City in 1995. The President of the United States blamed Rush Limbaugh within 45 minutes. Think about that. And tried to blame free speech and talk radio for Oklahoma City. And then you go and you research Oklahoma City, you find out it's a false flag, a staged event to blame the huge libertarian conservative movement to get us out of the UN, get rid of the UN treaties that take over our sovereignty, Agenda 21, you name it. The Oklahoma legislature had already passed a resolution to have the state non-comply. And they hit them and they hit them hard. To be the victims. The oldest trick in the book. In fact, it's well known in criminology that about half the time that women call the police and they're beaten, it's not true. Just like most racial attacks, it turns out, whether it's white or black, almost every time, not a news channel, but you can look this up, you hear about a white woman being raped by 5 black guys in some southern town, and then they cut things on her. She made it up and cut herself. Nobody raped her. And conversely, you can find the exact same story where black women do it and say white guys raped her. Remember the whole lacrosse team thing? This just is the oldest trick in the book. And the reason we're covering this here today, these historic protests, we're going to go live to those coming up in a little while. The special reports that Aaron McGreen and others have filed, we're going to air here. That if we don't expose the fact that they are preparing and saying the number one threat is gun owners and conservatives and libertarians and pro-lifers and Ron Paul supporters and InfoWars supporters, and they need armored vehicles and helicopters, and because their main threat is us, that tells you they're going to stage stuff to blame it on us and start a civil war, which they're now openly talking about. And they've rolled out their task forces. They're out there provocateuring. So instead of provocateuring radical Islamists to stage attacks, as the New York Times was forced to admit, 99 out of 100 lone wolf Islamist plots in the last 10 years. You can just type in the headline, the exact headline. FBI created fake terror plot, New York Times. 99 out of 100 were completely staged with mentally ill people they went and set up. They're now doing that, trying to find mentally ill people who they can say are libertarians or conservatives, or visit Infowars.com or like Rand Paul. There it is, terrorist plots hatched by the FBI. The United States has been narrowly saved from lethal terrorist plots in recent years, or has it seemed? And it goes on to say, but all of these dramas were facilitated by the FBI, whose undercover agents and informers pose as terrorists. And then it goes on. And what I'm saying is they're now shifting, and they admitted this 4 years ago. Big Sis came out when we put up the MIAC reports and others were secret and classified. They said, yeah, those are real. And that is the main threat. They said, we're now shifting, you can type this in, Homeland Security now shifting from Islamicist threat to homegrown patriot, and with no activity or nothing. I mean, a few shootouts with cops, people that are patriots. I mean, statistically, it's not even a blip, but they just hype it on CNN, MSNBC every week in Arkansas and a few other events where they pull over sovereign citizen types and they say, I'm not going to jail and shoot the cops. I think that's terrible. It's not good, but it's not even.
People are trying to go and find little shopping. There's a line of sheriffs out here.
Criminal. Talking about what guns they were going to keep for themselves with a dead World War II vet and Korean War vet. In fact, guys, it's now on all these different IMDb's, you name it. they had a Discovery Channel show that I think of it called Inside the Navy, Inside the Marines, Inside the LAPD, Inside the FBI. I want to find that episode of Inside the LAPD. I don't want to find that archive. I want to buy it on disc. I want to do a whole show like I did back in '99 about that, where they make fun of the dead body. Again, this shows the mental illness of the federal training they've been given. That in my own film, Road to Tyranny, they pull over Abby Newman, no criminal record, Navy veteran, honorably discharged, driving into town in Virginia to buy canning supplies for their farm. The cop, she's at a checkpoint. They're searching everybody's cars. She says, "Are you looking for somebody?" They go, "No, it's just a checkpoint." She goes, "No, you can't." They drag her out, go through her car, and find a pocket Constitution and a Patriot Games VHS. Patriot Games with the U.S. government propaganda. Tom Clancy.
On the log here, we have
See,
the link to all of the Mall of America.
They start hyperventilating. It's on the video. Scare the word Patriot. Yeah, there's the video. They're showing it just towards the NPR film Road to Tyranny. They start hyperventilating. And going, "I can't believe you got a pocket Constitution." I mean, this is brainwashing. It's been going on behind the scenes forever. Now it's accelerating. Now it's blossoming. And so you've seen Forbes and Reuters and AP. The Pentagon trains to take on their new enemy, the Tea Party. Brigade Homeland to deal with the Tea Party. Big Red 1, U.S. Army trains to take on gun owners. This is our country. We pay the taxes. If they wanted an MRAP and it was for the occasional bank robbery or a suspect hold up, I wouldn't have an issue because I want guns. I think citizens should be able to have MRAPs that have a criminal record. You can turn a tractor into one. Should be able to have a knife. I can turn that into a weapon. A baseball bat. The point is, they say get rid of profiling because we're not going to be racist or whatever. It has nothing to do with that. Of course, you profile. Someone's a 3-time loser. Someone's been a child molester. Someone's been a bank robber. Well, they don't really have all their rights, do they? Because they are already profiled and convicted. But when you
Oh, here they come. Let you guys pass it. Oh, you go ahead. Oh, you want me to go in front of you? I'm not a part of the protest. I'm just documenting, that's all. They won't let me.
blown up at him. He was Esquire embedded, Rolling Stone, you name it, and just happened to be on missions where they got, where this kind of stuff went on. I mean, they are rolling out with our money and not saying it's for the occasional bank robber. We'd still be suspicious and say it's really for us because we know what's really going on. But no.
Yeah, we do.
No, ladies and gentlemen, it is for us. Not enough to have an old armored bus with armored, windows that can even stop 357, 308. No. You need big, juicy MRAPs with and then you say, because we don't want to we're going to be taking fire from a constitutionalist. And then we talk about this and the sheriff comes out and says, InfoWars is posting articles about killing police. When we get 1 million visitors a day, and he was talking about comments that you can find on YouTube or anywhere else, implying, see, we need this because they're violent. I mean, if you really care about police officers' lives, I know a lot of police are watching right now, including the Spokane Police sheriff's department that are basically being merged right now. You need to understand something. And I'm going to break this news down and go to our crew on the ground. If you really care about police officers' lives, you shouldn't want to be prepared and lined up for a criminal, tyrannical, treasonous, illegal, premeditated civil war with the American people. Democrats can't win by flooding the borders. They can't win by bringing us under the UN regulations. They can't win by shipping our jobs overseas. They can't shut us down and domesticate us. What do? They try to outlaw this. Don't want to go carry your racist. Don't want to turn your guns in, you're racist. You're bitter clingers. You're clinging to your Bible and you're clinging to your guns. Well, you know what we're going to do? We're going to tell the cops that the Patriots are going to start killing them. We're going to give them the training, give them the weapons, and then the globalists are going to stage a few events to trigger the war, call in the gun competition like Katrina and what's going on in California and other areas. They're going to march the police and military out against the Patriots. If 1% of 170 million gun owners fights back, that is 1.7 million combatants. It will wipe out the citizens, and the Patriot will wipe out the police and the military. The asymmetrical civil war, long-term, will set in, and United Nations troops will be brought into the United States. It is under official RAND Corporation public documents, National Police Stabilization Force plan. And the Call of Duty video games coming out are about it now. Just like 2 years before they launched the war in Georgia against the Russians, against South Ossetia. They launched against South Ossetia, and I can't remember the other name of it. It'll come to my mind in a minute. And Abkhazia. It was in Call of Duty. They roll it all out. What they're just about to bring.
They broke down the police line. There was maybe 4 or 5 cops in helmets.
Out, they roll it all out, tens of billions of dollars off of it. And you can go to the RAND Corporation own website, click on that link for folks, and read an Austin American Statesman article in 1998 about this. I went online, found the RAND Corporation version of it, then it's updated every year, and began warning everyone of the militarized takeover plan. How do I know everything? I actually read 300-page reports. And I'm willing to cover them. Nobody else is. So good people in the federal marshals, the FBI, the Marine Corps, the Army, the CIA, they give me the documents, and we break them here. And we know the whole treasonous plan. All I knew back in '96 was there'd be articles in South Texas about helicopters crashing and training to take on Patriots, and I interview emergency manager heads, and they'd say, yeah, they say this is a condition of the public for future martial law. Clinton was thinking about it then, but the police wouldn't go along with it. And they would come out and attack me nationally on national news that I would dare hold up news articles. But see, I was holding up local news that had never gotten on the internet yet. WorldNet Daily was picking it up. Drudge was picking up WorldNet Daily. And suddenly it was being talked about, oh, there really are black helicopters. I was just some regular guy who was given the document by the people that knew. I want to explain something. I didn't break any of this. I just broke it big. So we know about a plan to cause a civil war so they can brand Patriots terrorists when we're under attack that will wipe out. I'm going to be conservative here. If they really kick this off, 400,000 cops will die. Hundreds of thousands of military. I mean, it will make the Civil War that killed 400,000 left on one side. The Civil War kills. Look up what the Civil War killed on both sides. I think it's 600,000. We're looking at, it's just unspeakable. And you're like, well, the globals want to make money. They print and issue the money. This is their plan. This is their goal. This is how you capture America. Yep. 1,264,000 in all the nation's wars. The Civil War was close to half of them, 644,000.
CivilWar.org. For the Civil War Trust, the National Archives. 2% of the population. Now, I don't think this will be as bad. Every time that they do push past, they lock up that part of the battle.
If we roll over,
People can't get past.
then they're just going to come arrest everybody and basically have their way with us. And God, I'm sorry this is where this is going. I know it's scary. I wish this wasn't the case. I wish I wasn't the tip of the spear of this. Believe me. It's not fun being the aircraft coming in at the front of the squadron when you're flying in over Berlin about to drop bombs on the enemy politically. I got to do it. I've already been over this target repeatedly. You've seen them attack us. By the grace of God only are we still here now. The average cop in Spokane isn't bad. The average deputy isn't bad in that valley. In fact, we get a lot of calls from there and a lot of good information over the years. I happen to know that we've been contacted over a year ago and given great information by people in these departments. 2 weeks ago, before this even broke here, the Sheriff's Department's union excoriated the sheriff.
I don't hear any chanting.
It's a big department
right now.
For his anti-gun activities, being a sock puppet of Obama to get federal funds. So let's be clear. The sheriff's deputies are not our enemies. The police are not our enemies. The globalists want us to kill each other like two pit bulls in a cage. And I'm not that stupid, and I don't think police are that stupid. I want prosperity. I want my Bill of Rights. I want my Constitution. I want my country back. I do not want to see Army documents at Fort Hood last year that ended up being on Fox News where they said you'll be court-martialed if you're an evangelical Christian or part of the Tea Party. You understand how illegal and authoritarian that is? They are trying to make basic American values illegal. Now, Joe Biggs reported to us at least 300 people today at noon Pacific time. That just ended a couple hours ago. That'd be 2 o'clock our time. At the Spokane County Courthouse at 1116 West Broadway Avenue. We have video of those reports. They'll be filed tonight after the guys are running and gunning right now. A lot of those videos are already on Infowars.com. A pure display of civil disobedience against the I-59 draconian background checks. You got to shut down gun owners, shut down private ownership, private transfer. Can't give your son or your father or your wife a gun.
Yeah, Alex, basically that rule makes it illegal for any two people to hand a gun back and forth to each other.
I know. It's
ridiculous. Without a background check. You have to have a background check or they get you.
Can you imagine how they're going to have stings at like gun ranges and the rest of it? Where we're, look at my gun. I mean, this is a way to target lawful gun owners. And then the other one is starting now.
What entrance they're at?
Or at 4 p.m. We're going to have an early report out there and then you're going to throw a sports jacket on and stuff. You're going to come in here and do a couple hours. Saturday, December 20th, 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. That's coming up in about 35 minutes. At the City of Spokane Valley Police Department at 12710 or 12,710 East Sprague Avenue, Spokane Valley. Members of the community, military, and law enforcement are encouraged to join all of us who believe in our Constitution and constitutional rights, a demonstration of its militarization of law enforcement. And that's what was written by the kind of Rolling Thunder, Patriot, Conservative, Libertarian, Family Motorcycle Group that support police, as you know, in almost every case. This is a very good group of people, and they've been declared the enemy. Big armored vehicles, and the head of the SWAT team says, it's for these gun owners. We got a lot of gun owners in Spokane and the Valley. This is a quote. We got a lot of gun owners. We got a lot of gun owners. And we may be taking fire from constitutionalists. You know what? Yeah, you go around confiscating guns. People start defending themselves like Lexington and Concord. The news gets on the air and announces they're terrorists. People backed against a wall. My God, police, do you really want a civil war for a bunch of foreign bankers and anti-American liberals and progressives while they sit back and watch you when they hate your guts die in a war with the American people? I mean, are we really this idiotic? Well, the sheriff did exactly what I thought he'd do. He's an ADL, Southern Poverty Law Center, globalist, Rand Corporation puppet. We've been trying since last Friday when this broke. Not this Friday, but Friday before last, when Infowars.com broke it. We had been trying to get that sheriff on. We showed up, sent people there, and he wouldn't come on. He keeps saying, oh, I'll talk to you, and he won't come on. Now he's left the town, we're told. And he went on there, we're going to play the clip coming up, put a video press release out, and posted it through Raw Story, basically run by the White House, saying InfoWars is, deceptive, and they basically posted stuff on InfoWars threatening us, our lives. We've never heard of something this evil. We got Joe Biggs going live to him after a few video clips. And it's on local news, it's on national news as well. So he didn't say people on their message board, hell, it could be him. I'm not saying it's him, but it could be. No. See, now we're violent. Everybody knows we're not violent. Offensively.
Subscribe to me on Twitter.
I know the pen is mightier than the sword. The Pentagon said a few years ago in a press release that psych warfare or mind war is 90% of war now. Well, I'm using the truth here. I am attacking lies and tyranny and fraud. I'm not attacking individual people. I hope that sheriff was to be 105 and has 50 great-grandchildren. I hope he wins the lottery next week. And I hope he gets down on his knees and prays to God that a civil war doesn't start in this country and that he and others like him not be dumbass, useful idiot agents. This country's been captured by foreign banks. This country is being shut down. This country is being turned into a total tyranny by every yardstick, and no one can deny it. Classical despotism. I want to go to a few of these special reports filed by Darren McBreen, Joe Biggs, and others. Then we're going to go to Joe Biggs live, where they're getting ready to start the protest, and some people have already shown up. Doesn't kick off for 30 minutes. Looks like about 40, 50 people are already out there. About 300 were at the earlier demonstration at the county seat. This is now at the police department that in their tactical team is basically merged and is involved in this as well. This is a very constitutional area. People are very upset. This is one of the most awake areas of the country. So we're going to be going to Joe Biggs here in a few minutes. But I want to go to this MRAPs for Mayberry. The video is up on Infowars.com if you want to see it again or share it. We're also going to put it on Facebook. But this is a report filed by Darren McBreen as he breaks down how MRAPs are being used in suburbs and small towns across America as the federal government prepares for total police state takeover. And they are announcing they're going to be taking your pension funds to protect them and take a large piece of them, including local police departments, while you're busy dying in a civil war to take our guns. And while Bill Ayers laughs about it.
Hey guys, this is Jeremy.
Yeah, let's go ahead and go to Darren McBreen's report. Here it is.
Hey guys, this is Darren McBreen, Infowars.com. I just wanted to share with you some news I just discovered about even more MRAPs being utilized by police departments all across the country. Now, these are mine-resistant, ambush-protected vehicles that are normally being used in combat situations in Iraq and Afghanistan. Well, now they're patrolling the streets of America. Now, check this out. This is out of Cedar Park and Leander from Travis County, Texas, as they just received a nice Christmas bonus this year. It is a military surplus vehicle, compliments of the NDAA Act. Thank you, Barack Obama, for playing the Gestapo Santa Claus this year. You know, Cedar Park is a small community in Travis County, Texas, very low crime rate. Leander, Texas, even smaller. I mean, they might have like 30,000 residents if they're lucky. There's virtually no crime in both towns, much like the crime-free community of Walton County, Florida, where their sheriff's department also has an NRAP, along with countless other small towns and rural communities all across the country. And it got me thinking, if the federal government had their way, there'd be MRAPs in Mayberry. I could see it now. Barney P. Fife in all his glory, patrolling the streets of Mayberry in the name of truth, justice, and the American way. That's what they want you to think, right? That these combat vehicles, that they're there for your protection. Meanwhile, we've seen from the training mills for the DOD, the DOJ, the Department of Homeland Security, the FBI, now even the Southern Poverty Law Center, they're training the police departments that the number one threat in America is us. It's you and me. We are the enemy, especially if you are a conservative, a libertarian, or God forbid, a constitutionalist. And that's why we are here in occupied Spokane, Washington, where a sheriff deputy was caught on camera saying that the MRAPs are intended for constitutionalists and gun owners. Needless to say, the people in this community, well, they're not very happy about those comments, and they don't like the idea of MRAPs patrolling their streets. And that's why we're here. We're going to participate in the protest tomorrow. It's scheduled tomorrow, that's Saturday, in front of the Spokane County Sheriff's Office in defiance of the police force that now resembles an occupying army. So be sure to check out Infowars.com for more coverage, including live updates tomorrow from occupied Spokane, Washington. I'm Darren McBreen for Infowars.com.
We are back, and again, that was followed last night. We've got a bunch of new reports today. Joe was able to get in and show the MRAP parked behind the sheriff department. They've got other armored vehicles as well. We've got the sheriff saying he can take your life and affect your freedom anytime he wants with a stroke of a pen. Sounds like Obama. We have the same sheriff implying we want violence on them. I mean, my free speech is not violence physically. You are saying you're preparing for war with us. This is so outrageous. This is so transparent. This is so ridiculous. The arms buildup is in the low crime areas with the gun owners and the patrons. The criminal government at the highest level is afraid of the good people. It's the same as criminals coming in with a gun at a bank. They've got a gun, you don't. They're scared of you. They're about to rob you. And this is so transparent. Now, I want to go to Spokane. They're outside the police department where already looks like 50, 60 people are gathering. It was about 300, we're told earlier. We have video of that. The earlier demonstration to former staff sergeant, retired tours of combat in Afghanistan and Iraq, blown up repeatedly in MRAPs, but smaller ones. Joe, I know you were telling the news director, Rob Dew, off air, this is the biggest MRAP you've ever seen. Joe, tell us about that. You've been there since Thursday night into Friday, what your take is on what you're seeing, what's coming up. But as a veteran, as a patriot, this is the Democratic Party and Homeland Security federalizing police and preparing for war with the American people while the borders are wide open. I mean, this is just over-the-top tyranny. Why don't they put armored vehicles on the border where Border Patrol are getting shot and killed and citizens are getting kidnapped and murdered by the thousands? I mean, this is insane, Joe.
Roger that. Joe Biggs here, Infowars.com. Now, right now, we're live, standing outside of the Spokane Valley Sheriff's Department, like you said earlier on East Fog Road. Now, there's people starting to gather right now. And like you said earlier, Alex, there were about 200 to 300 people at the earlier protests for the I-594, which makes it illegal to transfer a firearm from one individual to another without having a background check. Now, in order for that to happen, you would have to go to a FFL or a police department to go to a background check and then hand that firearm over. Now, this is something so ridiculous because most Americans go out and use their firearms at ranges. We go out and we shoot weapons all the time. Hand a gun over someone else, that's a felony. That is something that, as a veteran, as an American citizen, disgusts me. And now we have MRAPs being deployed to all these small town police stations across the country. And I'm going to tell you what, Alex, that MRAP I saw yesterday was the largest MRAP I've ever seen. 10 times bigger than something you would see on the streets in Afghanistan. Another 3 feet wider and another 3 feet higher up off the ground. Way more armor. This is ridiculous that they have something like that deployed in Spokane Valley, that they have things like that deployed in Ferguson, Missouri. This is out of control, Alex.
And they admit it's for us. We kept saying it's for us, it's for us. Here's the secret documents. Now, it's not just this department, all over the country. They admit they've been told this by the Southern Poverty Law Center. They are openly saying it is for veterans, gun owners, conservatives, libertarians in a coming civil war. They tell every department, you will. This came out 6 years ago. You will engage veterans with IEDs. You will be fighting them. How do they know this so magically?
I don't know. It's beyond me, but the SPLC, they're calling people like Representative Matt Shea a so-called bad guy. The leader of the motorcycle club here, Scott McClay, he is a petty criminal in their eyes. They call him a criminal. because he's never even had a criminal record in his entire life. And they're demonizing this man because he's a constitutionalist. Well, let me tell you what the people here in the sheriff's department thinks of what constitutionalists are, because yesterday when I spoke to the undersheriff downtown, he said that, well, they took the term out of context. They didn't mean constitutionalists. They meant extremists. And whoa, you're telling me right now you're confusing the word constitutionalist and extremist in the same way? How is that even possible? They're not even the same thing.
Anybody who remained in
well, Joe, that's right. What they're doing is we have all the documents, the secret documents. It's been in the news for 6 years at least, 7 years. But now that they're trying to make it go public, and then there's a backlash, they go, oh, no, it's not for you. Well, no, it is for the American people.
They're buying up the weapons. They're buying the ammo. They're putting out no hesitation targets where you're shooting at pregnant women and children. They just bought $120 million worth of Abrams tanks that the U.S. Army says they don't want. Now, where's that going to go?
Let's just stop there. I forgot. They're now getting Abrams, actual heavy battle tanks, the #1 battle tank in the world that not even Russian tanks can't even shoot.
And the Army says they don't want any part of it.
That's right. The Army has come out and said it's wrong. I mean, and I'm not trying to lionize the Army, but I do keep noticing that even top brass in the Army keeps saying no, no, no. Why is that, Joe?
Because they know what's going to happen. Some of these people can see there's good people. Like I said, there's some good police officers. There's some good top brass in the military. There's a lot of awake people out there. There's no reason. The tank fleet that we have right now is only 2 years old, Alex. We don't need $120 million worth of more tanks in the military. So the Army saying we don't need this. Now, where's it going to go? What do they do with all the excessive MRAPs they're doing? They're deployed to places like Spokane and Ferguson, all across the U.S. What are they going to do with those tanks? They're going to put them on the streets. We don't need that. America needs to wake up. The citizens of America need to stand up and say enough is enough, like Spokane Valley has done so far.
Now, let's think about this. Soft martial law is coming in. Tanks are wheel tanks. Again, they're wheels that don't tear up the road, are just flying around. They're deploying Bradleys and Warrior fighting vehicles that have been given up by the Army and Marines all over to weapons caches. I've talked to so many officers of the National Guard and the regular big Army, and they go, oh, my God, yeah, Oklahoma, Texas, you name it. They are caching in warehouses and have maintenance groups in there getting them ready for war. I mean, Joe, what do you think's really going on here?
At the end of the day, you've got to put all the pieces together. They're buying up the guns. They're trying to take guns from citizens. They're buying up the ammo. They're putting MRAPs on the streets. They're going to buy tanks. They put a blimp up over the East Coast that General Brommel says is only going to be used for radar. He says it's not going to be used to spy on American people. It's not going to be used to listen on their phone calls. You know, it's not like they ever lie about any of that stuff before. You know they're going to use that stuff to spy on Americans. The NSA is in your phone. You can see it in the terms and services you have. You can't even use an application like Facebook without having your life stolen from you and all your data given out to somebody out there, a third party. This is ridiculous. America is being overtaken by this tyranny. And good Americans out here are saying, you know what, enough is enough. We're not going to take it anymore. We're standing up to you. You're not going to do this here anymore, because I want my kids one day, if I ever have any, to grow up in America, the America it's supposed to be, not some America with a camera all over the place, with blimps flying overhead, with tanks driving up and down the road, with MRAPs, with cops running up and down the streets that you can't tell the difference between if they're cops or military. This is ridiculous.
It's a total criminal takeover, and they're going to stage terror attacks and blame it on us as the pretext for the rollout. You mentioned the story we broke almost 3 years ago. It's got to be 2.5 years ago, of the no hesitation targets. I want to put that on screen for TV viewers. This 2 million plus, you heard me, folks, 2 million plus targets that are of women in the shower, little kids, veterans, old people with walkers. And they said it, Homeland Security ordered this because this is who they're preparing as the new enemy. And there are no hesitation targets to create instinctive shooting of a woman with a kid. They're preparing, just like you train a pit bull to attack a baby or something. They're training them to attack the American people. And at first they tried to deny that, Joe. So as a veteran, I mean, how obvious is this to you? And then I want to talk about what the people on the ground are saying, what their view is of this.
Like I said, I find it so disgusting to go and fight for my country, to go to Iraq, to go to Afghanistan and watch my friends bleed and die, to come back to an America where this is happening, where the peace officers, the police officers look like military, where they're driving up and down the roads in military grade gear, MRAPs, they're full battle rattle uniform. This is out of control. This is something that pisses me off and I can't stand. And when I talk to all my veteran buddies, the ones who are still in, the ones who are deployed, and they're saying, what's going back home? What's going on back there? Why should I even come back home? Is America gone? It scares the hell out of me, but there's change that can happen. There's stuff that we can do. And as Americans, we can stand up to these tyrants and we can say enough is enough.
One is by land, two is by sea. Paul Revere, back in 1775 and then 1776 with the July 4th Declaration of Independence. July 4th is not about hot dogs and beer and fireworks, folks. It's about a ragtag military founded by George Washington, the U.S. Army and the U.S. Navy, founded by John Paul Jones, defeating an empire that the Spanish, the Portuguese, the Dutch, the French, no one could beat. The Russians, nobody beat them, and nobody beat them since except us. And it was about that, saying you're not taking our guns. And what did Paul Revere do? If they saw the troops landing, they knew the invasion was coming by land or by sea. If they came marching up and then landed and they hadn't seen it in another colony, one is by land, two is by sea. Well, it was by sea and by land. And Paul Revere rode. Now, we see the open deployment and the open manuals for open war. And I don't just say this, I'm getting total chills right now. The epic treason. I mean, I don't need to go watch the Hobbit Battle of the Five Armies and watch the orcs march out of Mordor, to get excited. I'm watching our military, our police merged, open war prepared, the morale of the U.S. Army, and they say, because of what's happening at home,
apparently North Henson to shut down too.
There's the silver lining, Joe, that this is the military police because they're not stupid.
Sorry, I lost the feed for a second. The opportunity to change my battery, and I got to pull one of those. So however long this is going, it should be around to catch it. And for tuning in, sharing the link. Hashtag it Black Lives Matter Christmas. I want you directed to the Mall of America while you're at it. As far as I know, there is a group of protesters still on the second floor in the process of being arrested and processed. That's the last I've heard. And I can't get back inside the mall from this entrance, that's for sure. And I didn't have a view of what was going on. I'm outside for the moment. We'll see what happens.
Joe, I agree. I just saw an article back from May with another police chief in another state saying the same thing. You guys print that for me so I can read that on air. The computer screen's so far away I can't even read the small print. But there it is. Police now arming for war against returning veterans. Cops in armored vehicles asked by residents, are you coming to take our guns away? And the cops say, yes, we're preparing for war with the Tea Party. So understand, this is a fact. And what we're doing today is forcing a debate to give support to the police and military that are the ones that are giving us most of the intel. 90+% of the intel. That's why I say, yes, they're sending the military and police after us, but they could be our saviors because they are 500 times more awake than the public. I mean, not 85, 90% of the military is awake, especially if it's Army. Marines then are about 80%, Air Force a little less, and Navy less because they're not involved as much domestically, so they don't know. The Army's been tasked with this treason, so they really know, so the Marines. But, I mean, it is a paradox that the cops and the military are the most awake group, but of course they should be the most awake. They're being prepared for war with us, Joe. So how does that paradox work?
You've got to think. I've been overseas. I've seen them guarding the opium fields. I've seen the weapons. I've seen what they're trying to do. That's why other soldiers like myself and my brothers in arms, who They can be awake. They see what's going on. You know, Fox News, CNN, they put this curtain up. They put this huge beard on, and they always make a bickering between what's going on. They want to take your eyes off real issues, real facts by promoting these race wars, by promoting these wars between the Democrats and the Republicans. So you don't see what's really going on. The MRAPs on the street, the police officers with the no-knock warrants coming in and kicking in the doors, throwing flashbangs and ripping open the chest of a child, shooting homeless people for no reason. This is out of control. Our world, our country is falling apart, and we've got to stand up.
That's right. We got to support good sheriffs. Well, the good news is for every sheriff openly saying he wants war with the constitutionalists, there's another 15 or 20 saying citizens should be armed. We should all work together for law and order. And like the sheriff of Milwaukee and others, that's the answer. If the sheriff, the sheriff of Milwaukee said, we've got some radical groups we're worried about, or bank robber groups, we need armored vehicles, then I wouldn't have a problem. They're saying it's for the good guys. I mean, it's an open declaration of war, Joe. Sorry.
Well, I've spoken to some of the locals here, and they said they've spoken to some of the police officers in the downtown area about the I-594, and they were asking, are you really going to go out and make arrests? Would you really come out to a gun range and put someone in jail because simply they wanted to go shoot that other person's weapon? And a lot of the officers, from what I've been told by the citizens of the community, said no, they would not uphold that law. They would not do that. But what's happening is the corruption is so far up. It's so embedded at the top. We've got to do something down here at the bottom. We've got to get the people rallied together.
Well, I think the safe money is on that sheriff. If there's a fair election, he's not going to be there soon.
But the I-594, you know who's pushing that? That's Bloomberg.
I know.
That's Bill Gates.
Bill Gates, I think, spent $5 million alone to get that passed in Washington.
Yep.
And then Bloomberg spent like $500,000. But that was just in Washington. Bloomberg tried to kick the Milwaukee sheriff and a bunch of other patriots out.
This is so out of control. I mean, it makes my stomach hurt. I mean, I lose sleep at night because I just don't know what's happening to the country that I love, the country that my dad fought for, that my father's father fought for, that my friends fought for, that all these Americans wake up every day and love to see, and it's slipping away because there's so many people out there. There's so many people out there who just want to flip on their Fox News, their CNN, ignore what's going on,
and Joe,
don't do their job.
Joe, let's talk about that, because you got fooled, but it doesn't matter. Your heart was pure. That's what the Bible talks about. King David did some things that were bad, but the point is his heart was pure. You really got mad about 9/11, and you were surfing, doing great, managing businesses, and we've talked about it. I mean, I've seen you surfing on the lake behind the boat. You're a great surfer. You were running bars, businesses, DJing. You were really happy and successful. But you got pissed about 9/11 and went and joined the Army. Your dad, I guess, had been in the Marines. So now you see the real enemy. You've told me personally. I want you to repeat in your own words. That's why you're so upset. You were upset about America going to hell. So you went to fight who you thought was totally involved. Now we find out the government's protecting these radicals. And so that's why you're there now, because you're taking it personal like you're supposed to.
Yeah, I mean, I've been cheated on by the woman I love, and the woman I love was liberty. It was America. You know, when I went over there, I fought what I thought to be at the time the bad guys. I was like, you know what? These guys came over here. They destroyed our country. They're trying to rip us apart, the fabric of America. I've got to go over there and kick their butt. And then I get over there, and then I start finding out what's going on. I get a peek behind the curtain. I do my time. I start making some rank and start finding out more and more things. I start getting a little bit more angry and pissed off about what's going on. There's a change that's got to be made. You know, doing that, and like I said, watching my brothers die over there for something that our own country helped have a part in, it makes me sick at my stomach.
And to watch ISIS
single day.
And to watch ISIS,
that we created.
Which is Al Qaeda being protected.
Exactly.
And now the Army has to go fight ISIS in Iraq when Obama funded them for 4 years and gave them the weapons.
And Ebola in West Africa without any training.
It's insane. I want to go to some clips and back to you, and I want to get McBreen's take if he's there, or any of the other crew and any other points. I want to go once Rob Duke comes in and takes over for a couple of hours. I want to go interview the locals. It looks like a lot more people are showing up. Looks like there's going to be some speeches coming up. We're about 10 minutes away from, or 9 minutes away from the official rally starting. Looks like about 200 people there now.
Roger that. There are people starting to gather now. I think Representative Matt Shea will be coming up soon and speaking to the crowd.
We're going to cover some of those speeches. We're going to talk more to you. Let's go to some of these clips. Here's an interview with Fox 59. A Morgan County, Indiana police sergeant admits that the increasing militarization of domestic police departments is partly to deal with returning veterans who are now seen as a homegrown terror threat. I mean, cops, if they don't like the veterans, they don't like you. Stop being complete morons. Stop being traitors. Stop following legal orders. Stop it. Okay, let's go to this clip. It's not just in Spokane, folks. Here it is.
Grown threat.
We really didn't have the violence that we see today. The weaponry is totally different now than it was in the beginning of my career. Plus, you have a lot of people that are coming out of the military that have the ability and the knowledge to build IEDs and to defeat law enforcement techniques.
Morgan County Sheriff SWAT Commander Dan Downing says such a vehicle would have helped get deputies close today. They were fired at by a barricaded gunman in 2011.
All right, let's stop right there. But you're saying it's for veterans and patriots. As if real veterans coming after you are going to go after you in an MRAP. They're going to go to the cop bar. I mean, you guys really want this Civil War? By the way, every time they talk, it's bull. The crime rate's flat in the last 5 years. It's down since 1992. 50+% for gun violence. Everybody knows those numbers. Pull them up. Just and they try to hide those numbers. There's no crime wave of patriots and conservatives. Stop it. You know it's not true. Stop it. Let's go to the other clip. Let's go to the Spokane County Sheriff's Deputy, head of the SWAT team, talking about how there's a lot of gun owners in this county, and we need this, blah, blah, blah. Again, you're admitting the buildup is for the patriots. If you were a patriot, and if you weren't saying it was for gun owners in the Civil War, and we didn't know who was running you, then it would just be an expense on the county for the upkeep and wouldn't be needed in that area. But I wouldn't be concerned with it. Just be a white elephant, a boondoggle. No, it is in preparation for when they start blowing stuff up and blaming it on veterans and people like myself, like they blamed Oklahoma City on Rush Limbaugh. Let's go ahead and go to that clip.
Today I'm here to talk to you a little bit about a InfoWars report that states that a Spokane County deputy stated that we need a armored personnel vehicle to deal with.
No, guys, we're going to play that clip. I want the original sheriff's deputy, the reason we're at the protest there right now. And then we can play the sheriff. It's the original one with him in the armored vehicle with the person shooting it in the wrong aspect ratio. It's the clip we broke. That's the clip I've been wanting. Let's try it again. Okay, well, when you're ready, or go download it again. No big deal. When you're ready. Okay. And then we'll play the original sheriff.
It's totally appropriate in Iraq, but what kind of a situation in the U.S. do you see that happening?
I mean, we've got a lot of constitutionalists and a lot of people that stockpile weapons, a lot of ammunition. I mean, we've got a lot of constitutionalists and a lot of people that stockpile weapons.
All right. That's important. We'll go back to the InfoWars piece with the sheriff, but the full clip unedited is on Infowars.com. And he goes on to say we may be taking fire from these groups. So later we'll get the raw clip because the sheriff keeps making a big deal out of us playing snippets. I want to play full clips. But let's go back now to the sheriff's statement about InfoWars posting things about violence. Now, InfoWars didn't post jack crap about violence against police or calling for it. You know that. Maybe there was a comment in the message board. You should have said that. This is a way to demonize us and say, see, we are violent. See, we need these armored vehicles for them. We're trying to stop the Civil War that's going to be instituted when they take the pension funds, dummy. I'm talking to the sheriff. Here it is.
Today I'm here to talk to you a little bit about a InfoWars report that states that a Spokane County deputy stated that we need a armored personnel vehicle to deal with constitutionalists that have stockpiled ammunition.
It's totally appropriate in Iraq, but what kind of a situation in the U.S. would you see that happening?
I mean, we've got a lot of constitutionalists and a lot of people that stockpile weapons, a lot of ammunition. I mean, we've got a lot of constitutionalists and a lot of people that stockpile weapons.
That report, in and of itself, is very misleading. What you haven't been told is a particular interview started by a lady filming deputies at a charity function that were working with the MRAP, and her whole contention was that we were trying to desensitize children to the fact that we had an MRAP, that it was all propaganda. She then proceeded to interview not just one deputy, but a sergeant, a corporal, and a deputy. My question is why is only 3 seconds of that interview being shown by InfoWars?
Because we are engaged in real journalism here. We go wherever the truth leads us. Now, we've seen a long slide towards a paramilitary police state in this country. I've been talking about it for a long time, made 4 films on the subject since the late 1990s, and we are now here. They've gone from denying that this is happening to admitting it.
The Department of Homeland Security is working with law enforcement to build a domestic army because the federal government is afraid of its own citizens. And don't forget, the FBI, the DHS, and the nation's police departments, they're being trained that we are the enemy. And look, I've got here a Department of Justice Constitutionalist Extremist Guide right here in my hand. This was published by the DOJ. And it says to look out for American citizens who are members of the Patriot movement. This is a training manual that's titled Investigating Terrorism and Criminal Extremism, published by the DOJ, complete with terms and concepts to help recognize potential extremists. I'm going to read some of their bullet points, and you're not going to believe this. This is what they consider to be extremist speech. Anyone who talks about black helicopters, where they are obviously prone to conspiracy theory beliefs, and they should be monitored and considered a threat, according to the DOJ. If you talk about the Bilderberg Group, or the Trilateral Commission, or the CFR, you are a threat. Anyone who talks about the Illuminati, or the New World Order, you're a threat. And if you stockpile food, water, and weapons, you might be an extremist, according to the United States Department of Justice.
And it also said, if you talk about world government, well, the Council on Foreign Relations and the Trilateral Commission are the ones openly setting up global government. And I could play CNBC announcing, we're now under global government run by foreign banks. But if you announce that, they want the police to go off and attack you and ultimately take you away to a re-education camp. The Emergency Establishment Act, the Civilian Inmate Labor Camp Program. So they always go, we looked for FEMA camps, couldn't find any because they're not called FEMA camps. I just told you the name where you can search the term and it's all official, hundreds of camps for you and your family. Replete with training videos for pastors about how to go to the camp when we're ordered to. I can play that clip right now. Type in clergy response team. This is a giant criminal takeover by special interest, a high-tech third world coup where they use the military to take over. And we're simply trying to expose it, and that's why this big demonstration with hundreds and hundreds of people now arriving is so important. We're going to be going to some of those speeches. We're going to be covering it. Then I'll hand the baton over to Rob Dew. And by the way, the crew's doing a great job up here on Saturday. I'm not frustrated with them when I start getting irritable about finding clips. It's just that I want to see that lady's whole sensational interview where she's bringing up conditioning and has other ones admitting it. Because I know we have the full, by the way, we played a minute 58 clip of that sheriff's deputy unedited. So the police chief says a 3 second. And that's kind of why it's irritating in the new piece we made. It is like 3 seconds. The point is he claims we're a fraud. No, we're not a fraud. We just showed the DHS manual. And he's now backed off and said it's not for constitutionalists. The damn manual says it. I mean, I'm sick of you calling me a liar. I'm sick of it. We're not deceiving anybody. We bust our asses to tell the truth.
And Alex, we put the full clip up a few days ago because they kept replying what's going to change the conversation, and it doesn't change a thing.
Well, what I think we should do is towards the end, a couple hours from now,
we'll play the
we should just obnoxiously play everything
Yeah.
end to end. Even though we've already posted it and played it, just do it again. Because I guarantee you, they're in their sheriff's department right now with some mind controller walking around going, listen to that little bastard. See? I mean, they're there trying to manipulate and brainwash. We need to counter that, okay, Rob?
Yeah, and I just want to say this is why I'm up here. This is one of the reasons right here.
Aw.
It's this little guy.
Let's
He's,
cut to the wide shot and get some comments by him.
Yeah. Hey,
full screen.
What do you think of all this? Say something. Talking to the mic. Pretty interesting, huh? Say it's the kids that have, he has really no idea why we're up here fighting right now. But years from now, he's going to see this and remember this and go, oh, wow, these guys were really doing it. And I hope it's not at a point where, he could be in a camp or there could be an economic collapse. And hopefully we beat this thing. That's why we're doing this. That's why we're up here on Saturday.
And I want to explain exactly. They have signed us on to 2 quadrillion in fake derivatives when our national debt's 19 trillion. 19 trillion is our debt. Another 1,800, what is 19 trillion out of 2,000 trillion? So that's 1 trillion, 900 something trillion is not our debt. There's no way. It's all fraud. They're bringing us down. They're collapsing Mexico, Greece, Spain. They're coming. They want you poor and dumb. All of us. My God, are we this stupid as Americans? We're going to let them do this? I mean, they've been creeping and getting ready for this forever. And if the cops and military just say no, and we all just leave and don't play ball, it's not going to happen. And then we can start indicting and arresting these criminals, restore confidence in the dollar, restore the pension funds. Let's go to Jakari Jackson, because Jakari's up here working hard on Saturday, doing a great job. Not just a reporter and a news writer, but also in there running the board, doing a great job. Jakari, I have no idea what you're going to say, but what's your view on all this?
Yeah, I think everybody's analysis has been spot on thus far. We heard the comments from the sheriff saying that what his deputy said was taken out of context. I don't know how you can take something out of context when a man is asked a simple, direct question. He responds to that by saying that he needs these things to go after the constitutionalists, to combat these constitutionalists, to combat these gun owners. And that goes what we saw earlier this year, maybe it was last year, with the SWAT commander in Illinois saying that they need these things to take on these returning veterans, because these returning veterans, by his account, were out there making IEDs and threatening the public. Maybe there's a rash of IED attacks that I'm not aware of, but these are the justifications that they use to put these things on American streets. And then we talk about what happened out in Ferguson, Missouri, where early on a lot of these tactics were very heavy-handed. They're aiming guns at people inside the crowd. They're lying about using tear gas. And then I believe it was Governor Nixon who said, well, yeah, we gave these guys all these MRAPs and all this military-grade equipment, but we didn't think they would actually use it. It's just the complete idiocy, the lunacy of their justifications. I'm very much convinced that these guys know exactly what they're doing. It's just when they try to convince you and me of this, Alex, just like Christopher Dorner. We heard the audio tape. Let's burn this mother effer down. The cabin catches on fire, and then they try to come out and lie to the public, saying that it had nothing to do with burning it down, even though they say get the gas, burn the gas, and burn the whole thing down. But to bring it all back full circle to what's going on there in Washington, I see there's a lot of great patriots out there. I see a lot of things that are going on, and Biggs is ready to get out there and do some interviews. So, but it's a great time to see Americans out there doing what they need to do to redress their grievances against the sheriff's department. And I really wish that the sheriff's department, I'm sure they are watching this to some extent. They were watching our activities when we were out there in Ferguson, Missouri. So I'm sure these guys are watching as well. I would just hope they would go out there and dialogue with these people and see that many of them are not a threat. They're good people. Yeah, there could be a hothead or two out there, but that's with anything. You could have a church picnic and have some crazy guys show up.
Well, there could be provocateurs in there too.
People aren't good people.
There could be, provocateurs as well, Jakari.
Oh yeah.
Listen, I'd love to have, while you're running the board, or come in here and co-host with Rob Duke coming up, or you can come in here and host. I know you guys got some stuff planned. I'm going to punch out of here just so I don't get too obnoxious and dominate the whole discussion. I'll be in the control room, but I want to turn this over to you guys here in a few minutes and also play some of these speeches that are coming up. But great points, Jakari. Please stay with us, with all the viewers out there as well. Let's go back and get some final comments from Joe Biggs, and then we'll start getting some of these speeches, but also talk to some of the crowd if the speeches haven't started yet. Biggs, you just heard what Jakari was saying.
Once again, Joe Biggs here. We are outside of the Spokane Valley Sheriff's Department. We're live, so thank you everyone for watching. As you can see, there is a large group of people now that have shown up. People are open carrying. There's going to be speeches made throughout the day. There's a lot of great Americans out here right now lined up. They're going to be out here all day protesting. There's a lady up there singing right now, so we're going to...
Yeah, let's hear the Star Spangled Banner. Turn up your mic. Aim your mic over there, Joe.
How you doing, sir? Merry Christmas to you.
So they're making a turn here.
Maybe you can walk up to the microphone. I'm not even sure if she's singing the Star Spangled Banner.
Okay.
I think it's America, America. This is who the globalists want to go after, of course. Just look at how good those people are. But I guarantee you could drop $10,000 in the ground and no one would take it. They would just go. And that's who the freaking stinking criminal government wants to go after. Joe, how many people would you say out there now? You said 300 were there earlier at the other protest. How many?
About 350 so far.
And again, we're going to see more of these as and this is about educating people about what the globalists are up to. So we can have a public debate about it so it doesn't go to a physical war.
Slowly advancing.
Joe, I'm going to turn it over to you guys. You can go now, I guess, get at the back so you don't interfere. Do some commentary, and as speakers come up, we'll get the camera up front and get some of that info. I don't think the crowd will mind if you get up there to the front and get the speeches. Great job to the crew. I'm going to be here as well, but I'm going to go ahead and turn things over now to Joe Biggs and Darren McBreen and Travis Knight, as well as Josh Owens, who are out there on the ground in Spokane, Washington. Great job to all the folks that have already showed up out there and to our crowd that came in today. We got a lot of other clips and special reports coming up. I'm Alex Jones. This is live coverage from prisonplanet.tv. Please send the links out on infowars.com/show to Facebook, your Twitter, so everybody else can tune in right now as we cover real Americans trying to stop the globalist takeover. Back to the live feed.
So we have about 250 demonstrators.
Okay, sorry, we just had a wire snap. I got it fixed.
You get that ready? Yeah, your audio's good. You can go ahead and go up the front, and we can get some footage of that, and then get some interviews afterwards, and we'll also get Jakari's take, and Rob Duell come in here and take over is it called the comm in Star Trek? They call it on Navy ships. He'll come over and take the wheel over. Joe Biggs, go ahead. The bridge. Go ahead.
So we're out here right now off to the side. Right now, the Scott McClay, he is the president of the Rattlesnake Motorcycle Club. He's up here right now giving a speech, talking to the protesters out here who have gathered.
Let's get that speech then.
We've got a couple live stream cameras up there. We can't get too close to that speaker and start making it.
Really poorly chosen arrest.
All right, I think we might have lost an audio here.
I'm hoping that nobody was hurt.
That's City Hall. That's Cleveland City Hall.
Today, there's a lot of folks that are on board. It's not going away. And I don't think you're going away. I'm not going away. I think we're going to be just fine. So I want to introduce Gavin Simon. You've seen him on YouTube. You've heard about his efforts down in Grant County and Olympia, what he stands for, the work he's doing. I want to invite him up and ask him to speak. Gavin Simon.
I think I'm just trying to get clarification. I'm going to try and raise this speaker up, and I'm going to shout, because patriots tend to have less resources than the statists, but we make do with what we have, don't we? Hopefully that helps out a little. It's awesome to see you all here, and I see a lot of people that were in Olympia last weekend, a lot of fellow patriots. We got Bosworth back there. We've got Matt Shea. I mean, what a great gathering. We had a great little rally over there at the courthouse reminding government that our rights are non-negotiable.
Especially active around this issue of police brutality. of winding down here. I'm going to keep the stream up for a few minutes and try to make my way to my vehicle.
This one that's behind.
Pretty well blocked out. I mean, hectic. It was pretty hectic. Let's just say that. A lot of running around. 2 hours. That was all. Yeah, that's all. Like a really long time. Thank you everyone for tuning in. I really appreciate it. Again, if you haven't already, follow me at Wham Swagner, WAMSWAGNER. I'm on Facebook. My name is Sam Wagner, hence the change in letters there. You can also find my page, Radical News Media and Photography.
They've walked the sidewalk on the
That's on
other
Facebook.
side as well.
I have a GoFundMe account. The link was posted earlier, so maybe you can find it in the comments.
So I'm going to go see.
If you want to make a donation to keep this work going here in the cities, I try to attend every action that I can and give the people the coverage from a more radical perspective. Finally, we're on the west side. Thank you, Shuggy. Thank you, Resist, for keeping people plugged in and helping share the links. That's huge, man. I really can't say anything more. I really appreciate that. I'm talking to people on the stream and sharing my links.
And you're protecting that system!
Need to go this way, Don. I'm not sure. All right. Thank you again for tuning in. I love you all. Subscribe here and have a great rest of your day. And follow me.
Neighborhood thought that she was being attacked, and they shot her with 30 bullets.
In that place for about 4 hours. We just wandered around and we questioned police officers and we looked at their unmarked cars. And by the end of the night, it was amusing because the police were running from us. And I found something, and I'm coming to a point here with all of this. When the government fears the people, there is liberty. And people will come to me and they'll say, Gavin, you're too aggressive, or you walked up and you stuck your foot in the door and you wouldn't let that officer leave. And I say, what employer would tolerate the utter disrespect that our employees give us? You would be out on your ass by 5 o'clock. Now we need to act on principle and on liberty and on justice, and we need to be equal for all. But that doesn't mean we have to bow down. And when you stand the line and you stand boldly and you expect the law and justice to be upheld, the paradigm changes. In my town, just a couple of days ago, I just pulled in to watch a police stop. And they know me there. I wasn't doing anything. I was just observing. It was late at night. And my little town tends to have that issue with police where they just like to sort of harass people. And let's be clear, I don't dislike police or authority. I hate injustice. Now, as soon as I pulled in, this officer was walking to the car, and I just sat in my car. I turned on the camera like I do sometimes when I feel the inkling, and he walks back to his car and turns his spotlight directly into my eyes so that I can't see. So I moved the car up in front of him, and I pulled in front. I got out of the car, and I went and I dressed that officer down right in front of his car. And he said, well, you need to go back to your car. You need to put your hands in his pocket. And I waited until the stop finished. And I went back and I said, you listen to me. Don't you ever behave like that again. You work for the people and you will respect the people. And he said, is that a threat? And I said, no, you just need to remember who you serve. Yeah. Now I think it's time. Anthony and I came up here and we saw complete disregard for accountability on every front. You know, in Washington State, it's illegal for officers to run around in unmarked cars because it's dangerous. And we should know who our daughters and our wives are being stopped by in the dark of night. They do not have to fear a rapist at their window because our police are more concerned about hiding in dark alleys to write taxes to drivers that are going 6 miles an hour over the speed limit.
On the other side, I'm gonna go ahead and walk.
A government that spends its time harassing its citizens for petty faults rather than dealing with real crime has failed at its reason to exist. I think the sheriff of Spokane County has been given enough chances. And I say to the citizens of this county, maybe it's time to start looking at firing the employees that do not do their job. And you don't have to these lawless officials. It's time we stop tolerating this lawlessness. Now let's bring this right to here, and I don't know how long I'm supposed to speak, so just nudge me if I'm supposed to wrap up here. This MRAP, it's not about MRAPs, it's not about guns, it's about liberty. It's about accountability. It's about government that does not look at people and say, well, we need these special weapons for those constitutionalists. I'm sorry, those constitutionalists are the ones that you are supposed to defend with your life, and we're looking at the wrong paradigm with our public officials and our peace officers. We say, well, some of them are oath keepers. How about we demand that all of them be oath keepers? Make no mistake, if we don't stand up, America, and stop tolerating this, if we don't stand up, I've learned that we can still stick our neck out and not have it chopped off. And so have many other of you standing here. I see many fine patriots. I see the birds over here. I see all these people that for years, many have been standing up for much longer than I have. We can stick our neck out. We can stand courageous because nothing terrifies a bully more than someone who will stand up for them. So when I look at this situation that transpired over the past week, and it's a positive thing in one sense, because what changes things is the conversation. And I say this all the time because the enemy is much better and has much more resources to get the conversation out. We need to always bring it back to that umbrella of liberty that encompasses the justice and the law that we placed on government. Let's be clear, the Constitution gives us nothing. The Constitution is a law that we placed on government to say, this is what you shall do. You know, I've been studying John Locke a lot lately, and then I've been watching the news as these Supreme Court decisions come down, and they basically say, well, the Fourth Amendment doesn't apply here, and the Second Amendment doesn't apply there, and maybe tomorrow it'll be, well, those Christians in that church, that's illegal, and let's take this over here. That guy's house is nice. Let's take that and kill him. Does that sound good? That's called democracy. And that's not what we have in this republic. And I was reading John Locke recently, and he said a magistrate or a judge that is operating outside the authority that was granted him, he is no longer a judge. The Supreme Court, when they say we decide this doesn't apply, that is not law. And people come to me and they say, well, Gavin, the Supreme Court said, I don't care what the Supreme Court says. Me and these patriots will defend our home and our family with justice and liberty. And so when we look at this MRAP and we look at all these things going on, we see this militarization.
All right, if you've just now joining us, We're at the Spokane Valley MRAP protest. This is live coverage going on in Spokane, Washington right now. We got 4 of our crew on site. This is pretty big deal, I think. We're bringing the conversation to the police. This started back in December 14th of 2014. Mikhail Thalen's article, Police Armored Military Vehicles Needed for Constitutionalists with Firearms. And we got that video sent to us by a listener. We put it up. The sheriff responded saying, oh, you guys are taking it out of context. Well, then we put the full 5-minute up. It didn't take anything out of context. They had that MRAP out there at a Walmart to desensitize people that police are now driving around in giant tanks. And we're going to go to a video here in a second of Joe Biggs actually seeing this MRAP and interviewing a couple of the PIO and I think another deputy there and, asking them. And they give you colorful answers and oh no, he didn't mean constitutionalists, he meant extremists. And well, the SPLC is teaching that constitutionalists are extremists. That's part of the training manuals. All right, and we've shown you that. You've seen McBreen's report. It's the top one on the Alex Jones channel right now. You should go check it out. Here's something interesting. You guys can get an overhead cam shot of this. One of the things the Spokane Sheriff's Office is planning for right here, they have offered aerial platform shooting. And this is, they want to do this because focuses on arresting suspects either by air crew or by directing ground troops. However, the high possibility exists that suspects may open fire on helicopter engaging craft and crew. This is military training they're going under. This is military training. So when they say, oh, no, it's not military, it's not military, it's military. Don't believe the hype. All right, we played the report earlier, MRAPs for Mayberry. These MRAPs are going all over the place. They're not going just to big cities where they actually have some problems that they may need this once a month, once every 3 months. No, there's one up in Cedar Park, about 30 miles from here, 30 miles north of here. Cedar Park, population of about 45,000. You count Leander and the surrounding areas. Crime rate way lower than Austin. Austin doesn't even have an MRAP. But yet they think they need one. And it's like this. The government comes and says, hey, we want to give you a big tank. What do you guys think of this? Oh, well, all these guys want to get their tanks. So they get it, and then they don't realize how much it costs to actually run this thing. And some of them are actually giving them back because of the cost. And then some people are coming in demanding that they give it back, which is another good thing. And like we said, we've been talking with Joe Biggs. We've got shots going up. You can go to our Ustream channels, Real Alex Jones and Alex Jones Live, and check out just the raw feeds if you want to. We're also running this on YouTube and on Infowars.com/show. So our YouTube channel, the Alex Jones channel, you go to that and it'll pop it right up, the Alex Jones channel. So there's lots of ways you can watch us. We've got tweets out there with all the addresses. You go to the top of Infowars. All right, it's going on the masthead. You click on that little MRAP up there and you can see the protests and what's going on and why people are fed up with this, why people are angry and want to get the word out and want to start that dialogue. I think it's great that the sheriff came back and said, oh, he didn't mean that. Now we're in a dialogue. Now we can say, well, you know what? What about this? What about this? What about the training you're receiving? Why does it always come back to people who like having guns and freedom are the bad people in this country? Why is that the modus operandi of the law enforcement? Why are they being trained in this way? And the reports go back. If you watch Alex Jones's Police States 1, 2, and 3, and then we did Police State 4, The Rise of FEMA, just go back and watch that. It shows you all the different tactics the police use, all the different training they're being put under. And it's all part of this government thing to get the local governments afraid of the people. There's no reason to be afraid of them. We're not the dangerous ones. The dangerous ones are the ones in control of armies and nuclear missiles, and those are the ones we need to worry about. So this protest is going on for probably another hour and a half, but I don't think these guys are leaving anytime soon. And you're watching, if you see any technical glitches, that's technology. We're bringing you this live. We have 3 different feeds going up to you right now, a Skype feed, and then 2 from our Ustream channel. So that's a lot of different elements going on right here. We came up on a Saturday to do this. We'll be here at least the next hour and a half. Right now, I want to go to a report that Joe Biggs and company filed last night. Joe went and interviewed the sheriff's office PIO and I believe another deputy, and I think it was the shift manager, and talked to them, had some questions for them. Why isn't the sheriff ready to dialogue? We're ready to talk. We've invited him on the show numerous times. He went on vacation. And then he went on vacation, but then he showed up to confront State Rep Matt Shea, who's courageous and speaking out against this. We got a full interview with him that we'll play a little bit later. But I want to go to this video first. And at the end of this video, Joe Biggs is standing in front of the giant MRAP, and it's bigger and badder than anyone he's ever ridden in Iraq and Afghanistan. He's actually been to war. He's actually fought the enemy, if you believe Afghanistan is our enemy and Iraq is our enemy. If you want to go down that road, well, he was fighting the enemy. And I'm not taking anything back from Joe and his service or any of the servicemen out there. But what I just want to say is the real enemy are the people that want to go after freedom. And those people are amongst us right now. Let's go to that clip.
I'm Joe Biggs with Infowars.com in downtown Spokane, Washington. Now we're at the sheriff's department, or the sheriff's office, I should say, in the downtown area. The courthouse is just right over here. We came in to see if we could speak to the sheriff himself and ask him about the MRAP, ask him about what the officer in question said, the reason why they thought we had taken that stuff out of context. Clearly, you can't take something like that out of context when it's a straight up video that was loaded on. There's no editing done. It's just the straight what he said. I mean, there's no way to take that out of context. So there was some flip-flopping with that. Let's listen to what the undersheriff had to say about that.
I'd like to speak with him if possible. He's not able today. Is there a PIO we can speak to?
Okay, thanks. Well, that was one of the things that we were trying to find out, is because I know he came out and said that he would be willing to debate Alex with Infowars about what's going on. And then when we called him to confirm that, then all of a sudden it came out that he didn't have, or he was on this planned vacation.
Yeah, he's out of the area. So,
but he was seen earlier or yesterday at 3 p.m. at a meeting.
As of yesterday, he left town. So, I mean, that's my understanding. I thought he left in the morning. I don't believe he's in town. Yeah, I mean, that's coming from a representative here in town. That's coming from numerous people who've seen him.
So we're trying to find out what's going on, because it seems like he's saying he'll debate us, he'll talk to us about the issues that are going on with the MRAP and other issues, but then he flip-flops. So, I mean, does he normally say one thing and do another?
No, he'd absolutely, I'm sure, meet with you if he was here. But, I mean, he's out of town. He's not in the office. I haven't seen
him. And it's just
him.
like another thing, though. He says that he's a constitutionalist, but why is the officer saying that the MRAP's going to be used for constitutionalists?
It's not. I mean, it was a poor choice of words by our deputy.
Is there anything going to be done to this deputy? I mean, it's got the country kind of a good.
No, he certainly. No one in the sheriff's office feels that way, and he doesn't as well. I mean, it was a poor choice of words that doesn't represent our values or his values.
You're saying that we took these statements out of context, but all we did is put up the raw video. So we're trying to find out what it was meant, or what he was meaning by when he said that the MRAP could be used for constitutionalists. In your opinion, what do you think he was trying to say by that, so we can clarify the situation?
Yeah, like I said, it was a poor choice of words. There are all kinds of ideologies that make extreme cited any ideology can be people who use violence. And certainly,
but I mean, but then that's the thing, though. Now we're mixing extremists with the definition. Do you know what the definition of a constitutionalist is?
I have what I believe the definition is.
But what is that then?
Certainly, I don't consider constitutionalists. Let me clarify. 99.9% of people who are constitutionalists are law-abiding citizens and follow the Constitution just like we do. I mean, I'm just as much of an American as you are. And
I spent quite some time in the Army. I did 4 years in combat. You know, I carry guns. I do all that stuff. I don't have any criminal background. So, I mean, I think a lot of people find it very offensive when someone is saying, because it seems like, all right, we're going to use this MRAP, this military tool. I've driven before in Iraq and Afghanistan. You know, it's one of those things that we've got to clarify it, and we've got to find out why that was being said, because if it's something that's being trained or taught to the younger officers, then that's something that's an issue that we really need to fix.
Sure, and it's not being trained to the younger officers. Like I said, it was a poor choice of words. He shouldn't have used that word.
Who was the first terrorist organization in the United States?
Who? Founding fathers. You mean Thomas Jefferson? You mean George Washington? Paul Revere? These guys right here, let me ask you something. Did they try to scare people? They tried to intimidate the British. Did they use acts of violence? Your founding fathers, my founding fathers, were involved in acts of terrorism against British officials. And don't forget, the FBI, the DHS, and the nation's police departments, they're being trained that we are the enemy. And look, I've got here a Department of Justice Constitutionalist Extremist Guide right here in my hand. This was published by the DOJ. And it says to look out for American citizens who are members of the Patriot movement.
Now, we've seen the training manuals where they clearly state that they're going to go after Tea Partiers, constitutionalists, patriots, people like Alex Jones, all of us here at InfoWars, people like you who are watching this right now at your computer, on your phone, at home on TV. We're the enemy now. This is what they're training, that we're bad. We have these no hesitation targets where the police officers shooting and training to shoot pregnant women and kids and elderly. This is something that needs to change. This is a bad narrative. The training that's happening is out of control. This is the kind of stuff that you would see the military do, and for some reason, it's bleeding over into our law enforcement. And now the SPLC, we have them. The end-all, be-all to who's extreme and who isn't. They say that we're the bad guys. They've come in here and trained these police officers. How many out there? We know about this one. How many other police departments across this nation have been trained by the SPLC? Now, how much training and instruction has the Sheriff's Department received from the SPLC?
I have no idea.
So you don't know at all? I know they had some meetings. They've had representatives sit down on those meetings as well to watch the training.
Like years and years ago, I don't even know what year.
Media and photographers.
No.
Well, as you can see, pretty much every question I asked was not even answered. It was pretty much just glossed over. So transparency is not really there. The sheriff is on his vacation, which he was spotted yesterday at 3 p.m. in the city at a meeting. All right, now we're going to go in and take a look inside the garage, which is right over here. The MRAP that they have, the MRAP from the video that's now become so popular. Now, one of the things that I found very interesting about the MRAP, it is much larger than any MRAP I've used personally. I'm not saying that other people in the military have or whatever. This MRAP personally is way bigger than any MRAP that I've ever had to use in combat, and it has way more body armor on it, so to say. Way thicker plates, huge, bulky, higher up off the ground, wider, and can hold way more people in it. So that's another interesting part, that our police force has a armored military vehicle that's even bigger than something that myself and my unit would use in combat in Iraq or Afghanistan. So that's another key point to think about and hold in the back of your mind while watching this video, while you're looking at it, to take into context. It's kind of hard to see how big it is when you're not actually here in person, but it is a very, very big vehicle, and for some reason they have a feeling, they have this idea that they need it here in Spokane. So tomorrow is going to be the protest. Tomorrow at 2 p.m. in front of the Spokane Valley Police Department, citizens, Americans alike from all over are going to come out there and protest why this MRAP is here. So stay tuned for more reports. I'm Joe Biggs with Infowars.com.
All right, and that was Joe Biggs interviewing the Sheriff's Department officials. They were giving boilerplate answers. Did you see the size of that MRAP? I mean, Joe looked like a literal hobbit next to that thing. And this is what is being used now in our local communities as normal police equipment. That's got to freak you out. That's got to really freak you out. And I want to point out something else. Washington State is named after the father of our country, George Washington. And you can see a shot from the flag earlier. It's a green flag. It's got a picture of Washington on it. And these police and sheriff's deputies swear an oath to the Constitution. Yet, when that deputy is asked, who is this tank for? The first thing he says are constitutionalists. That's got to be, it's ridiculous that he could say that. How could he be trained and swear an oath to the Constitution and then say that people who believe in the Constitution are the ones we have giant tanks for. Do you see the disconnect there?
Rob, dude, it just reminds me that the article came out. We saw that they said that the founding fathers would not be welcome in today's modern military. You guys remember the the FEMA clip?
Mm-hmm.
He says, "Who were the first terrorists? The founding fathers."
Founding fathers.
And they don't like these guys. But yeah, they see this flag back here in our studio, and they act like we have some picture of Bin Laden or something up.
Well, I used to think this mentality was just back east, but now we see it all the way in Washington State. That's on the other side of the country. That's all. And you think in Spokane, you got a guy like Matt Shea who stands up and is being courageous. I've never seen a state rep talk like this guy. And the exact opposite is the sheriff who is defending his deputy for saying constitutionalists are bad and that we're going to use tanks against them. I mean, I just can't believe it. I can't believe this is going on in our country, but I'm glad to see what we're seeing right now. People standing up, people going out there, wanting to talk to their sheriff right in front of the police department saying, listen, you're going to have a big problem if you start using tanks against us. And let's start a dialogue right now. Why do you have tanks? Why do you have all this stuff? Why are you being trained that we're the enemy? Why do you have the Southern Poverty Law Center coming in and telling people that people who like the Constitution, people that even might talk about the New World Order could be terrorists? Look at that. The legislator's dirty dozen. I bet Matt Shea's on there. Oh, yeah, look at that. Scroll down. There he is.
So if you're just
oh, yeah, we got to worry about an Iraqi vet. He's a war veteran coming back and serving his state as a state legislator. We got to worry about him. That's who we got to worry about.
Well, do you remember that DHS memo that Napolitano said she had nothing to do with, but that's another story. And they said it's your returning veterans. These are the guys you got to watch out for. And then, the clip we referenced earlier about the SWAT commander in Illinois saying, we need these things for the returning veterans.
Right here.
Yeah, you got it right there on your desk.
And we just played the clip earlier. He said, they're armed for war against returning veterans, and he's talking about IEDs. He thinks soldiers are going to come back and plant IEDs to take out the police. Most of the soldiers coming back are becoming police. I mean, it's just such a disconnect in the way these guys are trained, and that's why we need to start this debate. That is why we need to make this debate the priority. Not whether we like black people or white people, because that's not even the point. That's the point that the media wants to push on you, that black people are dangerous, or white people are dangerous, or white police officers kill black people. You know what? Police officers kill a lot of people, and they need to be educated on who they serve. And that's why we're out there today covering this event. Do we have any feeds going on right now? I think that's Matt Shea speaking right now. Why don't we go a little bit of him?
Constitutionalist candidates for city council. Thank God, by the way, both of those men won. But I'm going to submit to you today that the Southern Poverty Law Center and the sheriff that backs them is the most dangerous organization in this country. I mean, imagine the conversation these guys are having. You know, those evil constitutionalists, those people that they actually read the Constitution. Some of them even carry guns. I mean, that's un-American, isn't it? Yeah. I said to you that if loving the Constitution is now terrorism, then we don't live in a free country anymore. So to the SPLC and the anti-gunners, they don't like us not because of how we act. They don't like us because of what we believe. And when we start to criminalize what somebody believes, we don't have freedom. We don't have freedom. So today we stand in defiance of tyranny. We stand in defiance of those who hate the Constitution. We stand in defiance of those who would take our guns, and we say, no more, the line in the sand is here, and we are not going to back up one single inch. And we don't just say that for Spokane Valley, we say that for all of Americans who want to live free. So today we call on our sheriff here in Spokane Valley to apologize to the community, to apologize to the American people, to conduct a constitutional rights class for law enforcement, and do that. We call on him to resign, and if he won't do and also probably send the MRAP back home. I want to say also that the next time that this sheriff decides to challenge somebody to a debate and we show up to take him up on that, don't suddenly go on vacation, okay? Just actually do what you say you're going to do. That's right. So today we reject the idea.
All right, looks like we lost the audio there. That is new technology. Ustream, streaming live from two different sources, and we got a Skype feed going off. And right now the guys are out there conducting interviews. But we'll go, y'all can throw up shots, and I'll just talk over them. I'm going to just live shots of this. It's pretty interesting. That's Representative Matt Shea right there. And we have a sit-down interview we did with him we're going to go to in a little bit. But he said it all right there. That was just the nutshell. We got to get rid of the SPLC. Stop talking. I'm sorry, I was supposed to be on one right there. Go back to me now. The SPLC is the problem. They don't need to be training our officers on who's good and who's bad in this country because they are bought and paid for by this weird left-wing contingent who thinks anybody that loves freedom or private property or gun ownership is bad in this country. That's what they're training people. But those are the bad guys. Those are the bad guys. And this sheriff does need to either resign or go do a 180 in his direction. He needs to start training his men in what the Constitution means, that constitutionalists are not extremists, and he needs to give the MRAP back. There's no reason to have a giant tank that's bigger than what they're using in Afghanistan and Iraq on the streets of any town, USA.
And talking about the MRAPs, I want to point out to the people who don't know, a lot of these police departments and these sheriff's departments, they get these MRAPs for cheaper than you can get most used minivans. These guys pay, $2,000-$3,000, and they spend most of their graphics. We heard the guy keep referencing the guy in Illinois. He said they spend more money on graphics and sirens and all that other stuff than they did on the actual vehicle itself. So these things are dirt cheap. They get them at bargain basement prices. Having some fun in the studio there. But yeah, I just want to point that out to people. These things they're given to these police departments, and then a lot of times they can't even give them back. We saw after the situation that happened in Ferguson, Missouri, some of these police departments, sheriff's departments said, hey, we want to give these things back. The Pentagon wouldn't take them back. They said, you're going to keep these things, you're going to maintain these things, and that's where your cost really comes in, because they may have got these things at dirt cheap prices, but you can't drive a big MRAP down to Jiffy Lube to get it serviced. You need specialized guys with specialized equipment and specialized training to maintain these vehicles. Yeah,
the parts and maintenance alone are going to bankrupt most of these police departments. And they don't realize that. And when they do, they go, hey, federal government, we need to give this back. And they go, nope, you're keeping it. So then you got this giant tank just sitting there, rusting away, wasting away. It's totally ridiculous. And yeah, they give them to these, they mostly get these things for free, if you didn't know that. They say, here, they try to get them in the door, but you got to maintain it. And the big sheriff goes, well, I think that's what I want. We got to have us a tank. Them constitutionalists. We just took a class on constitutionalism, how they're extremists. We had a guy from the FBI here today telling us to watch out for militia groups, motorcycle gangs. All these people are anti-freedom, anti-America, so we got to take them out. And that's exactly
right,
the opposite.
And talking about these sheriffs, we talked a lot about some of these more undesirable sheriffs, but we do have good sheriffs out there. David Clark, which we mentioned earlier, also Nick Finch out there in Florida, many other ones as well. These are just the more people we've had guests on our shows. These constitutional sheriffs and these other guys. So there are good sheriffs out there. If they want some training, let's have David Clark go out there and teach these guys what the Constitution is. Let's have Nick Finch go out there and teach these guys how to deal with the populace.
I think the majority of sheriffs are kind of like lukewarm in the middle. There's some that know what's going on, are constitutionalists, and then there's probably a bigger contingent that are funded by, these left groups that are being trained and funded to go in and set up the systems where they can come and take our guns eventually. And then most of the sheriffs have no idea this is going on either way. And so what we have to do is educate the ones that don't know what's going on and say, hey, you got to be aware of this. When the SPLC comes knocking on your door, you need to say no, take a hike. That's what we need to be doing. We need to be getting up and getting active. And that's what the people of Spokane are doing today. What are you doing out there? People that are watching this out on YouTube. are out on Infowars.com/show or PrisonPlanet.tv. What are you doing to wake up the sheriffs in your area? Are you bringing them a book written by Sheriff Mack called The Constitutional Sheriff? Are you bringing them articles like this that's saying, hey, look, these guys are preparing for war against us? What are you doing? Are you preparing for war? Look at that. Returning veterans are not the problem in this country.
And we just finished off.
It's not returning veterans. It's not the average citizen who wants to own guns, handguns, rifles, assault rifles, semi-automatics. They're not the problem. Those are the people who are going to defend this country when it hits the fan.
So this really looks like,
And it could happen at any time.
A version.
I mean, the way with this oil situation going on right now, enjoy that cheap gas right now, because that's about to change. That's going to change probably in about a year and a half. We're going to get used to that cheap oil. We're going to go back to the giant gas guzzler and trucks, and then all of a sudden it's gone. It's going to be back up to $6, $7 a gallon because they're driving down these small guys that are here doing the shale fracking up in Canada, all around the United States. But you can say what you want about fracking. It does get us cheaper oil. And until we come up with an alternative energy source that's actually viable, because windmills aren't going to do it. Solar power is only good on homes. When you try to make a giant power plant, it's not as effective. But they don't want to have people with their own power because then they'd be independent. You can't have that. Got to have everybody under the thumb of the power companies. They might lose their monopoly. Let's go now. Let's see if we can reestablish contact while we're on this video right now. I want to go to the Spokane. What's that? Okay. Well, let's go to State Rep Blow's militarized police state wide open. This is Matt Chase's sit-down interview we did yesterday. It's on the Alex Jones channel. You can find it on InfoWars. You need to send this to your state rep and say, hey, how come you're not talking like this? How come you're not acting like this? Why don't you get mad when MRAPs start coming to our area? Why don't you get up and start talking to the sheriff? That's what we elected you for. That's what you're paid to do, is to defend our liberties and freedoms. And if we had a lot more Matt Shays out there, we had 200 of those guys all around the states, you'd see a big change. You'd see the federal government starting to button its lip and do what it's supposed to do, not overstep its boundaries and start saying, hey, that river's ours. Hey, that mud puddle's ours. Hey, that pond's ours. Hey, this land is ours. We're going to take it over and build a giant highway so we can bring in cheap goods from China and through Mexico. That's what we need. We need more Matt Shays out there. So let's go to this report, and we'll be right back after this.
We're here at the offices of State Representative Matt Shay in occupied Spokane, Washington, as he is fed up with the increasing militarization of our nation's police departments. Now, this guy, he's what a real leader should be. He's got the guts to stand up against tyranny, and he doesn't sit around playing politics while our freedoms are being eroded. And we're going to go in there right now. I want to get his take on the rising police state in America. And also want to ask him what he expects tomorrow, Saturday, as there is a massive protest scheduled to be held in front of the Spokane Valley Police Department in defiance of the increasing domestic police army right here in Washington State. Let's go check it out.
I'm State Representative of Spokane Valley. I've been serving for 8 years now, 4 full terms, and I'm also the assistant floor leader for the House Republicans in Washington State. But more importantly, I'm a combat veteran, I'm a constitutionalist, I'm a pro-Ron Pauler, I'm pro-life, and I'm a gun owner, which probably checks off all the lists of the Southern Poverty Law Center.
You are concerned about the increasing militarization of our nation's police departments, not just here in Washington State, but across the board, across the entire United States. What's wrong with militarized police patrolling the streets of America?
Well, I think it's an escalation, and I think it causes division in the community. And clearly, there's a lot of people up in arms in Spokane Valley with what just happened with this deputy saying that these MRAPs are going to be used for constitutionalists who stockpile guns and ammunition. Well, that's most of my legislative district. Most of the city of Spokane Valley believes that way. So I think it's very alarming. And this comes on the heels of Senator Rand Paul's Senate hearing where he questioned the administrator of the program that is bringing these MRAPs down to local law enforcement, because they're also giving local law enforcement bayonets. And he said, what reason would you ever need a bayonet for local law enforcement, and they didn't have an answer, of course, and he called them on it. And it's not just the equipment. I think a lot of people get lost in the equipment. It's the attitude. It's clearly the attitude that the people are the enemy that believe in the Constitution and the rule of law, when it should be the other way around. The question should be, why aren't you a constitutionalist? Why don't you believe in the rule of law? You took an oath to defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Why aren't you upholding that oath? And I think that's what we need to challenge local law enforcement all over the country with that. And you know, it's heartening to me and encouraging to me, because there are deputies, there are officers that disagree with the direction of the militarization of the police, and have approached me privately. I know they've approached InfoWars privately and said, hey, look, we don't agree with this. We don't believe in this. And we really have to change and get back to what we were, and that was peace officers, not law enforcement officers.
That's right. And that's what we need to do. We need to open up the dialogue, and let's start talking about this, and let's re-educate them, because the deputy that made those comments, he's just regurgitating what he's learned in training. And so tell me about that. You were there, the SPLC, the Southern Poverty Law Center, actually training police forces here in Washington. That blew my mind when I heard about that. You were actually there in the training. Tell me a little bit more about that.
So several years ago, this same sheriff that is at the center of this entire controversy brought the Southern Poverty Law Center to Spokane, Washington, Spokane Valley, actually, and trained the deputies. And I was on the list of the dirty dozen most dangerous constitutional legislators in the country. And so
that's a badge of honor, by the way.
It is a badge of honor. I take that as a big compliment, probably the biggest compliment anybody could receive here as an elected official. But in that training, what was so alarming is the Constitution Party was a domestic terrorist organization. They put up on the screen the picture of the leader of the We the People movement out of Pullman and said he was a domestic terrorist. Now, these people have never been charged with a crime, and I've talked to them. I know them personally, and yet they are being labeled domestic terrorists without any charges whatsoever. And that was the most alarming thing to me out of that Southern Poverty Law Center training. What we did is we went out publicly and questioned the sheriff on that. And he had about the same reaction he's had this time, a defiant reaction. To me, that's not what a leader does. A leader says, you know, I'm sorry. And what the Southern Poverty Law Center does, and in recent days, deputies have come up to me and told me about the training they're receiving, and they're labeling people constitutionalists and using it in a broad spectrum to really label everybody. And the problem is the dictionary definition of constitutionalist is somebody that loves the Constitution and supports the rule of law. So change your terms in your training, or else we have to assume you're intentionally doing this.
Well, and doesn't it echo what we're seeing from the Department of Justice, the Department of Defense, the Department of Homeland Security, even the FBI, because they're training everyone across the board as well, that constitutionalists, libertarians, Tea Partiers are potential terrorists. We've seen the training manuals. So to me, it's like a group effort to kind of persuade law enforcement agencies that we are the enemy.
Words have meaning. Constitutionalist has a meaning. And again, it is somebody that supports the Constitution and the rule of law. That's what the sheriff should be doing. That's what every deputy, that's what every...
He claims to do it. He says, I'm a constitutionalist. I've seen him, but that's just talk is cheap, right?
Well, it is cheap. And he says that this whole video was taken out of context. I don't know a situation or a context where ever a statement like that would be justified, ever. And so I have to ask the question of that sheriff, do you really understand, or are you doing this intentionally? And like I said, words have meaning. And if you want to talk about context, let's talk about the context of bayonets being local law enforcement, this massive militarization that's happening, where M given to small towns with 2,000 and 3,000 people, where there really is no justification at all for them to be there. Let's talk about the context of this particular sheriff, who on October 20th, 2014, at a debate at Central Valley High School said, and I quote, "I, with the stroke of a pen, can take away your rights, and I can take away your life in certain circumstances." That is a startling statement from somebody in the context of everything else that's going on.
I, with the strike of a pen, can affect your freedom. I can also take your life in certain circumstances. And you're telling me you don't want me held to the highest standard possible.
Well, I certainly hope the sheriff shows up tomorrow, Saturday, for the big protest scheduled. What do you expect to see tomorrow during the protest?
I think people just had enough. You know, this is kind of a line in the sand. This is the smoking gun. You know, for years we had thought that this was the case, that they were militarizing the police for reasons other than what they were saying publicly. And here you have a deputy so comfortable that he comes out and says this in a public place out in front of a Walmart. The question is, what conversations went on before this? What training happened before this? And we're going to be doing freedom of information request to that effect. But I think Saturday is really the start of the entire pushback of this. And I think that's an important part because rules of engagement are very, very key to law enforcement, to military. What you specifically are allowed to use a piece of equipment for, under what circumstances, that's drummed into you. Whether you're a law enforcement officer, whether you're a military veteran, it's drummed into you. So the fact that we have a 20-year veteran of the law enforcement out in Spokane Valley, and also somebody that has prior military experience, what was the rules of engagement that he was trained on and given for this MRAP?
I think what's alarming to me is you can no longer tell the difference of, let's say, a military soldier and a police officer who's in full gear.
We were taught when I was coming up, we were taught in the military, and I'm a combat veteran, that you de-escalate. Intentionally don't come in with a bunch of gear on to, make and create hostility that's unnecessary. You de-escalate the situation, and that's what peace officers do. That's not happening.
Wow. Well, I'm certainly looking forward to seeing you there tomorrow at the protest. Great to have you on our side, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Absolutely.
That was Darren McBreen interviewing State Rep Matt Shea out of Spokane Valley. And if we just had 100 more Matt Sheas, we could really lick this problem here on a state level, which is where it needs to happen. We need to start taking our states back and stop letting the federal government come in and start dictating things. We played a video a couple days ago, I think it was Thursday night, Dan Bidandi fronting the Rhode Island governor, because the Rhode Island governor is pushing this HUD plan where the federal government's going to come in and give some money, but you can only use it for certain things, and then you get to take people's land and stuff like that. We need to stand up. It looks like we got our feeds back in Spokane, which is good to see. It's the old Ustream technology working. You can check those out at Real Alex Jones and Alex Jones Live on Ustream.
If you are so inclined,
it looks like Real Alex Jones has a little bit better signal, and then we're also streaming this live on YouTube at the Alex Jones channel. Everything you're seeing here, the whole studio operation's going out live, so you could have both windows up at once, watching everything. It's pretty amazing, the technology compared to where we were just when I got here in 2009. We were shooting on mini DV tape, had to come back, capture the tape, upload it. We didn't have live technology. I think when I went to Pittsburgh at the G20, there was one guy walking around with his laptop and the camera on his laptop, and he was streaming stuff through a card that he had hooked onto his belt. And it was really cumbersome and unwieldy, and he couldn't do much with it but hold the laptop and turn it in different directions. So the technology has really come a long way. And the reason we're able to do all this and bring all this to you is because of our members at prisonplanet.tv and the people that also go shop at the InfoWars store, InfoWarsStore.com, InfoWarsShop.com. All the nutraceutical products, there's Prison Planet TV, $29.95 a year is our new special that we're running, and you can give that username and password up to 20 other people, and you can all be on at the same time using that username and password for $29.95 a year. We got some amazing specials going on. There's the Essential Health Pack. We still have that secretly on sale. So we were going to cut that deal, but we left it on for the weekend. And so you can take advantage of that. Amazing deal, $60, and you get Secret 12, Silver Bullet, and the X2. All three of those products I use. The X2 is amazing. I use it, if I get a cut or something, I'll put it on the Band-Aid, pop it right on there. Better than any kind of antibacterial cream that you can put on it. And it's all natural, comes straight out of the earth, and it's going to kill any type of bacteria infection on your hand. It works for me that way. I also use the Silver Bullet in the same capacity. Amazing stuff. And you can all get it there. That holiday pack for $6, $59.95. And it's your support that keeps us going, keeps us on the air, lets us come here on a Saturday. You know, we've got stuff to do. The holidays, Christmas is right around the corner. We could be shopping, doing other things. But we came here because this is important. This is where the fight is right now. It's in Spokane. It's a Paul Revere moment of people getting active and just standing up saying, hey, listen, police out there, Hey, listen, military out there that are being trained that we're the enemy. We're not the enemy. We're here. But we know what's going on. We know what the battle plan is. So when it kicks off, don't come after us because we're going to be on your side. Don't come after us. We're not the ones that are causing the problems here. And it's amazing to see. Do we have Darren McBreen on Skype yet? I know we were working on getting him ready. All right. Yeah, we're going to have Darren McBreen live coming at you from Spokane, Washington on location. Yeah, we're getting, he's on Skype. And that's Jakari Jackson over there in the control room working on getting those guys focused on what's going on. And let's go to a, while we're waiting for that, we've got another clip that actually McBreen put together. It's called You'll Never Guess Who's Now Training the Police. And it's talking about how the Southern Poverty Law Center comes in and they offer training to police. Talk about, we got to be wary of people who talk about the Constitution or the Bill of Rights or have an NRA sticker or a Ron Paul sticker even. Those people might be dangerous because they've woken up. They've woken up to the paradigm, the left-right paradigm that's fake about how both parties are totally controlled by giant special interests. They've woken up to that. So we need you to fear those people, police officers. And when you pull them over, be very careful. You might want to have your gun ready because make a sudden move, you might have to shoot them. So just be aware of those guys. Let's see what the Southern Poverty Law Center teaches our police out there. You guys ready for that clip? All right, let's roll it.
We are here in occupied Spokane Valley, Washington, where local law enforcement officials are being trained by the, wait for it, the Southern Poverty Law Center. That's right. Truth is definitely stranger than fiction. Those of you unfamiliar with the SPLC, they're the ones who monitor so-called hate groups. And they are infamously known for comparing libertarians, conservatives, and constitutionalists to violent racists like the KKK, Aryan Brotherhood, and even neo-Nazis. Now, the SPLC, they are a non-profit organization largely funded by the likes of George Soros and company. And their rise to power is really escalating right now. They have multi-millions of dollars invested into this organization, and they have totally infiltrated the leftist lapdog mainstream media. It's not uncommon, for example, to find SPLC contributors embedded in the mainstream media, like we see on CNN and MSNBC. In fact, it was just a couple of years ago where Chris Matthews, he had an hour-long special. It was called The Rise of the New Right, and it was basically scaring Americans into believing that there's a sudden surge of right-wing extremists on the rise in America. And they even went as far as implicating that Alex Jones is part of that threat. Now, the list is always absurd. I'm going to name some of the people and organizations that have been listed on the Southern Poverty Law Center's hate watch list. Names like Larry Pratt from Gunners of America, Pastor Chuck Baldwin, Joel Skousen, Judge Napolitano from Fox News, according to the SPLC, could be an extremist. Congressman Ron Paul. Yes, they actually said that. Congressman Ron Paul, according to the SPLC, might be a dangerous right-wing extremist and potential terrorist. And the most dangerous right-wing extremist of all, due to his massive influence, is Alex Jones. So what happens when the SPLC trains our nation's police departments? Well, let's take a look.
The nice thing about this piece of equipment is that if somebody is directing fire toward a dangerous prize and it safely can take right in fire and still try to address the threat without being fear of getting shot.
So I'm thinking that is totally appropriate in Iraq, but what kind of a situation in the U.S. would you see that happening?
I mean, we've got a lot of constitutionalists and a lot of people that stockpile weapons, a lot of ammunition. I mean, we've got a lot of constitutionalists and a lot of people that stockpile weapons, a lot of ammunition. They have weapons here locally.
Well, you heard him right, ladies and gentlemen. That deputy just said that the MRAPs that were used for combat missions in Iraq and Afghanistan, they are now being used to target constitutionalists and gun owners. Needless to say, the residents of Spokane aren't too happy about those comments. That's why this weekend They are organizing a protest against the military establishment and the occupying police force, not only here in Spokane Valley, Washington, but across the entire United States. So come out here and join us in Spokane Valley. It'll be in front of the police station this Saturday at 2 o'clock p.m. And let's send a message to the sheriff and to the federal government that the militarization of our nation's police department will not be tolerated. Again, that's this Saturday, 2 o'clock p.m., Spokane Valley, Washington. We'll see you there. This is Darren McBreen, Infowars.com.
It's an excellent report, Darren. And that is who is training our police. And you can tell by his answer. He says, what do you need this for? Well, we got a lot of constitutionalists and people who have weapons and ammunition. Wow. I've got weapons and ammunition. Should I be concerned that I'm going to have a tank roll up in my house to take them away? Now, we have a live feed going on right now. We can see some of the dreaded constitutionalists right here. Some little kids. There's a guy with a camera. A lady in a coat. I see some camouflage. I see a motorcycle gang jacket. I see some tents set up, a Penske truck.
Motorcycle club.
A motorcycle club, a gang, whatever. I'm in a gang. I'm in a gang for freedom. Look, this is who they're afraid of. They're afraid of average Americans. This is insane. And that's why we're there bringing this issue to the forefront. That's why we've been harping about this all week. That's why Mikhail Thalen put that article up last weekend. Notice that was last Saturday we put that article and video up. Now here we are a week later. We've generated all this news coverage. We've generated all these articles, videos, reports, and it's all to bring to light this issue that the police are being trained that average Americans are the enemy, and it needs to stop because average Americans are not the enemy. Just because we don't like what the president's doing or what some of the members of Congress are doing doesn't mean that we hate America or that we hate this country. We love this country, which is why we're fighting for it. That's why we're standing up. That's why we're here. That's why these people are out on a Saturday taking their time to stand up to let the police officers know in their local area that, hey, you need to get rid of these tanks. You need to stop training that we're the bad guys. You need to stop. Back on December 16th, an article came out of Spokesman Review. Spokane deputies' remarks in defense of MRAP go viral. And that was a Sheriff Ozzie Knezovich saying that we took his article out of context. We took that video out of context because we used just like a minute. It was a minute of that video, which is 5 minutes long. We're going to play the full video here. You can see for yourself. We weren't taking him out of context. He's been trained to do this. And they're just trying to be all nice and, well, you know, we're just out here in front of Walmart with our tank trying to be nice. They're out there to intimidate people and to compel compliance is what that is. It's all about if you don't listen up, might have a tank come in your house. Or, hey, we might get the wrong address. You know, that poor baby that was in the baby crib? I think it was a pack and play, and he got a flashbang grenade thrown in there.
Baby Bobo.
Yeah, I was reading about that. And all the extensive injuries he had. His face was burned down to his teeth, his chest. They could see the bones in his chest. This kid's got millions of dollars in medical bills. And they say it's against the law for the SWAT team to pay for it because there's a law against that. Look at that poor baby. And they got the wrong house. It wasn't even the right house. And they don't even care. Sorry. And the cops aren't going to be indicted and nobody's going to get in trouble. And that's the problem. There's two different sets of laws. There's a set of laws for the sheep and the citizens, which are us, and there's a set of laws for the cops, where you could have 4 pounds of marijuana in your house if you're a cop, and that's okay because you're training your police dog. If I had 4 pounds of marijuana in my house, they're taking everything I got. They're taking my car, they're taking my house, they're taking my kids away. But hey, if you're a police officer and you don't report it, you're fine, no big deal. You're training your dog, that's cool. You throw a flashbang and almost kill a little baby, no big deal. Hey, you didn't know, it's not your fault. We'll just let that one slide. You shoot a 12-year-old kid after not even giving him 1 second to put his hands up or put the gun down. He didn't have the gun in his hand. He had it in his waistband, and you shoot him. Hey, you don't get indicted. It doesn't matter.
No, that's just it. That's not just it. The guy was just talking. He's asking, is there a unit up in Cleveland Heights where I'm from? And we're trying to put one together, but they don't know the law, and they think it's not going to bug them. I have a training center up in Cleveland County, okay? And 30 acres.
And there was some trouble in the neighborhood, which was very common. And I looked out my window against my express instructions. And I saw a young man running, and I saw the police shoot him dead as he was running away. I will never forget that. He was
So now headed towards Power and Light District, which is like notoriously fucking racist bar district with the dress codes and shit. They did a study a few years back where they sent black and white people in wearing the same clothes. White people got in, the black people didn't. Multiple times people have experienced racism in that place. It's very, very fucked up. They're getting followed by a considerably less amount of cops now, but they're still here. K-State fans. There's something as you see, this cracker already said don't loot. White racist cracker. Cracker dad. Somehow the cops didn't care. We even said we were coming. So we've got clearly what's going on is a K-State game. I don't watch much college sports, but I would like to say go KU, fuck K-State, just because. Oh shit, no way! Alright, y'all. This is real. This is the fucking Westboro Church. Is fucking here. This is Westboro Baptist Church is actually here. No shit. I haven't seen these people much. Yeah, but these are those people from Topeka that has all the God hates fags signs and shit. These people are fucking crazy.
Black lives.
Even okay, so the mayor is making fun of these people and chanting that he cannot breathe. The mayor really cannot breathe. I didn't know you could be a fucking mayor and say that, but okay. That's hilarious. I'm sorry. I just can't fucking believe it. And they're protesting a death. Oh, I was talking stream. I was thinking about going over there and messing with them. Police! Police!
Threat has been detected.
The Baptist Church beat us to the basketball game.
Threat has been detected.
You want to get people to go mess with Westboro or like Blossom or something, stand in front of them? We can stand in front of them with a banner. Right. I don't know. I just noticed that they were here. These people are insane. Who's got a banner? You and Alan, go home. That just happened. My God. So that time I didn't have to talk to racist troll because the mayor did it. I swear to God.
And character assassination going on mainstream television, and unfortunately a lot of these guys buy into that, and they get scared when they see someone with a firearm or someone who's a patriot, someone who has a "don't tread on me" flag, and it makes them nervous. And that's what's going on, and the government cannot be successful in this takeover without vital help from the mainstream media, and we need to call attention to that as well.
I totally agree. You hear him on NPR. Oh, we have somebody from the Southern Poverty Law Center who'd like to.
Is that your NPR voice?
That's
dude?
my NPR voice, and I'm the authority on everything, and we really have to watch out for these constitutionalists because these are the people that are going to take away our freedom, and we need to get rid of their firearms because they're the problem with democracy. Because we have a democracy. That's all they want to tell you is that you have a democracy over and over again. They don't even tell you it's a constitutional republic. They think you're stupid. People who watch NPR.
Not a democracy. It is a constitution.
Hey, McBreen, now let's get into a subject that they like to talk about. They like to talk about race and sex. You've got a couple guys back there with a rainbow "Don't Tread on Me" flag. What's the deal with those guys? Are they? Tell me about them. Have you met them?
I don't know. We haven't had a chance to talk. I don't know if Biggs talked to them or not, but it was brought up in the car.
I think we need to interview those guys because if we do have a gay couple who's out there fighting for freedom, we need to show people that hey, we're not homophobes. We have a problem with that. We like people who like freedom. You like freedom, you like me. That's what it's all about. It's not about what color your skin is or who you like to hop in bed with. That's stuff we don't care about.
They can have a beer with me anytime. Yep.
There you go.
By the way, Mikhail said that that they were a known gay couple that goes around and talks about their freedom, and they use
All
that.
right, well,
flag to
maybe
raise
we'll get a
awareness.
chance.
There you go. I'd say get an interview with them. I think this is something that we need to show all the liberals that hate us. And I want to bring up something about the MSNBC. Right around the time after this the Boston bombing happened, they had an article, and it said Alex Jones doesn't make bombs; he makes bombers, implying the fact that he made the Sarnia brothers go out and cause the Boston bombing.
Yeah.
And we know those guys have CIA ties. Alex Jones isn't telling the Boston bombers to go do that, and I don't even think those guys did it personally. I think they were patsies. If you look at any of these, there's always patsy involved, and these guys just happen to be patsies, and they didn't kill the second one.
Well, I was just going to say, and that's more, we were just talking about the demonization and character assassination by the mainstream. And remember, it was right there in the SPLC training guide that said Alex Jones is one of the #1 threats because of he's a big following.
Yeah.
And that's what's dangerous. Yeah.
Right.
Large audience. That's right.
Yeah, exactly. And that's not what we should be afraid. Why are we afraid of a guy with a microphone?
Yeah.
We shouldn't be afraid of a guy with a microphone unless he's giving you disinformation. And that's what you need to watch out for, especially with MSNBC. CNN's known for just doing fake news, just across the board fake news. They love it.
Yep,
and Fox News
right.
isn't any better. They got the people on Fox News now saying, hey, we're awesome because we torture. I mean, it's despicable on all levels. There's the flag there, the rainbow don't tread on me flag. Hey, I think that's great. I think we should have more gay people out there with don't tread on me flags saying, we want our guns, we want our freedom. All right. So when the liberals try to come and say, you're homophobic, we can say, what? No. We love freedom. And you're welcome too when you love freedom. You can come on in. Darren, anything else you want to add? What's the scene like right there now? Are people eating barbecue yet?
Yeah, they're starting to barbecue, and we've just, it's amazing how many people have, as soon as they see Josh, myself, Joe Biggs, just the smile on their faces and how they've just really loved the show. They've given you a shout out, everybody there at home base at the Texas Command Center, and of course, Alex Jones. And it's just a really, really good community. They have a lot to be proud of. They've all come together. And I think this is a shining example for the rest of the country, and I'm damn proud to be here with them.
Right on. Yeah, Alex was dealing with a lot of issues this week, and he couldn't be here. And I called him up last night, and I said, hey, I just want to let you know, we're going to go tomorrow. I talked to the crew guys so we can get up here and get this thing running, turn the ship on, get an aim in the right direction. And he goes, that's it, I'm coming in. I'll be in the first hour. I'm like, yeah. And then that made good. Up on a Saturday and come out here, talk about freedom, talk about liberty, talk about having firearms and protecting our country. That's what I like.
That's right.
That's what I want to hear. I want to see more of that. I want to hear more of that. I love to see it. There's a lot of freedoms out there right to me on this giant TV wall, paid for by president members. I mean, they're making all this possible, helping keep us on the front lines, and then spreading the word and getting people to better their health. I mean, what are we offering? We're offering information, we're offering health, and we're offering a different message than what you see on the mainstream media, because both of them push for war. They both push for war.
I was going to say and it's not just everybody coming up, hey, tell Alex that we said hello. We've had people come up to us and tell us that they tried, a lot of the health products, and that's the first thing that comes to mind. So, and I thought that was pretty cool too. So they're just like, and they ask us if hey, you guys take the nascent iodine, and so a lot of people, and we've been recognized not just at these protests, but we'll be in a diner, and no matter where we go in this town, it's amazing. People recognize this, come up, and like I said, the community is awesome.
I remember I went with Alex to we were going to confront Piers Morgan. We hauling butt out of the airport to meet up with the car that was going to pick us up.
Yeah.
3 people along the way stopped and said hello. You know who they were? It was the baggage guy, a guy picking up trash, and I think I don't know if he was a security guard. He had sort of a uniform on, but I don't know if he was a representative or something or not. All of them came up, shook his hand, knew exactly who he was. That's the message of freedom and liberty resonates with everybody, big and small.
That's right.
And it's the big people up there that are afraid of that. They're afraid of when the ants find out that there's more of ants than there are grasshoppers, that we can go, hey, you know what? we're cutting your funding. We're
Now,
cutting
you
your
nailed
term
it.
limit. We're voting you out. If you don't stand up for what we believe in, for freedom and liberty and prosperity, well, we got to get you out. That's it. And,
That's right.
that's the message that we're here to deliver today. And we've gone 2.5 hours now, live on the air, showing you some great. There's a great flag right behind you. Don't tread on me flag.
Yeah.
I mean, it just makes me feel good that you guys are all there, right in front of the police station right now, saying. Has anybody come out from the police station?
I was just going to say we're right in front of the police station, but it seems like there's a few people missing.
Yeah.
I don't see the sheriff, and here he is on YouTube. He stepped into our world, which I think John Bound pointed that out. He stepped into our world, goes on YouTube saying challenged Alex Jones to a debate, InfoWars to a debate. And have you guys seen the sheriff? Anybody seen the sheriff?
We fly two camera crews.
Yeah. So I don't know. They said he left on a pre-planned vacation. So, and
yeah.
I imagine he'll be back on Monday.
That's right. He's, I'm ready. I'm ready now. I've heard everything you have to say. I'm ready. No, I'm a constitutionalist. That's why we need tanks to protect us from constitutionalists.
Barack Obama's a constitutionalist too, right?
And I don't know, Will, to the deputy who said, we have these tanks for constitutionalists.
Dude, he's just doing what he learned. He's regurgitating what he learned.
Product of the system.
Training.
He's a product of the system, and all he needs
maybe this will teach him as well, because we need to redirect these guys, and that's what we've been saying. We need to have an open dialogue. So I wish, like hell, the police would come out here. They need to talk to us. We're here. Everybody showed up. And we're not going to be yelling and screaming. We want to have just a decent conversation. Sit down like grown people, have a conversation. But they don't seem to be interested in that. Obviously.
Joe went and did that last night. And, at least they sat down and talked with him. He's like, well, you think they're going to be mad? I said, it doesn't matter if they're mad at you. They challenged us to a debate. Go there and tell them you're ready for, you'd like to talk to the sheriff. And if the sheriff's not there, find somebody else to talk to. Let's start
they need to
talking.
come out and talk to Biggs. And we do got to give them props. They did allow us to come out here in their parking lot and set up,
It's a parking lot we paid for, but that's all right. We paid for the parking lot. We pay for the maintenance on that building.
I want to say this too. We've been here the last couple of days. There's cops running in and out of here all the time. I haven't seen one cop, so I haven't seen any police right here.
They're on holiday.
Yeah.
And it's a shame. Why not have a cop come out there and address the crowd? Get on the mic.
It's a shame. It really is a shame. It's just, it's blatantly obvious what's going on, but we're going to hold them to task, and we got to redirect them, and we're not giving up. We're not giving up. We're going to win this whole thing.
Totally agree. Hey, who was the guy speaking earlier with the goatee? It was a couple before Matt Shea was speaking. Did you get his name?
I did not, and I was probably doing interviews because we have reports going out here, so I didn't see all the speakers.
Try to find that guy and get a quick interview with him. He's good.
All right.
And interview the guys with the rainbow flag, because we need more rainbow warriors on the side of freedom and liberty. And if a couple people see a couple group of guys out there, then they'll get interested and join and go, oh, these guys aren't that scary, because we're not. All we do is love freedom. What's wrong with that?
Right.
I've been to a ton of these open carry events. There's nothing to be afraid of.
Absolutely, I agree. So, let's do it, man.
All right. Anything you want to add before we let you go back to interviewing people and checking out the thing?
Well, like I said, this is very, very important that we get this message across, that the federal government, they are organizing a domestic police force, okay? And then that's why these MRAPs are showing up. That's why you can no longer tell the difference between a military soldier and a police officer who's in full gear. So it looks like an occupying force with these MRAPs that are showing up in large cities, small towns all across America, and we knew that they were getting these training as far as being trained that patriots were criminals and extremists, because we've seen the training manuals, but now we know that they're definitely, that's starting to set in because of that guy's comments the other day. So that's a scary thought. We got to redirect that and educate them otherwise.
Yeah, the training is working. SPLC, you guys are doing a great job. You've got everybody believed out there, all the law enforcement, that we're the enemy, because we go, hey, we need a Second Amendment to protect ourselves against a tyrannical government. Hey, what the government's doing is not right. We need to stand up against torture. Isn't right. We need to take the people, instead of putting the only person that's in jail over torture is the whistleblower. That's not right.
That's right. Yeah.
Amazing. We're going to get back to interviewing people. I expect to see 12 more reports tonight. No, you guys are doing a great job. I've really enjoyed watching your reports. You guys have done a stand-up job. I think you got a good team there. Hey, there's the guy with the flag right now. Go interview him now. Let's talk to him on the air. Tell him he's live. Right over there to your, yeah.
Hey, we just want to talk to you. We saw the Don't Tread on Me flag, rainbow flag at the same time. Damn glad to have you out here. Tell us about your what's up with the rainbow flag and the Don't Tread on Me.
Okay, well, this is the LG flag. Obviously, everybody knows about that, but we include the Gaston on top of that.
Yeah.
Just stand for liberty, liberty for all, gun rights, LGBT rights, the stand for liberty, the Libertarian Party.
Okay. How do you feel about the comments that were made by the deputy sheriff with the MRAP going after constitutionalists and gun owners? Did that?
That really is against what this country is all about. Yeah. You know, we're founded on the Constitution. If you're against that and you're an enemy of the state, there's a problem. So.
What are you carrying?
This says AR-10 and my Glock 2mm extended barrel.
We should be afraid of you. Are you an extremist?
Oh, are you terrified right now? I'm sure. Shaking. Yeah, no, perfectly safe, trained gun owner.
Yeah.
You know, haven't hurt anybody yet. You know, they don't go off by themselves. You know.
Oh, you have to actually pull like the trigger.
Yeah, there's the trigger. Yeah, you have to point it too. It helps. Yeah. So, it's just a safe gun owner. I mean, responsible gun ownership is important. Right in America, right, natural right, all human beings across the world, really. And everybody just get trained and learn how to shoot.
All right. I agree with you so much. It's an honor to have you here, man. We're just so glad you came out. All right,
excellent.
Take care.
And that's it. We have to be the beacon of light out there to show the rest of the world how they should be living. Okay, the rest of the world should have the same standard of living as us. It's possible. We can all have a great country that we want to stay in, okay, instead of having everybody come to the United States. Everybody could have a great country. And it's all about talking about freedom, liberty, and the way it happens, I'm sorry, it's the Second Amendment, people. If it's an amendment and you don't have people knowing how to shoot and properly trained and properly armed, you're going to have governments taking over. Because that's what government does. Government's only job is to grow bigger and grow badder and make more of a mess of everything instead of just being, covering protecting the borders and maintain and issuing the currency. Now, they don't do any. They do a little bit of that, but it's all about getting in your business and telling you how to live, and that's what we don't need.
That's right. We don't.
And people all over the world know how to take care of themselves. You just have to let them. And we can start it all here, and it could all start with this. This could be the shot heard around the world, and we didn't even have to fire a shot. We just had to call it out. Call out the tyranny when you see it. That's all you have to do. When you see tyranny, that's tyranny. And hey, did y'all meet the lady who gave us that video? Did y'all meet with her? Is she there?
I think she tried to contact Biggs this morning. I'm not sure if I think they're playing phone tag.
Yeah, well, that's all it takes. All it takes is having your camera on and running and going and engaging with the cops. And if they say stuff that's not right or stuff that sounds like boilerplate talking points from the SPLC, then you need to put that video on YouTube, send us a copy, and we'll make a stink about it.
That's how this all got started.
That's right. We'll make a stink about it because that's our job. Our job is to make a stink about this so the cops are aware that we're watching them just like they think they're watching us. And we don't mean any ill towards anybody. Big Green, you got anything else to say?
No, that's it. A lot of people are starting to leave, so I want to talk to some folks before they take off. But like I said, this community has a lot to be proud of, and it's been an honor to be here with them. And I'm just lucky to be here.
All right, thank you very much. That's Darren McBreen live on the scene in Spokane Valley at the MRAP protest, which is at the Spokane Valley Police Department at 12710 East Sprague Avenue. And if you're there, you're there. If you live around the corner, you might as well get over there. McBreen, go ahead. You get on out of here. And we'll see you later. And I want to play. This is kind of a long video that John Baum put together. Sort of the Sheriff Ozzie Knizovich kind of eating his own words. He takes bits of what he's saying and then compares it to the actual real world that's going on when he's claiming that we have people out there that are threatening his deputy's life on comments, and then showing that with people on TV threatening Alex Jones to go out and get shot. I mean, it's amazing. This guy really needs to be educated. And I think that's what we're doing now. I think he's got a little education. He's on his vacation right now. Hopefully he's reading the Constitution. So you guys ready for that clip? It's like 25 minutes long. You can find it. And we still got some more shots out there going live from Spokane Valley. And it's just liberty lovers and patriots standing up. And that's what we need more of. We need more people out there getting mad and understanding that we're not the enemy. And we have nothing to be ashamed of because we like guns and because we like freedom. There's nothing wrong with that. And we need to export that idea to other places that don't have it. These cities that have no gun rights, where they're taking people's guns away. They're not letting people film the police in Illinois now. I mean, it's crazy. You can't film the police now. They call it eavesdropping. It's utterly insane of what they're trying to do with basic human liberty. Totally uncalled for. So we have to stand up when this stuff happens. We have to speak out. We have to come together and start screaming at the top of our lungs that this ain't right, and you need to go back and get yourself educated. Ozzy Knezovich. Do we have that video ready? All right, let's go to it. We'll be right back, and we'll close out the show after this video.
Today I'm here to talk to you a little bit about a InfoWars report that states that Spokane County deputies stated that a armored personnel vehicle to deal with constitutionalists that have stockpiled ammunition.
It's totally appropriate in Iraq, but what kind of a situation in the U.S. would you see that happening?
I mean, we've got a lot of constitutionalists and a lot of people that stockpile weapons, a lot of ammunition. I mean, we've got a lot of constitutionalists and a lot of people that stockpile weapons.
That report, in and of itself, is very misleading. What you haven't been told is a particular interview started by a lady filming deputies at a charity function that were working with the MRAP, and her whole contention was that we were trying to desensitize children to the fact that we had an MRAP, that it was all propaganda. She then proceeded to interview not just one deputy, but a sergeant, a corporal, and a deputy. My question is why is only 3 seconds of that interview being shown by InfoWars?
Because we are engaged in real journalism here. We go wherever the truth leads us. Now, we've seen a long slide towards a paramilitary police state in this country. I've been talking about it for a long time, made 4 films on the subject since the late 1990s, and we are now here. They've gone from denying that this is happening to admitting it.
The FBI, the DHS, and the nation's police departments, they are being trained that we are the enemy. And look, I've got here a Department of Justice Constitutionalist Extremist Guide right here in my hand. This was published by the DOJ. And it says to look out for American citizens who are members of the Patriot Movement. This is a training manual that's titled Investigating Terrorism and Criminal Extremism, published by the DOJ, complete with terms and concepts to help recognize potential extremists. I'm going to read some of their bullet points, and you're not going to believe this. This is what they consider to be extremist speech. Anyone who talks about black helicopters, well, they're obviously prone to conspiracy theory beliefs, and they should be monitored and considered a threat, according to the DOJ. If you talk about the Bilderberg Group or the Trilateral Commission or the CFR, you are a threat. Anyone who talks about the Illuminati or the New World Order, well, you're a threat. And if you stockpile food, water, and weapons, you might be an extremist, according to the United States Department of Justice.
My other question is, since this happened on December 7th, and InfoWars didn't reach out until December 12th at 9:39 p.m., why didn't they bother to try to take a chance and contact the sheriff's office during operation hours so we could have a chance to respond to this? They contacted Representative Matt Shea. Why not talk to the sheriff before running the story?
Let's go to John in Washington. Go ahead, John.
Hello, guys. This is a fellow who lived in
Spokane, Washington. I operated a large informational website in Spokane, and I lived there, and it got so bad with surveillance and harassment that I moved to a neighboring county. I live about 14 miles off the paved road, and twice out here in recent history, I have seen bearcats on the dirt road right at sundown patrolling, and they were not the same model. They were two different ones. I was in an adjacent county minding my own business, 10:45 one night in the year 2005, and on a telephone call from Spokane County to Stevens County, the Stevens County sheriff, who was Craig Thayer, picked me up at my home, transported me across county lines, turned me over to the Spokane County Sheriff's Department, who gulagged me for over a week without getting to see a magistrate, with absolutely no telephone call whatsoever. I lost $36,000 in construction contracts because of it, and nobody knew where I was, and my dogs were locked in the house with no food. So I can tell you for a fact that Spokane County not only handles Spokane County like a commissar, they actually dictate to Stevens County, Pend Oreille County, Ferry County, all of the adjacent counties, Lincoln County. Whatever Spokane says, they will do it.
Spokane's Mayor David Condon released more details on his police action plan this morning. Take a look. It includes having officers connect with communities by attending neighborhood council meetings. Officers will also receive specialized training to help them deal with vulnerable populations like the mentally ill. And Condon wants to enhance civilian oversight of the police department.
All of these changes coming from recommendations out of the Use of Force Commission, and those do include those body cameras, in which all Spokane police officers will be wearing one of those by the end of the year. And all of these changes, of course, sparked by cases like Otto Zem, in which a former Spokane police officer was sent to prison for using excessive force.
This is video of Sergeant Pete Bunch from 2005. Last Friday, Bunch was reportedly walking a couple blocks from his South Hill home when a neighbor called police thinking it was a prowler. She'd watched him walk through her backyard and her neighbor's yards. Court documents say the first officer on scene stopped Bunch in the street, but Bunch wouldn't look at him and appeared to be in a daze. Police say Bunch was uncooperative and wouldn't answer questions, but he did say he was looking for his lost dog.
Is obstructing and resisting offense that can get a sheriff's deputy fired?
Depends on the act. It's not one of those that is good for your career, I can tell you this.
To tell you that we have suffered a terrible tragedy this last night. 11 o'clock, my father got out of his bed responding to what he thought was a burglar and took a gun with him, challenged that vehicle in his parking lot there in front of the plant farm. Subsequently, a deputy sheriff shot him and killed him.
We're told Jacobs wanted to turn himself in after a night of drinking on a child support warrant. 3 deputies showed up at their door around 5:40 Saturday morning.
The police knocked on the door. I opened it. They asked if he was there. I moved out of the way. They come in. They said, "There's a knife. There's a knife."
We're told one deputy shot and killed Jacobs.
He had a knife that was in a big, thick case that was in the chair behind him.
Next thing I know, the cops kicked in the door. I stepped back, and he reached for the knife, and they shot him.
In the end, the Department of Justice will issue recommendations, and if they aren't followed, the Spokane Police Department would risk stricter oversight by the DOJ.
Apparently, it wasn't that hot of a story if they waited a week. InfoWars and Alex Jones, in my opinion, this is standard operation procedure. They only give you what fits their agenda.
That conspiracy theory comes from the mother of all conspiracy theories that seduce Republicans. It's an internet talk show called InfoWars.
How on earth does that kind of rhetoric to the American people serve any kind of sensible, rational purpose?
Alex Jones may sound crazy, but still has 300 million YouTube. He had 300 million people that have watched him on YouTube, and that sort of fringe, arch-conservative, deeply, I think, racist strain is being tapped into at crazy profit by people in the media.
We're getting the big stories wrong over and over again.
If you take a look at their site right now, you will find death threats towards this deputy that remain on that website. In my opinion, that is unconscionable.
Challenge Alex Jones to a boxing match, show up with a semi-automatic that you got legally, and pop him.
I'd love to see that. In uniform.
Especially when this deputy has 20 years of law enforcement service, has a Medal of Valor, and has served his nation in the United States military. He has taken the oath of office. He has sworn to protect and uphold the Constitution. It is sad and regrettable that he chose his words poorly because he used broad brush strokes.
It's totally appropriate in Iraq, but what kind of a situation in the U.S. would you see that happening?
I mean, we've got a lot of constitutionalists and a lot of people that stockpile weapons.
If you ask people, many people call me a constitutionalist. I wear that title with honor because I do firmly believe in the Constitution of the United States. If you take a look at the facts, Washington law enforcement has done more to protect the rights, especially the gun rights of its citizens, than many of these groups that are decrying the deputy's comments. We have worked against the Washington version of the Brady Bill. I myself and law enforcement in the state of Washington in 2014 stepped out against I-594, which, in my opinion, was a very broad brush law that is unenforceable and has issues that affected gun rights. We have also taken the time to ensure, I personally ensured that in our county's emergency operation plan, that it reads that no law-abiding citizen will ever have their gun rights or their guns taken from them during a declared emergency. Again, Washington law enforcement has done more to protect the Second Amendment and stand for the Constitution than many of these groups. And it is sad that Representative Matt Shea has taken these tacks of attacking his own law enforcement agency multiple times now.
Why do you need bayonets? Why do local law enforcement need bayonets? Give me one instance where they could use those things. And I think that that's what this particular individual, when they interviewed the deputy, was asking the same question. And the question has to be answered by him, not by the public. He's the one that has to defend why he's against being a constitutionalist, being against somebody that loves the rule of law, that loves the Constitution, being against somebody that believes that the Constitution means what it says. He's got to defend that. And his deflection, which is what that 9-minute video was really kind of what he does here in Spokane County. Is a long pattern of behavior of bullying and intimidation. And that's really the way it came across to me and many other elected officials out here in Spokane Valley.
I didn't hear Matt decry the fact that people that carried the banner that we all support of our constitutional rights, when these people purposely went out and killed police officers.
Whether this is staged, and boy, there's a lot of evidence it is, or whether this is just organic mind control of the sick culture. People that feel so empty and poor and pathetic that they want power, so they imagine they're comic book villains and go out and kill police. Probably 100 times the last 6 months, I have said that you're going to start seeing police officers getting shot in public, and it's going to be blamed on the Tea Party and, quote, super patriots, because it's in the dramas, it's in the sitcoms, it's in the movies, it's in the comic books. And whether it's staged black op false flags, which we know have happened in the past, or whether it's weak-minded schizophrenics or people with all sorts of personality disorders going out and doing it, it's the sick culture.
In Las Vegas, after the Bundy incident, 2 of those people that went down to support Bundy killed 2 Las Vegas visitors and draped their bodies in the Gadsden flag. I did not hear Representative Shea decry the death of those officers. And quite frankly, as constitutional loving citizens, we all should have decried the heinous acts committed by some that claim to hold our beliefs, because they truly do not hold our beliefs.
Deport British citizen Piers Morgan for attacking Second Amendment. Take a look. More than 104,000 people have signed it so far. And joining me now is one of the people behind the petition, Alex Jones. He's host of the Alex Jones Show.
Well, Hitler took the guns. Stalin took the guns. Mao took the guns. Fidel Castro took the guns. Hugo Chavez took the guns. And I'm here to tell you, 1776 will commence again if you try to take our firearms. Doesn't matter how many lemmings you get out there on the street begging for them to have their guns taken. We will not relinquish them. Do you understand? And that's why you're going to fail, and the establishment knows no matter how much propaganda, the Republic will rise again when you attempt to take our guns.
That is the biggest problem we have in America today, is that we have people that preach fear and hatred.
And what we need to do is change the way in which people think about guns, especially young people. One thing that I think is clear with young people and with adults as well is that we just have to be repetitive about this. It's not enough to simply have a catchy ad on a Monday and then only do it every Monday. We need to do this every day of the week and just really brainwash people into thinking about guns in a vastly different way.
If I could have gotten 51 votes in the Senate of the United States for an outright ban, picking up every one of them, Mr. and Mrs. America, turn them all in, I would have done it.
I wrote Blacklash to expose the failures of the progressives and also to push back on the Black liberal establishment whose message is about wealth redistribution and race baiting. Here we have the MSNBC characters like Touré and Al Sharpton who are spewing this nonsense.
Break through our kind of private idea that kids belong to their parents or kids belong to their families, and recognize that kids belong to whole communities. Once it's everybody's responsibility and not just the households, then we start making better investments.
This is nothing more than a continuation of that preaching of fear and hatred against law enforcement and the government. Our whole society has become polarized, and it is a shame that we allow these hate mongers and these fear mongers to control the day.
And CNN, Time Magazine, MSNBC saying, hey, it's good to riot, legitimate. Louis Farrakhan and others saying, yeah, go ahead and target whites. That's crazy. You like the Bosnian guy, who I guarantee has no connection to slavery in this country, barely speaks English, getting his head clubbed in by hammers. I mean, by black folks. I mean, really, Farrakhan? Really? He deserved to have his head clubbed in?
It violates my belief in what America can be. To hear young people feeling marginalized and distrustful even after they've done everything right. That's not who we are.
That is President Obama in a press conference yesterday. I was monitoring all the major morning shows on cable and broadcast TV this morning, NBC, CBS, CNN, MSNBC, 100% hyping and race baiting, where the only issue in America is black versus white. And the people versus the police. No discussion of the banking complex, the military-industrial complex, the legal law firm complex, and a cleaning firm complex that is tax-free above the law, that has publicly militarized and globalized and federalized our police, and are the authors of the vicious police tactics and policies that have been put forward. They're installing the same tactics in Europe, in Australia, in the United States, in Canada. Someone questions the police, so they choke them to death. In the case up in New York, where riots are promised if the cops aren't indicted. And in that case, I mean, they really do kill him. They really do. Grab him, He's not resisting him. He's just talking to him. And 4 white cops kill him deader than a hammer.
I am asking every citizen of Spokane County to step up and say no more. No more demonizing the very people that have sworn to protect you because of 3 seconds of video and 3 seconds of something taken out of context. That deputy is a very great individual. He serves his community well, and I will be having a discussion with him about his choice of words. But let me leave no doubt in your minds that we are constitutionally based. We enforce the Constitution, and at no time will that piece of equipment be used to take your constitutional rights away. But it will be used to save your lives. And that's why we have it. We have threats from around the world that we deal with on a daily basis. We have threats of people going into our schools and shooting our children. We have threats of people putting bombs on our streets. We have the equipment to deal with those threats. And that equipment is there to save your lives and to protect the lives of men and women that ride in them to come and rescue you. This is Sheriff Ozzie Knezovich. I hope I have made it very clear that I am appalled by the misinformation put out by InfoWars without the opportunity to address 3 seconds of comment. Where's the rest of the tape? Where's the rest of the interview? Where's the tape showing the individual that taped this saying that we were trying to use this as propaganda, this piece of equipment, to desensitize children towards it? Where is that? If you really want to have the debate, I will be more than happy to debate anybody on this issue. I will be able to be more than happy to look Alex Jones in the eyes and tell him my opinions. And I am more than willing to debate Representative Matt Shea at any time on these issues.
I think that anytime we have somebody that is saying innocent citizens that have done nothing else other than love the Constitution are somehow the enemy, we don't live in a free country anymore. And when that is allowed to stand, then tyranny gets a foothold. And I think that that's one of the reasons there's been such this great public outcry here in Spokane Valley, Washington, why there's going to be a protest in front of the sheriff's office this weekend, and why he needs to take action to do, I think, the right thing, which would be to apologize to the citizens, do some remedial constitutional rights classes, establish a citizen board to oversee the deployment of that MRAP, or even better yet, get rid of it and send it back. And also to meet with the people he's offended instead of trying to blame them for what his deputy said. And clearly, what other conversations occurred before this to make that deputy so comfortable that he could say that in a public place in front of a Walmart?
Even today, there is little value in ensuring the survival of our nation if our traditions do not survive with it. And there is very grave danger that an announced need for increased security will be seized upon by those anxious to expand its meaning to the very limits of official censorship and concealment. That I do not intend to permit to the extent that it's in my control.
That was a very lengthy report put together by John Bound. Amazing. If the guys can get that shot back, the mainstream media has finally arrived. And so they're going to say, well, about 20 people or so showed up to protect their constitutional rights and claim the government's overreaching. That's what the mainstream media does. Notice InfoWars was there from the beginning. We were there to show what's going on. Talk to the people that are on the ground. Listen to the speakers. We've been there since Thursday. Thursday morning, we were on the ground, ready to go. And now the mainstream media is going to show up and go, oh, 30 or so people were here protesting the sheriff's MRAP when there were hundreds earlier. And of course, they don't want to say that. I want to go to a quick article we have on Infowars.com. Gunman kills self after 2 NYPD cops fatally shot execution style as revenge for Garner. I'm not sure. I don't have the whole article here. But I do notice here, it says the tragic heroes, this is the third paragraph, are working overtime as part of an anti-terrorism drill when they were shot point blank in the heads by a lone gunman who approached them on the foot of the sidewalk. That's interesting that they were part of a terrorism drill. That's when we always see this weirdness happen. Always happens in drills. So, and then he, I guess he shot himself afterward. We'll get more attacks, but now they're saying this is a revenge for Garner, which we've been telling people this is what's going to happen. This is part of the designed race war. That's why they've been fomenting this. And I think the cops that choked out Eric Garner should be indicted. That guy was standing there. He had his hands like this. No reason for him to get choked out. And then he said, I couldn't breathe. How many times? We've given you over 3 hours of coverage now on this situation of what's going on with our sheriffs, that they need to be educated and what the Constitution is and what it means. And there's a difference between extremists and constitutionalists. And I know in that video, he thinks we took it all out of context. We got the whole 5-minute video. Y'all pull up the article, show people where that 5-minute video is. Maybe we should end with that. Play that whole video so people can see. Full video. Proves cops targeting constitutionalists despite sheriff's claims. The full video that she sent us. And thank God we have that citizen out there who decided, hey, there's an MRAP out of Walmart. Maybe I should pull my camera out and start talking to these police. Maybe I should do that. And what she found was a little nugget that shows that they're being trained to come after people who own guns and who believe in the Constitution. And that's SPLC training from the beginning. And we need to tell people that this is what's going on, and you need to wake up sheriffs in your area. So take this 3-hour presentation, give it to the sheriffs in your area. Take our other short clips. We've got clips all over the Alex Jones channel. We even created a playlist for Spokane. It's got all the videos. Break those up. Create your own videos. Send them out to people. Let's keep this dialogue going, because as it delves into this and degenerates into this race war that the media is trying to push and the government's trying to push, we need to tell the cops, look, we stand with you, and we're not the enemy. Gun owners are not the enemy. Constitutionalists are not the enemy. We're your friends. Don't get sucked into a race war. It's not gonna end up good for anybody, and that's not what we want. We want to take back this country peacefully through a war that's in your mind going on right now. It all starts right here. It all starts in how you view the situation. Do you think it's right that we have tanks on the streets in Mayberry, MRAPs for Mayberry? Is that the country that we want? You got to think about that. So get that 5-minute video clip. We'll go out with that. Thank you all for joining us. This has been Rob Dew reporting for Infowars.com, PrisonPlanet.com, PrisonPlanet.tv. Thank you all for tuning in on Infowars.com/show.
Hey, dude, before we go to the video, I just want to comment on what the sheriff was saying. He was saying that we're hate mongers, that we're doing this, that we're promoting violence towards police on our website, which could not be further from the truth.
Yeah,
you can have people go on any comment section for anything, any form in the world, and put in some, let's kill whoever type comment, and he's taking that as, and the way he presented it was as if we wrote some article, like Mikhail wrote an article saying let's kill the police, and that's not what happened at all. So for a man who wants to talk about disinformation and putting out unethical, unrealistic content, his statement was an unrealistic comment saying that we want violence toward the police. Now, do we point out when the police are being violent or they do something we think is a bridge too far? Yeah, I've done reports about them arresting college girls for walking across the street, jaywalking, or not obeying the traffic control devices. And regardless of what you think about Eric Garner, some people say he was resisting arrest. Even if he was, that's not a capital offense the last time I checked. You can't choke a guy to death for snatching his hands away from you. So, yeah, we will point out when they do bad things, but the people we've talked about today, Sheriff David Clark in Milwaukee, Sheriff Nick Finch in Florida, many other sheriffs and police officers as well, the guy who bought the boots for the homeless guy in New York. When we see officers doing good things, we promote those officers just as much as we talk about the officers who are doing things that they don't need to be doing. So he's trying to disinform people who would watch his video, but not go back and watch us and put us in the proper context. So with that, I think that's a good lead into the 5-minute video.
I totally agree. There was a story just the other day of a cop who they were going after a lady who was shoplifting eggs. And she said, I'm sorry, I have no money to feed my family because we've destroyed this country so much. And he felt bad for her. He went and paid for the eggs. And then he went and got his buddies together and got a bunch of food for her and brought her a bunch of food. That's what cops are supposed to be, citizen on patrol, citizens. They're not above us. They're beside us. And that's what they need to think about when they're taught that constitutionalists are bad. Let's go to that clip. That'll be all for today from our live presentation here on Saturday, December 20th, 2014. Thank you very much for joining us. Once again, please become a member of prisonplanet.tv if you are watching this on YouTube. I can't stress it enough. It supports everything we do here. We do appreciate your support. Check out InfoWarsStore.com or InfoWarsShop.com or InfoWarsLife.com. All kinds of products there to educate your mind, help your body, make clean water, whatever you want. We got it. So thank you for joining us once again. And we're going to play the full 5-minute clip, Sheriff Knezovich. Here it is for you once again, all for you. Thank you for joining us.
Hey, Rosie. Yes, sir. You too, baby. Always forever, brother.
So what is this for? What do you got? What is this?
This is basically a rolling, like a shield for us, for a team to hide behind. It's bulletproof.
What situation would you be in that you would need to pull this out?
We have guys that shoot at police officers. So like they have AK-47s or automatic weapons, and they shoot at us. And this is like a rolling. We can use this as a shield to move the team.
I mean, that's a, so what do you call that kind of a vehicle?
This is a MRAP.
MRAP. Wow.
So it's a military surplus vehicle. Military going away from.
But now the police, local police, are using it for rioters or things like that, like Black Friday. You used to have Black Friday. That could have been a situation.
Basically, it's just it's cover for our team movements. It's bulletproof. So there's a lot of people out there with heavy machine guns and heavy weapons. And we use it's bulletproof, so we can use it as a shield.
And I know there's a lot of people concerned in that the military turning on our own citizens in case there were some event that would trigger that. How do you guys feel about that? Constitutionally, Obama's just kind of stepping all over anything constitutional right now. So I think people are really afraid of their government right now. And then when you see this kind of a vehicle I mean, it seems like this is a campaign, right? All these police officers out in front of Walmart.
It's not a campaign. We're shopping at children.
You are. Okay, so there's something else.
No,
okay. Oh, sure. But from a parent, from a citizen.
The kids love to see this stuff for the SWAT team.
Sure. Yeah, well, my son would too. Yeah. But then as a citizen and someone who's raising children I don't know what it's going to look like with them. I feel like this is also a kind of a desensitization type of tool where they're going to think it's normal. A lot of kids grow up and AK-47s in the hands of people policing them while they're going to school is normal.
Times are crazy right now. The world
is
crazy.
Everything changed.
Everything's going crazy. So.
I mean, I know you guys are on the front line and you need to be protected, but I know there's a lot of people worried about that turning on citizens who are deemed to be, terrorists, and that is a very loose term now. Who is a terrorist?
It's worldwide.
Yeah.
Well, the nice thing about this piece of equipment is that if somebody is directing fire toward the team that's trying to get in, they safely can go right to take enemy fire and still try to address the threat without being fear of getting shot.
So I'm thinking that is totally appropriate in Iraq, but what kind of a situation in the U.S. would you see that happening?
I mean, we've got a lot of constitutionalists and a lot of people that stockpile weapons, a lot of ammunition. I mean, we've got a lot of constitutionalists and a lot of people that stockpile weapons, a lot of ammunition. They have weapons here locally.
Do you think that's their right to have those, or do you think that's inappropriate? I mean, because not all those people don't always turn on their government. They don't turn on the cops unless there's, I guess reason they think to do that. And some of them are pretty in crazy land. Some of them, but
it's worldwide. The world's in state of that. You look anywhere, you watch the news, you watch
open borders. I know.
We could have this debate. We could all sit here and talk about it all day long. Our thing is here's good for the kids today.
Right.
We're showing them our equipment. We're not making it a mystery. It's not if we get officers that are pinned down, it's a great rescue vehicle to get them out of the situation. I mean, there's been so much in the news.
So up there, is that where basically you can attach some type of a automatic
Those are
weapon?
lifting points for a crane.
Oh, okay.
To lift the body off of the. If they had to do some work on it or something, those are lifting points.
Okay. Or dropping points with a helicopter. You had to drop in.
Oh, yeah, there's a helicopter. Yeah, our helicopter's small.
Okay, wouldn't pick us
you can
up.
barely fit 3 guys in it.
Oh.
Our helicopter.
And actually had a rounded area. So if you actually were
So
to
that
get
part
up
could
top,
have been a
that part is.
It appears that the Westboro Baptist Church has left, which is good. Just fuck them. No peace. If people haven't figured it out by now, we've been taking their chants and turning them into ours. It's a good tactic. I like that. Hey, Sun Songs, check this out. I'm glad you said something about firefighters because last year there was a firefighter here right up the street from where we're at right now. His name is Anthony Bruno. His name was Anthony Bruno, and he was killed by KCPD on his wedding night. He got in like a fight with a cab driver, just a firefighter. So I mean, it can happen to anybody, including firefighters. But yeah, you know, we've expressed our support and solidarity with his family. You know, they have a real big beef with the cops here. Whenever they put up a memorial for him, the cops go and take it down. It's pretty crazy. This has been going on for quite a while. So we're at the Sprint Center in Kansas City, Missouri right now. We're at the K-State game. Most of the people have gone in. There's like just these few couple lines of people still here, so I imagine our protest is about to end because we're gonna be in there for 2 hours of the game or whatever. We've got a fund. I need to get on the computer and promote it, but hopefully my friends are doing that already.
You know how much it's going to be?
Oh, you did?
Yeah, but it was while we were chanting, I didn't feel the phone buzzing or anything. So I got the automated, and inmate is trying to reach you. Priest plus one. But that means that they've already closed.
Okay.
So they, I don't remember if the cells have phones in them, but luckily he remembered my number.
Yeah. Well, yeah, as soon as this is over, which is like any time now, I'm gonna get on this. I'm live streaming right now. It's like basically there's just like a phone app, and it takes live video.
Oh, okay. So
And that's like
you just have a phone and it's attached to a phone.
Yeah. Got like about 200 people viewing right now. It's just another way of doing media. Oh yeah. It's just all it is a monopod, like a regular camera monopod with like a mount on it for a phone, cell phone mount. But yeah, it like retracts. And, So, yeah. It's cheap too. I got it on Amazon for like $13. I know, right? It's good. Yeah, for sure. Oh, I know. Yeah, like I get like aerial stuff like this. Yeah. Love it. All right, everybody, this protest is over. People are talking about what to do next, and I believe they mean another day. If not, I'll be back, of course. I'm about to take the stream down. But yeah, what you just saw was we blocked the highway for a while. The cops beat up and arrested some people. Cops actually hit someone with a car. If you go back a couple archives in my stream, it's probably about 2-3 hours ago that happened. What else happened? The march here was pretty chill. We got heckled by some fans, but there was no actual physical fights that broke out. So I'd say all in all, things went decently. I need to really get off the stream to try to help get my friends out of jail. I'm going to be tweeting that link out on Revolution News and also on ACSA Collective, which is like shared Twitter that I have. But anyway, so keep an eye out for that bail link and please share it. I know we had at least 4 arrested, and I'm not sure how much it is yet. But yes, I'll be tweeting that link out soon. And as always, like, thanks for checking this out. I'm really glad that 200 extra people could come check out our protests in Kansas City, because big stuff, or this is kind of big stuff for us, because Kansas City is like, it's one of the last towns dispersed usually. So anyway, thanks y'all. No, you're fine. I'm about to turn it off anyway.
From thousands of people as they've tried our extraordinary product, and we're thrilled with the life-changing results people have. Our company email is continually full of happy, satisfied customers who thank us for the help they've received from Supernatural Silver. This holiday season, as you think of gifts to give your loved ones, consider giving Supernatural Silver, a gift that can help provide good health and wellness, a gift second chance and make a real difference. In a world where we are constantly exposed to dangerous health threats, give yourself and your loved ones a fighting chance. Give Supernatural Silver. Go to supernaturalsilver.com and use the promo code HOLIDAY2014 for 30% off. And this holiday season, we wish you and yours the blessings of peace and good health from all of us here at supernaturalsilver.com.
2015 is almost here, and with it comes those New Year's resolutions to finally transform your body the way you want it. There's a reason over 88% of New Year's resolutions fail. Make this year different by equipping yourself with Oxy Powder, the next level in cleansing the body naturally. Using super oxygenation, Oxy Powder, available through InfoWarsLife.com, gently cleanses the body while you sleep with easy capsules. Tens of thousands of individuals have used Oxy Powder to cleanse their bodies and aid in their transformations. Even InfoWars Nightly News Director Rob Dew has been using Oxy Powder with incredible success.
Took it that first day, then I took it for 6 more days after that. 12 pounds melted off in about a week. I'd say a week, 7 days.
2015 can be different. Diet and exercise are important, but a lot of us have already tried that. Oxy Powder flushes it out. Secure your Oxy Powder at InfoWarsLife.com. That's InfoWarsLife.com or 888-253-3139.
We all have our own idea about what being safe and secure means. The door's locked, bills are paid, you've got a job that keeps the lights on, and a home to call your own. But what happens when Mother Nature throws a curveball? Are you prepared to live without electricity or passable roads for weeks at a time? Do you even have a plan B? If you do, are you willing to bet your life on it?
Children left with no homes.
And no one's coming to help them.
The first step towards self-reliance in the face of disaster is a visit to MyPatriotSupply.com. There you'll find the absolute best prices on storable foods, non-GMO seeds, emergency water filtration devices, and so much more. All orders over $49 qualify for free shipping in the lower 48 states. Call 866-229-0927. That's 866-229-0927 and speak to one of our preparedness advisors today. Or visit us at MyPatriotSupply.com. Remember, before it's time to survive, it's time to prepare.
Welcome back to the Alex Jones Show. I'm David Knight on this Tuesday, December 16th, 2014. We have Paul Joseph joining us from the UK. Before we go back to him, I wanted to let you know that we have a 2-day-only special coming up here at InfoWarsLife.com. It is the Essential Holiday Health Pack. It's 3 of our most crucial nutraceutical formulas. Secret 12, that's our B12 pharmaceutical grade supplement that you can take orally without an injection, Survival Shield X2, and Silver Bullet. All 3 of those for only $59.99. That would be a retail value of $139.85 normally, but you save $79.90. That's nearly 57%. This is only going to be available for 2 days, today and tomorrow. And of course, if you get something ordered by tomorrow, we have guaranteed delivery before Christmas. That's the Essential Holiday Health Pack. That's Secret 12, Survival Shield X2, and Silver Bullet, a 2-day special. Now, Paul, just before the break, we were began talking about, you gave us a preview of your article here, how the police are using social media posts to determine threat scores of suspects. It's bad enough, Paul, that they view the public as a threat. They're told every day they go out, they're going into a war zone. They may not come back. There's so many people in the public who want to kill them that they're being threatened. So they build this sense of being threatened. Now they're giving people an actual score by spying on them. Tell us about that.
Yeah, it's a software program that's been in use by police departments across the United States since 2012. It ascribes people based on their home address a threat score of green, yellow, or red based on recent purchases and, quote, any comments that could be construed as offensive. So you get a threat score as to how likely you're going to be a physical danger to police based on your recent purchases and social media posts and online comments. And what is the standard for what they consider threatening in terms of online comments? Well, we know. Again, back in 2012, Brandon Raub was literally kidnapped from his own home for making what, in comparison to a lot of online content, were tame comments about taking back the republic while referencing people like Thomas Jefferson, Martin Luther King, and John F. Kennedy. We've seen kids.
They would definitely get a red score. Thomas Jefferson, Martin Luther King would definitely be red, wouldn't they? A red rating.
Exactly. It's chilling. I mean, kids who post rap lyrics are getting visits from police. And this is what they consider a threat. This is $36,000 a year. Again, most of which paid for by federal grants. It goes back to the Department of Homeland Security. They're funding all this. This is why the police keep using it. So it's chilling. Also, they use it to enforce nanny state enforcement codes. So if your trees aren't trimmed properly to the city code, then they can tie your home address to your personality and target you that way. So there's a whole Reuters report on it, and that is just one program amongst others in which they're data mining, going through billions of records to identify Americans as potential threats based on, quote, comments that could be construed as offensive.
Wow, that's outrageous, because when you talk about them going on a fishing expedition on, minor code violations like the way they don't like your trees trimmed or your grass trimmed or whatever, this allows them to essentially go through and look at who they don't like politically and then go dig up some dirt on them. That's the really hideous thing about this. It's something that we've seen before, Paul, when they talk about labeling people as sovereign citizens, or again, this other article where they're talking about labeling them as constitutionalists. They use those labels to essentially get the threat perception up by the police. And we saw that happen in the wake of the Bundy Ranch standoff. Immediately, Glenn Beck had on Mr. Bundy, and he had another person there that was interviewing him, trying to tie him to the sovereign citizen movement, which he had no idea what they were talking about. But they use these labels to try to scare the police into thinking that you're a physical threat to them, because they already tell them that everybody is something of a threat to them, but then they make it very specific and they tie it to people who are opposed to them.
Yeah, and violent crime is the lowest it's been in 40 years. Violent crime against police officers is dropping. So this narrative that the police are being sold that violence against them is increasing and that everybody's out to attack the police, statistically is not true. And this program could also be abused if they tie you to the wrong address, to an address that somebody else used to live in that has been identified as a threat. Could turn you a green rating into a red rating, is the quote, turning a midday knock on the front door into a nighttime SWAT raid. So if they confuse you with somebody else, as they've done on numerous false drug busts, then that could determine you to be a threat as well. They could just confuse you with another person. So it's absolutely horrifying.
But we see people being killed all the time with these SWAT team raids, going to the wrong house. That's not an uncommon occurrence anymore. So that's something that even if you were in total agreement with Obama and with Boehner, you should still be concerned about this, because they might falsely identify you. But this is a way to purge political opposition. It's the enhancement of the police state. We're going to be right back with Paul Joseph Watson. Stay with us.
We're on the march. The empire's on the run. Alex Jones and the GCN Radio Network.
Sold out for weeks due to the difficult and extensive proprietary process behind its creation, the exclusive InfoWars Life Secret 12 formulation is now back in stock in the last limited shipment of 2014. The most bioactive form that has been created with our proprietary process. This ultra-clean vitamin B12 nutraceutical has been carefully crafted and developed over the last 2 years and is based on cellular science of how your body actively absorbs essential nutrients. Secret 12 is taken by mouth, right on the tongue, and then swallowed. No needles, no injections. Vitamin B12 deficiency is linked to scores of serious problems. And Secret 12 is a fusion of 2 organic proprietary forms of vitamin B12, bringing you a true nutraceutical quality vitamin B12. Secret 12 is an excellent Christmas gift. Secure your Secret 12 formula before December 17th at InfoWarsLife.com and receive it before Christmas, guaranteed. That's InfoWarsLife.com before December 17th or by calling 888-253-3139. 2015 is almost here, and with it comes those New Year's resolutions to finally transform your body the way you want it. There's a reason over 88% of New Year's resolutions fail. Make this year different by equipping yourself with Oxy Powder, the next level in cleansing the body naturally. Using super oxygenation, Oxy Powder, available through InfoWarsLife.com. Gently cleanses the body while you sleep with easy capsules. Tens of thousands of individuals have used Oxy Powder to cleanse their bodies and aid in their transformations. Even InfoWars Nightly News Director Rob Dew has been using Oxy Powder with incredible success.
Took it that first day, then I took it for 6 more days after that. 12 pounds melted off in about a week. I'd say a week, 7 days.
2015 can be different. Diet and exercise are important, but a lot of us have already tried that. Oxy Powder flushes it out. Secure your Oxy Powder at InfoWarsLife.com. That's InfoWarsLife.com or 888-253-3139.
The average person's life is filled with unexpected challenges. Unlock the energy it takes to defeat these daily beasts with super male or super female vitality, specifically designed to assist the body in regulating proper hormone balance to create superior vitality in males and females. Supercharge and conquer your world at InfoWarsLife.com or call 1-888-253-3139.
The government's Department of Homeland Security is buying up loads of ammo. At the same time, they're restricting civilians' rights to own and purchase firearms. Can you put 2 and 2 together? Infidel Body Armor can stop every round, including hollow points and .308 sniper rounds. Is reasonably priced and fully legal. But for how long? Go to InfidelBodyArmor.com, spelled INFIDEL bodyarmor.com. Infidel Body Armor. Just won't quit.
You are listening to an Infowars.com frontline report. It's Alex Jones.
Welcome back to the Alex Jones Show. I'm David Knight, your host today. I have Paul Joseph Watson with me from the UK. We've just been talking about his article that's up on Infowars.com about the police using the Beware program to assign a threat score to you, looking at your online media posts, profiling you, and essentially giving you a rating from green, yellow to red. And of course, the many problems of that, there's people who could be falsely identified. It's a way they could come after their enemies. And Paul, before we go back to this article, I wanted to give you something that came out today. This is from the Free Thought Project about a police union that was caught putting GPS on rival politicians' cars and framing them for driving under the influence. Now, this is a situation. We've got a couple of former police officers arrested and charged with felonies after this plot came to light. What was happening was they had these guys who were acting independently. They were not acting independently. They were hired by a law firm at the time, represented over 120 police unions across California. And we see this very often, that it's the police unions who were standing against any kind of discipline for excessive police brutality. But in this case, their beef that they had with these two politicians was that they was in regard to the budgets for the police departments. They didn't think that they were getting enough money. So what they did was they had these two guys who were city councilmen. They were meeting at a bar. Afterwards, all they had was non-alcoholic beverages, rather, not even low alcoholic, but non-alcoholic beverages, and then drove home. The police get a call from a observer, let's call them a snitch, who told them that these two had driven home drunk. And so the officers arrest them, then later determine that they're not under the influence of alcohol. They found out that these two men tracked them in their car using GPS, then called 911 to report that they had been drinking and had seen them leaving a bar. So that's how this can be used. You can use this to take down your political enemies. And when you look at this, you look at a police union law firm that represents law firms hiring these guys to set up councilmen who are opposed to increasing police budgets. You understand? That's how bad this is getting. Somebody that they're politically opposed to, they try to set them up using guys who are operating as snitches. They try to set them up for driving under the influence. Now those guys are going to jail, but this is how this kind of program, the Beware program, can be used against political enemies.
I mean, exactly. If you give them these tools, then it's likely that at some point down the road, they will be used for retribution. Yeah. That's how it works, again, in any despotic society that you want to look at. The more technologically advanced they get, the more these kind of tools are used for snitch purposes, to rat out people's business competitors, their political enemies, their family members who they got personal issues with. So the corruption becomes so endemic that it moves beyond any aspect of law and becomes petty and personal.
Exactly.
And then that's when you get a complete Gestapo state.
Yeah, talking about petty and personal, these are people, these are elected councilmen who don't want to increase the police budget as much as the police would like to have it. So they're targeted and set up. Now, Paul, we also had this report that has come out today. The Supreme Court, I should say, not a report, but a decision. The Supreme Court just decided by 8-1 that the police can stop your car, even if they don't have a reason to stop your car. They can then search you. They just made it easier for the police to search your car. In essence, what it boils down to, I think, is essentially enacting the New York Police Department's stop and frisk law, doing it on a much broader scale. And what they said was, in this particular case, it was a car that was stopped in North Carolina. The police officer said, "I'm stopping you because you only have one brake light." Well, that's not against the law in North Carolina. You can have just one brake light. Now, to excuse this, listen to the hoops that they jumped through to try to justify this. Justice Roberts, who wrote the decision, said, "I suspect most of you were surprised to learn that one brake light only is required in North Carolina, even if you are from North Carolina. My question would be, don't the cops understand what the law is? Can they not count to two? Why would they, if they're going to pull somebody over and then search the car and then find something else? To me, that is a stop and frisk type of intimidation. And when you combine that, Paul, with your article here about the Beware program that is being subsidized for local police departments by the federal government, they give $36,000 a year to pay for this for the local police department. When you put that together, is somebody going to run a Beware score on you to get some kind of a threat assessment and then use that as a reason to pull you over? Of course they will.
Well, exactly. The most chilling aspect of it for me is the recent purchases. I mean, will that include gun purchases? Will they say you're stockpiling weapons and ammunition and that's a reason to go and case your house or slap a GPS device on your vehicle? I mean, it's completely open-ended, the abuse that this could lead to. And again, we have to keep emphasizing we're not anti-cop. Mm-hmm. We're anti-corrupt cop.
Yes.
That's the whole idea. This is reflecting badly on the legitimate, genuine police officers across the country, because this corruption is not being stamped out and it's only being encouraged by the fact that the majority of these high-profile cases, the police officers in question never get in trouble. So it never discourages this kind of behavior.
Well, we're pro-due process. And that's why when I look at something like the Supreme Court decision where they say you don't have to have a reason to do it, when the Constitution talks about having a reasonable cause, they're talking about it in the context of going before a judge. It doesn't mean, as we use it in modern parlance, reasonable says, well, I think that that's plausible. No, it means you have a reason. You're going to go to a judge and you're going to say, this is what I'm looking for. This is why I'm looking for it. This is where I'm going to look for it. And he gives you a search warrant. And when we take that away, we are in a police state, and we can see the effects of this. We can see how the federal government, just looking at this, the name of this program that you're talking about here, Paul, the Beware program, everything is there to scare the cops, to make them adversaries of the public, to ramp up the threat. And now they're assigning these scores to individuals.
Exactly. I mean, somebody who worked within that company contacted me and said that everybody who works on that program they were all freaked out by it, and they're trying to convince their superiors to abandon it. So even the people actually working on it see how chilling it is. And then if we could shift into this other article, which is the MRAP situation. Obviously, we had the exclusive video out of Spokane, Washington, where the sheriff's deputy said on tape, we've got a lot of constitutionalists and a lot of people that stockpile weapons, lots of ammunition. They have weapons here locally. That was the quote. We put it out on InfoWars. And then the Spokane County Sheriff, Ozzy Knezovich, if I'm pronouncing that right, made this bizarre 9-minute video in which he did everything in his power while failing completely to shift the focus away from the comments made by the sheriff's deputy and blame us for reporting on the issue. Apparently now it's our fault that the sheriff's deputy made these offensive comments, and we're hate-mongering for drawing attention to it.
I guess that puts us at the red level, doesn't it, Paul? But there is, at first they came out, they had no comment. Mikhail, when he posted that story, he got a comment from an elected official in the area who thought it was outrageous after he looked at the video. The video is outrageous, but it's evidence of the way they're being trained by the FBI, by the Department of Homeland Security. And they came out and said it taken out of context. It's not taken out of context. Look at the video. He's just going on and on about his wonderful new military toy that he's got. And the lady asked him, why do you need that here? And he says, because of constitutionalists, because people have weapons, people have ammunition. That's why we need this.
And the sheriff's rant, I mean, he claimed we were taking it out of context because we didn't play all the other interviews with all the other officers. But his main point of contention, the context that we should have given it, according to him, and this makes absolutely no sense, so it proves he has no case whatsoever, is the fact that the woman who filmed the clip claimed that they had the MRAP tanks, the armored vehicles, out at this event to desensitize the children who were at this charity event to a militarized police state. He said that because we didn't include what she said in the video, that somehow invalidates the offensiveness of what the sheriff's deputy said. It doesn't matter what she said. I mean, she could have said that the MRAP was being used to smuggle in, little green men from outer space. It's not about what she said.
Yeah.
That's not the context.
That's right.
The context of the clip are those comments in which the sheriff's deputy said, yeah, we need armored vehicles to deal with constitutionalists and people stockpiling weapons, which again translates as gun owners. So it was a bizarre rant. They should have just come out and apologized. I mean, the best thing they could have done is probably ignore it, because now there's a huge protest taking place on Saturday outside the Spokane Police Department.
Yeah, talk about that. Talk about the protest that's being set up for Saturday.
Exactly. But instead of making an apology and de-escalating the situation, this sheriff merely said that the sheriff's deputy was cautioned for his choice of words, okay? Not the actual meaning and content of his words, his choice of words. They failed to issue any kind of apology. They didn't retract any of it, and they blamed us for reporting on it. And then the sheriff goes on in this 9-minute clip, which is in the InfoWars article, to justify these comments made by the sheriff's deputy by implying that Americans are a violent threat towards police. And again, look at the stats. Violent attacks against police are down. Violent crimes in general in America are down 40%. You cannot justify the purchase or the acquisition of these armored vehicles by citing violence against police, because statistically, it's not a case that you can make. There was the other example. This is not an isolated case. We had the purchase of a Bearcat armored vehicle in Concord, New Hampshire last year. The police chief justified the purchase of that vehicle by stating that it was needed to deal with sovereign citizens, free staters, and Occupy New Hampshire activists. So basically that's libertarians and left-wingers. The armored vehicles are needed to deal with people's political free speech. So this is a nationwide issue. It's not an isolated example. And that's why, rightly, people are up in arms over these comments. That's why there's a protest taking place. That is the issue that the sheriff needs to address and apologize for, not make some bizarre claim that we didn't include the context of this woman's comments who was filming the police officer, like that had anything to do with it whatsoever. which is what basically he rambled on about for 9 minutes in this YouTube clip, making absolutely no sense whatsoever.
The context of this is what's happening coming out of Homeland Security. We know that this sheriff's deputy didn't just come up with constitutionalists on his own. We know that's what they're being trained for. We know that's what they were doing across the country in New Hampshire. This is Washington State, and we've seen it in all points in between. This is something that is coming out of Washington. We've seen the documents that they release, and we've seen the outrage in New Hampshire, for example, from the Marine colonel who eventually came to Austin and spoke in our studio here. Alex interviewed him. You can go back and take a look at that interview. He was absolutely outraged at the town hall meeting that they would equip their soldiers better than he, as a Marine colonel, had his soldiers equipped in a foreign war. He said, what is this for? And it is outrageous. And this sheriff, if he's trying to tell us that this is something that was just a poor choice of words, that is very disingenuous, because we know that those are the terms and those are the methods that they're using to try to militarize the police, to try to build this perception of threat. We see that from this article. We've seen it from the scenarios that they've had in the past, and we've seen it from the entire program, this entire 1033 program.
Exactly. He cites the recent case, tragic though it was, of this cop that got killed by these two sovereign citizens who draped him in a Gadsden flag, which was horrible and tragic. What he doesn't tell you is the fact that Americans are 9 times more likely to get killed by police officers than terrorists. 5,000 Americans have been killed since 9/11. And again, violent crime against police is going down, as it's going down generally across the country. So the threat is not Americans against police. That threat is diminishing. The threat is violent and militarized police officers, as we've seen. And then there was another bizarre comment that he gave to the Spokesman Review, that he was reluctant to take the video from InfoWars seriously because of the conspiracy theories posted on the site. So again, he's trying to shift all the focus away from the comments made by the sheriff's deputy and transpose it onto other content that's posted on our website, as if that has anything whatsoever to do with this specific video clip.
Absolutely.
Completely
Shoot the messenger.
bizarre.
Shoot the messenger. Don't respond to what his officers said, but just try to attack us individually, personally.
Yeah, and then the campaign there in Spokane, why they're having this protest partly, and the representative will be there as well, is they're trying to get them to send back these modified assault rifles and these MRAP tanks. The sheriff's argument for not sending them back is because they were obtained for free. That's his main argument as to why they shouldn't be sent back, not because they're intimidating, that they escalate hostility and tension between the population and the police department, but because they got them for free, that means they should keep them and continue to use them.
They got them for free, like people would get a white elephant for free from the Raja in India. They have to maintain those vehicles. They do not get them title turned over to them. They are loaned to them by the Department of Defense. They have to maintain them. Those are very expensive vehicles to maintain. That cost is going to be borne by the local people. But Paul, it's really about a campaign of terrorism. It's about striking fear and intimidation into the heart of the people. And both of these articles, this social media, looking at social media posts to determine the threat score of suspects, telling the police that the population is a threat to them, evaluating people, giving them a score based on their purchasing activities, based on their political beliefs, and then doing things like telling people we're looking out for constitutionalists. All of this is about terrorizing the public, displaying this massive amount of force. It used to be something that only the Soviet Union and Communist China did. They would have their May Day parades, and they would run the big equipment down the streets on May Day to intimidate the population, to show what big bullies they are. Now we have this being done by all of our local police departments at the behest of the Department of Defense, who loans them these things and have to be maintained by the local citizens.
And just read what the police chief Duval said in New Hampshire. The state of New Hampshire's experience with terrorism slants primarily towards the domestic type. This was his justification for acquiring the armored vehicles. Groups such as sovereign citizens, free staters, and Occupy New Hampshire. Free staters are basically just libertarians They're not connected to any violence whatsoever. And then, neither are Occupy New Hampshire. It's just left-wing protesters. That was the justification. This is to police political free speech in America. This is why they're buying the armored vehicles. Now it's on record.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, you look at things that the quote-unquote terrorists, the Free Staters do. They go around and they pay people's parking meters when they expire. That's a Robin Hood program that they've got in Keene, New Hampshire. That's the kind of threat to the police state that they are. They basically cut off the police state's revenue coming from parking tickets. But they're not terrorists. And they're coming after people, as you said, Paul, because of their political affiliations, because of the way they're being profiled. This is extremely dangerous because we know about how our government uses SWAT teams, in many cases, against even the people that they're not looking for. Not only against innocent people, but against the people who they're not even looking for. We'll be right back with Paul Joseph
Silver has always been nature's very own antibiotic, and only one system allows you to generate an endless supply of natural silver solutions. Silverlungs.com. You'll find no wild claims or pseudoscience, just a lifetime of nano-sized pure silver solutions. The Silver Lungs generator allows you to make your own, so stop paying for silver solutions. The unique lung delivery system targets respiratory infections where other silver solutions simply cannot reach. See the Silver Lungs generator and lung delivery system at silverlungs.com. That's silverlungs.com.
Yes, family and friends are gathering to give gifts and wish health and security. But why not enhance cell phone and wireless device security all year with Block It Pocket, a family-owned American business? We now have 2 spectacular holiday specials. Find them now at our new website, blockitpocket.com, or call 888-315-9618. Hurry, holiday special ends Christmas Day. Give the gift of security from blockitpocket.com, wishing you health, freedom, and liberty.
Sold out for weeks due to the difficult and extensive proprietary process behind its creation, the exclusive InfoWars Life Secret 12 formulation is now back in stock in the last limited shipment of 2014. The most bioactive form that has been created with our proprietary process. This ultra-clean vitamin B12 nutraceutical has been carefully crafted and developed over the last 2 years and is based on cellular science of how your body actively absorbs essential nutrients. Secret 12 is taken by mouth, right on the tongue, and then swallowed. No needles, no injections. Vitamin B12 deficiency is linked to scores of serious problems. And Secret 12 is a fusion of 2 organic proprietary forms of vitamin B12, bringing you a true nutraceutical quality vitamin B12. Secret 12 is an excellent Christmas gift. Secure your Secret 12 formula before December 17th at InfoWarsLife.com and receive it before Christmas guaranteed. That's InfoWarsLife.com before December 17th or by calling 888-253-3139.
Did you know by age 50, half of all men have an enlarged prostate? This means more urges to urinate, longer bathroom trips, waking at night to urinate, or issues with sex. If this sounds familiar, call us now, because we're shipping free bottles of Super Beta Prostate to listeners of this station. Super Beta Prostate is a non-prescription formula guaranteed to reduce the symptoms of your enlarged prostate. It's yours free. Pay only shipping and handling. Just call 1-800-852-1820. In clinical trials, the ingredient in Super Beta Prostate was shown to reduce urges to urinate, improve bladder emptying, reduce waking at night to urinate, and improve quality of life. This Super Beta Prostate free offer is for listeners of this station, but it won't last. Don't wait. Just call 1-800-852-1820. That's 1-800-852-1820. Call 1-800-852-1820.
All the leaves are brown, and the sky is gray, and the sky is gray. I've been for a walk.
Welcome back to the Alex Jones Show. I'm David Knight in Austin, joined by Paul Joseph Watson in the UK. We're talking about the articles that Paul has up about the police using social media posts to profile American citizens, assign a threat score to them based on purchases, based on political beliefs, based on comments that they make on social media, as well as the fallout from the video that was posted from a Spokane deputy bragging about what he needed his MRAP for, to use it against constitutionalists who have guns and ammunition. But before we get back to Paul, I want to let you know that we have a special 2-day-only sale. This is the Essential Holiday Health Pack. You can find it on InfoWarsLife.com. It is 3 of our most crucial nutraceutical formulas: Secret 12, that's our B12, Survival Shield X2, that's iodine, and Silver Bullet. This is a limited time offer. It's our biggest InfoWars Life special this holiday season. Normally, that would cost you at retail $139.85. You save nearly $80. You get it at 57% off. All 3 of those for just $59.99. That's Secret 12, X2 Nascent Iodine, and Silver Bullet. All 3 for just $59.99. If you get it today or tomorrow, and that's the only time we're going to have this special, just these 2 days, you can get it guaranteed delivery by Christmas. Now, Paul, as we were talking in the last segment about what's happening with the police state, I wanted to go in this very last segment back to your comments yesterday. We were talking about the media narrative and how they were deliberately trying to walk back against attaching this terrorist event in Sydney to ISIS or to anything that was political. We see this happening today with Obama failing to blame the Taliban for the mass school murder in Pakistan. Now, what he did not use the name Taliban. Instead, he referred to them as terrorists. He said they're going to support the government of Pakistan efforts to combat terrorism and extremism, but not mentioning the Taliban. What do you make of that?
Well, I mean, we've seen that before with Obama, but again, I think it's tied to the fact that, you know, his Afghanistan and Pakistan policy has been a complete failure, and these drone strikes have created more radicalized extremists in the region. So that's one reason why you would want to avoid that word. But
yeah, if he talks about the Taliban, people might say, but wait, I thought those are the people that we spent $1 trillion to eradicate out of Afghanistan. You mean the people that we spent $1 trillion to defeat in Afghanistan just murdered 120 plus people in a school?
Exactly, and it's similar to the Australian case, because as I explained yesterday, after it came out who the individual responsible was, the media narrative kind of shied away from the fact that he was inspired by ISIS. A lot of the media reports ignored entirely the fact that he got these hostages to say this is an ISIS attack on Australia. He demanded an ISIS flag, yet the media subsequently shifted almost instantly to blame it on a lone nut with mental issues that was out on bail for a criminal matter. So that it was interesting how that shifted when it came out that this guy had actually been brought into the country by the Australian government. They'd given him political asylum and used him as a spokesperson to demonize the Iranian government. So they were quite reticent to identify the true motives that this perpetrator had when it came out that he actually was inspired by ISIS, which of course grew as a result of the Obama administration and other governments' destabilization of Syria. So we see that happening over and over again now.
Yeah, we see that we are allying ourselves with rebels in Syria. You and I have both talked about that. Alex has talked about it. And of course, in the Middle East, we're allying ourselves with Saudi Arabia, who has beheaded more people than ISIS has as well. And we have an article up on Infowars.com that Saudi Arabia is now reportedly going to have a death penalty for smuggling Bibles. Thank you so much for joining us, Paul Joseph Watson. Stay with us in the next hour. We're going to be talking to author Marin Katuska about his book, Colder War, laying out the dangers ahead of us economically and with war. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Visit GCN Monday.
From the water table to our soils to the atmosphere itself, our world is becoming more and more toxic each and every day. But it's not just the air outside that's toxic. Indoor air has been shown to have 2 to 5 times higher concentrations of pollutants than even outdoor air. And most Americans spend 90% of their time in their homes. There are more than 42 million smokers in the United States. Well over 1,000 types of mold and mildew linked to numerous conditions. And don't forget the fact that 6 million Americans live with pets they're allergic to as well. When I began to research these statistics, it was clear to me it was time to start cleansing my lungs in order to combat the toxic environment that we cannot escape, but we can fight back against. Made with organic and wild cultivated herbs and manufactured in the USA. The new InfoWars Life Lung Cleanse is here in a convenient spray bottle that can be brought with you throughout
Chechen war to make himself look very strong. Declared victory very early, kind of like Bush with his mission accomplished. But I want to read to you what led up to this. Now, this is from the book, The Colder War. They said the first of 4 closely spaced terrorist attacks came September 4th, 1999 in Dagestan. Now, that would be in Chechnya. There was a bomb that leveled a barracks that was housing Russian soldiers and their families. 64 Russian men, women, and children were killed. 5 days later, there was a bombing in Moscow, this time an apartment building. The working class neighborhood in the city's southeast had a device that had been stashed on the building's ground floor, brought down all 8 floors, and killed 94 residents as they slept. Now, here's the key. Within hours, the Russian government officials all but certified that Chechen terrorists were responsible, and calls for retaliation came from all political quarters. Instead of treating the site as an active crime scene, however, and sifting through the ruins, what did the Russian authorities do? They raided just days after the blast and hauled the rubble away to a municipal dump. Where have you seen that happen before? To an FSB storehouse. Not the FBI's storehouse like they do here, but this is the FSB. Nothing was left for examination by third parties. Then 4 days later, authorities were called early in the morning to check on suspicious activity outside another apartment building on Moscow's outskirts. They left about 2 a.m., not finding anything. They didn't notice a massive bomb in the building, which exploded 3 hours later at 5 a.m. in the morning. A 9-story building collapsed, 121 died. Then came something very odd. A speaker of the Duma, Russia's lower parliamentary house, relayed to the parliament a report that he just received that an apartment building 700 miles south of Moscow this night. Not in Moscow, but in a different location. Okay, so what happens is that didn't happen yet. That happened later. Shades of the BBC announcing that Building 7 had collapsed. Now, it said that it seemed no more than an inconsequential blunder until 3 days later, an apartment building in the city that he had named was indeed blown up. And so a Duma member asked, how did it happen Monday about a blast that didn't occur until Thursday? In lieu of an answer, the questioner had his microphone cut off. Then it gets even more interesting. Then something very strange happened in Ryazan, 120 miles southeast of Moscow. They say everybody was on hyper alert, looking for something to happen to an apartment building. So some residents noted that a white car pulled up and 2 guys get out, go into the basement, and leave large sacks. They call the police, who then discovered 3 110-pound sacks wired to a timer in the basement. They quickly evacuated the building. A local explosive expert was called in to disarm the device. He determined that they contained an explosive, RDX, powerful enough to bring down the entire building, as we've seen before. In the meantime, they blocked all the roads leading out of this town. Acting Prime Minister Putin flexed his rhetorical muscles, he says, and congratulated the residents for the vigilance. The Russian Interior Minister chimed in, lauded recent improvements, and then they found out they actually arrested the guys, and they were with the FSB. They were their CIA. Then they changed the story. They said, we were just testing your vigilance. Do you see how this happens? It's called a false flag. It's used over and over again by every government. We're going to talk to the author of that, Marin Katusa, right after the break. Stay with us.
The average person's life is filled with unexpected challenges. Unlock the energy it takes to defeat these daily beasts with super male or super female vitality, specifically designed to assist the body in regulating proper hormone balance to create superior vitality in males and females. Supercharge and conquer your world at InfoWarsLife.com or call 1-888-253-3139.
The government's Department of Homeland Security is buying up loads of ammo. At the same time, they're restricting civilians' rights to own and purchase firearms. Can you put 2 and 2 together? Infidel Body Armor can stop every round, including hollow points and .308 sniper rounds. Is reasonably priced and fully legal. But for how long? Go to InfidelBodyArmor.com, spelled INFIDEL bodyarmor.com. Infidel Body Armor just won't quit.
InfoWarsLife.com. Check it out today. I have set out to bring you the most hardcore, cutting-edge supplements and nutraceuticals, bar none. And that's what you'll find at InfoWarsLife.com. We have rejected literally hundreds of products from the InfoWars Life line because they are not of the very highest quality, or because they're not 100% organic, or because they don't pass all of the strictest toxicology tests there are that we have listed at InfoWarsLife.com. Whether it's Survival Shield, Nascent Iodine, or DNA Force, Super Male Vitality, Super Female Vitality, Lung Cleanse, Fluoride Shield, Oxy Powder, I believe that all of these products will blow you away like they've done the thousands of other customers that have visited InfoWarsLife.com and believed in us and tried the products. Folks, check out InfoWarsLife.com today and the entire line of groundbreaking, cutting-edge, hardcore products. 2015 is almost here, and with it comes those New Year's resolutions to finally transform your body the way you want it. There's a reason over 88% of New Year's resolutions fail. Make this year different by equipping yourself with Oxy Powder, the next level in cleansing the body naturally. Using super oxygenation, Oxy Powder, available through InfoWarsLife.com, gently cleanses the body while you sleep with easy tools. InfoWars Nightly News Director Rob Dew has been using Oxy Powder with incredible success.
Took it that first day, then I took it for 6 more days after that. 12 pounds melted off in about a week. I'd say a week, 7 days. And I've been able to keep it off too. My wife's like, wow, you look really good. And I'm like, I know, I guess it's this Oxy Powder.
2015 can be different. Diet and exercise are important, but a lot of us have already tried that. Flushes it out. Secure your Oxy Powder at InfoWarsLife.com. That's InfoWarsLife.com or 888-253-3139.
From his Central Texas Command Center, deep behind enemy lines, the information war continues. It's Alex Jones and the GCN Radio Network.
Welcome back to the Alex Jones Show. I'm David Knight, your host today, and we're going to be talking to Marion Katusa, the author of The Colder War. If you don't hear the previous on your radio station, if they're carrying the news in the previous segment, I would suggest that you look at the online version of what I covered. It was a very interesting chronology of the way that Putin used false flags to essentially ascend to power. A lot of parallels to what goes on in this country, or maybe even better yet, this book is a page turner. I really enjoyed it. It puts a lot of events that I remember vaguely. It brings them back, freshens them up, puts them in a timeline, and more importantly, puts them in a much larger context. Let's go. Is Marion on the line now? Okay, let's go to Marion Katusa, the author of The Colder War. He works for Casey Research. He is a economics advisor. He has a newsletter there, as well as you manage a hedge fund, don't you, as well?
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah, it's one of the largest in Western Canada.
Yes. And I tell you what, you certainly know the context of moves. In the last couple of weeks, we've seen move to cover derivatives for the banks, something that has massive implications for U.S. taxpayers. But we also see these this massive move by Saudi Arabia to not cut production in the face of falling energy prices, essentially creating a lot of problems for Russia. That the ruble has fallen 20%. They have raised their interest rate. Talk about that a little bit.
But you're nailing all these right on the head. Congratulations to you, because your viewers are getting information that they're not getting in the mainstream media. What a lot of people, if you want a breaking story, what my sources in Russia are now telling me that actually Lavrov, who's the equivalent of the Secretary of Foreign Affairs for the Russians, basically stated and warned that the Russians, because now they view Crimea as part of Russia, they're going to be moving nuclear weapons there. And according to the Russian strategy, if you want to talk about false flags, here's the ultimate false flag, where now the Russians are going to be moving nuclear weapons into Crimea, which is a huge risk for the Western authorities. Now, in the last Germany has now also done a 180 on the U.S. sanctions and saying, wait, let's time out here. Germany does not want Russia and Turkey to solidify a track deal, because the last thing Germany is to be vulnerable, and for the European Union to be vulnerable on Turkey's holding the tap. So now Turkey is holding off on advancing the sanctions. We're in real time. Sanctions have many more false flags to keep the turmoil going. Yes, the oil price has gone down for Russia, but what's important to understand is the ruble price has decreased much more than the price of the oil. So sir, that's the best of both, the best that you can possibly be in the situation, because you're still in a bull market or an uptrend in your oil. So these are very important facts to understand that our Western media is not about.
One of the things that I'm concerned about is putting the American taxpayer on the hook for ensuring through the FDIC program the derivatives market, because there's already been reports that a lot of oil futures are going to be essentially worthless. Already that's happening. As the future market starts to tumble, that's going to spread out, as we've seen in the past, to other commodities, as well as we're already seeing to the currency in Russia. And of course, that's going to continue to spread to the larger stock market. Looks very unstable.
It is the biggest risk right now to the North American markets that nobody's talking about. At the end of the chapter in our book, The Cold War, we get into exactly that, why to understand that derivatives is so important. And this really is nuclear economic weapons of mass destruction that
us, and us being, the poor pathetic creatures out here that have to live in the rest of the world that is not, FDIC insured and IMF backed. Oh, did I say that? Maybe I did. But the thing is, taking a look at this, I mean, that's quite a grabbing sort of enthralling headline. But I mean, what are we talking about in this story here, Suzanne?
Well, the Volcker rule is supposed to protect us from the banks doing that whole securitized derivatives, Las Vegas style betting again.
You mean the life's blood of the banking system for minimally the past decade, and one of the things that they hyperextended repeatedly and is now floating over the planet like a giant pile of bricks on an old cartoon drawing hanging over a cat or a mouse or whatever animal you would like, sort of just lingering up there waiting to come falling down on all of us. You mean that?
Yes. When you play the stock market and you lose and you're a bank, then everybody loses. And we found that out several times. We've learned that. But somehow we still go back and we trust the banks. I don't get it, but maybe that's for another show. I don't know. So the Federal Reserve this week opened up the door for securitized derivatives, risky trading, by extending the deadline for banks to sell off their stakes in hedge funds and private equity till 2017. So you can guarantee they've got another 2 years to do all sorts of shenanigans that they want to do, that they always do, that costs us a lot of money bailing them out. I would be more concerned about a bail-in at this point than a bail-out, because they tried it and they went big. If you're going to do something that audacious, go big.
Well,
and they went as big as we can handle.
Yeah, I mean, go big or go home, and they've already gone way bigger than any of us can go home to anymore. We're talking about numbers that are... What does that actually entail? I mean, for the listener's sake here, what do we want to explain about this rule that would have been different had they not pushed it out?
The Volcker rule. Sorry.
No, it's okay. It's contagious. When you're on the air with me, suddenly your tongue and your teeth become confused with one another, and it's just one of those things. It's kind of like the Ocelli Bola at this point. So it's all right. Just take your time, take a breath, and the Volcker rule, as it were, right?
Yes. So this was designed in part by the banks. In tandem with the Dodd-Frank law, in order to put a rein and ban all of the securitized trading mishaps that have occurred. The collateralized debt obligations, okay? So that's what causes all the problems in 2008. And so this rule is supposed to ban all of that activity, so they cannot do it anymore. The Federal Reserve said, yeah, sure, but we'll talk about that in 2017.
So, really what we're looking at here is the, once again, sort of recirculated concept of kicking the can further down the road regarding the financial risk. And meanwhile, here's what gets confusing for, an average guy who's not a great economist, because believe me, I can't even run my own economy properly. So I don't necessarily say that I know what would be best for the rest of us regarding all this stuff, except, maybe if all of these economic systems actually disappeared all at once. But outside of that, what are we saying here? Well, it seems confusing because, after all, they turned around, subdivided this stuff, repackaged it, and turned it into, it's almost as if, they took all types of meat from 80 different animals and made several types of meatloaves and then recannibalized it to create crackers at some point. And nobody got to eat any of them. They're just, again, floating over our heads in the hypothetical space that is the economic realm. You know what I mean? It just never seems to end regarding the shuffling and changing of things. The crap that's going to wind up falling back down on the entire planet regarding this, somewhat underspoken of derivative bubble is so monstrous. I really don't have an adjective to describe it. Right? But this is allowing them to continue to kick that can a little further down the road, just so it's not part of the equation until 2017, which curiously it will be post-election,
Absolutely. Yes, you got to think about this, folks. If it's going to impede on somebody's ability to get into office, then things are set in motion years beforehand. And we think, oh, nothing of it. And then all of a sudden, it's fortuitous that this person should become president, and magically they do. Now, the American Banking Association revised the Volcker Rule. And this could play into why they're kicking the can down the road. They want to make sure that their revision sticks. They were outlining the notion of stay by as directed by the Federal Reserve System, the Board of Governors for the Federal Reserve. And the emergency notion was filed by the American Banking Association under concern that the Volcker Rule would cause substantial, immediate, and irreparable harm to the small community banks and customers they serve. Okay, well, you guys got to remember something. Starting 2 years ago, and I reported on this, and some people did as well, and I'm grateful to see that. The mega banks have been purchasing up all of these small banks for the last 2 years. It's like when you go to shop at Sears and you think you're shopping at Sears. Well, you're really shopping at Kmart. It's like when you buy all these products that Nestle owns and you can't remember. The list is insurmountable, and so you think you're buying something that isn't owned by Nestle, but that's almost impossible. So this is the same exact thing. The small banks are being sucked up, their name and everything stays the same, because that way you think that you have a choice. It's been very successful in the corporate world, and so why wouldn't banks do this? So the idea that the ABA is saying, oh, well, all these small community banks and the customers they serve are going to be harmed by the Volcker Rule as it stands, and we need to put in this revision that we've written, by the way, it is an absolutely ridiculous statement, and it preys upon the ignorance of the public.
Well, right. I mean, it's just like telling us that Obamacare was written about people that actually care about health or care in the beginning, to begin with, right?
You mean the insurance companies?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, coincidentally, those same people, right? They happen to write this, and then they, have the great gnashing of teeth and wringing of hands regarding what it's going to do. But meanwhile, they were actually the authors. In the ostensive Bank of America, as it stands, or Bank of Saudi Arabia, as I like to call it, that bank is supposed to be, this great beacon, for us here. It would be concerned with American interests, American assets, et cetera, and nothing is further from the truth. It's just one of those, cogs in the mechanism of the greater international banking system, and really has nothing to do with being of anything other than of the bank. So it's really the bank of the bank, and America is not even one of its higher priority concerns on the mid-level sort of perspective. This is the reality regarding this stuff, though, is that they relabel things and tell you that it's something else. Like minoxidil was turned into a hair growth drug, and meanwhile it was really a blood pressure drug that got repurposed and repackaged. It seems like repurposing and repackaging things is really the black art of today, as it were, regarding keeping people distracted and deferred from the realities around them.
Absolutely. Prozac has been repackaged as, hey, you have those extra premenstrual kind of idiocracies or mood swings. Go ahead and take Prozac. I mean, whatever they're calling it. It's got it's in a pink box. I can't remember the name that they repackaged it, but it's Prozac.
Well, in order to sell it to ladies, you got to put it in a pink box.
You have to put it in we love pink, so put it in a pink box, of course. Along that lines, I wrote this article earlier this year about value-based medicine. In fact, treatments for cancer specifically under value-based, under Obamacare. And this is the American Society of Clinical Oncology asking Congress to put this provision in there. And so, just so you know, the value-based system uses the ideology that customers pay out of pocket for medical expenses based on the value of the medical service that they have received. No. Oh, so wait a minute. The chemotherapy is very expensive because it has a high value, and therefore you have to pay based on the value. Healthcare is not walking into Tiffany's and purchasing a silver keychain that you could purchase at Walmart almost and pay an exorbitant amount of money because it's Tiffany's. We cannot have a healthcare system that does this. That people are going to just die. They won't be able to afford the healthcare because it's too valuable.
Well, right. I mean, and this of course is them writing their own price guidelines and colluding with one another to cause the prices to be as such. I mean, plastic catheters costing $300 when they cost 10 cents to make and things like this. This is the reality of the healthcare system as it stands. Is that we say it's the price because we've all said it's the price, and we all benefit from jacking up the price. And of course, who loses at the end of the day? Well, those that are not quite valuable enough to be invested with these inflated assets and treatments and such, right?
Oh, absolutely. I was shocked to see that in the news. It was this article was back in March of this year. The idea of value-based healthcare just stopped me. I'm almost flabbergasted now just rereading the article as I'm talking about it with you guys. This is an insurance model that allows for the benefit of investors and not patients' wellness or recovery, in fact, with regard to medical care, which is a very sneaky way of insurance corporations getting away with not paying for treatments. Because you might not be valuable enough to have that treatment, or that treatment might be so valuable that it's out of your range.
Well, and it goes right back to that old argument from the ostensibly and supposedly and still allegedly right wing of the purple fascist bird, as it were, that seems to fly here, that said, you know, look, we'll be able to unplug grandma so that we can hire a new teacher. You know, cost benefit analysis when it comes to human beings. This is what it comes down to, right?
Absolutely. I deal with this all the time. My husband and I started a business, and we have crystal pure CBD. This is the purest form of CBD that you can get on the market. And the reason why we started this company was for reasons like what we're talking about. We email and speak to our customers, and we have hooked up with Novus Medical Group, which has doctors, RNs, and medical staff. If you have questions and you want to speak to a medical professional, you can do so, and you can purchase our product wholesale through Novus Medical Group. Because of situations like Obamacare and the entire medical system as a whole, this is the medicinal part of the marijuana and hemp plant. And I know we've discussed this on the show before, but taking CBD, if you go to PubMed, you'll see thousands of studies. There have been recent studies with breast cancer. They showed that cannabidiol had positive effects in dealing with all types of breast cancer. Not one type of breast cancer was out of the loop. Every single type of breast cancer had positive effects with just using cannabidiol, nothing else. The Royal Society over in London recently published a study last year stating that cannabidiol has positive effects on neurological disorders because it breaks the blood-brain barrier on everything from mild depression to bipolar and schizophrenia. So this is an amazing tool that we can use to stay out of Obamacare, to stay out of that loop of managed healthcare, because all of these hospitals and they're all run by corporations. And so a corporation's job is to keep you a repeat customer and make sure that they get as much money as possible. And that doesn't work in healthcare, because health isn't always about making money. It's about healing people. And if you make money because of that, that's great. And if you don't, then they're healed. That's the point of medical care. So we can't trust the physicians because they're getting kickbacks and paid by the pharmaceutical industry. We can't trust the AMA because they're run by the pharmaceutical industry. Obama is sinking billions of dollars into the brain mapping project for the psychiatric community, and sinking money into the biotech industry to find more drugs to suit more problems that we're incurring, because the corporations have all these chemicals in our food and our water, and it's raining down from the sky, and we need actual care because we're coming down with things that we were never coming down with 20, 40, 50 years ago, and by the droves. The Generation X is the first generation to not outlive their parents. That's very scary to me.
Well, and it's no wonder, considering, you know, all the virtually inescapable, you know, realm, the panopticon, as it were, of toxins and attacks on the natural system. And I'll tell you something else. It is a good point that that use of these kind of products, you know, if the product is, you know, a valid and thoroughly well tested and well intentioned thing, obviously anything can be perverted, but when you're talking about utilizing, you know, a truly pure version of this product, what happens is all kinds of benefits can be had. As a matter of fact, I think, you know, we're only really scratching the surface regarding, in modern times, the you know, the usefulness of this kind of thing, because I mean, I hear from people all the time that, you know, that don't have a problem necessarily, aren't necessarily going for the sick care because they have an ailment, but just people that, you know, as they were starting to age, noticed that they were having problems. When they started utilizing these types of products, they noticed sort of a rejuvenative effect regarding their entire systems, you know. So it wasn't just about treating people when they were sick. It's actually, you know, something that can be done in and I hate to use this term because it's such an allopathic term, but preventative medicine, which is, you know, virtually unheard of at this point, you know, in the greater complex out there, in the greater, you know, medical industrial complex, as it were. But in terms of the Obamacare system and everything else, you know, preventative medicine, although they kind of laud these things as, you know, well, gee, you know, we'll give credits if you do this and we'll give credits if you do that. You know, but the judgments that they're making regarding what is actually beneficial is antiquated at best.
Absolutely. When I did the research on the articles about the snake oil salesman in the cannabidiol industry, it got to a head for me when I looked into Medical Marijuana Incorporated, who owns HempMeds PX and Canaway and all of the other big names and all the companies that white label their product and sell it under another name. Medical Marijuana Incorporated, from independent laboratory tests, showed significant levels of toxic solvents in their product. And when I further looked into it, here's the problem. That black stuff, that hemp paste, that is 15% CBD and 85% filler. That includes heavy metals, toxic solvents, and God knows what. And I'm in the process of getting a hold of some of that and sending it to an independent laboratory. I have a laboratory in Oregon who will do the test. So I need to get the paste and send it off to them to find out what is in that. Because when you're taking these products from Medical Marijuana Incorporated, Canaway, HempMeds PX, and all these other labels out there, they're all using the hemp paste as the base constituent, even if it's a liquid. So what's happening is you're getting 15% CBD, where they're claiming exorbitant amounts of CBD, 200 milligrams, but really it's 200 milligrams of the hemp paste, which is 85% filler and heavy metal solvents and toxic solvents, and then only 15% CBD. So you're getting a percentage of the 15% in the 200 milligram. They count it all, the hemp paste together with the CBD as a whole when they say 200 milligrams. That's absolutely unacceptable. So my husband and I got a hold of an actual crystal pure CBD. It looks like sugar in the vial, and I have a vial of it that is untreated and or uncreated. So it looks like sugar. And the laboratory test for the constituent that we use is 99.999% pure. We have the laboratory tests up on crystalpurecbd.com. If you go to the website, you can check out, we have the most current laboratory tests on our product, which is 99.8% pure. And all it is the CBD and hemp oil. That's it. And it's 300 drops. It is the most pure CBD. Now, if you want to add THC to that, by all means you can. And if you'd like to speak to a doctor, email me at proposal@msn.com and we will get you in touch with Novus Medical Group, or you can contact them directly. You can purchase our product wholesale through Novus Medical Group. And you can speak to a doctor and someone who works with medical marijuana and including CBD. And that's the reason why we created this product, because no matter what you're purchasing out there, you're purchasing the hemp paste. Unless you're purchasing crystal pure CBD. We don't have the hemp paste, so there's no black stuff, there's no toxic solvents, there's no GMO. Our hemp seed is organic. Everything is good for you. It's just the CBD which you need and some hemp oil, and it's organic, and that's it.
Well, yeah, and I recall from an earlier article, and I can't remember the title of it at this moment because, as I said, I had those organizational problems. I thought I had a few moments to get myself together before air, but I didn't. But one of the things that was interesting was when you were discussing this paste and what was being developed from it. Somebody who was involved in that was making statements regarding the contaminants in the paste. And it was really scary kind of stuff that was going on out there, right?
Yes. This is Tamar Wise, who used to work for Dixie Botanicals, and she's actually the scientist that created the Dixie Botanicals product that they use.
That's it.
Now,
That's who I was. Yeah, that's who I was thinking of. And this was the lady that made the statement that was really shocking in at least one of your earlier articles. I can't remember. Like I said, it might have been more than one, but I remember this point, and it's sticking with me. That please go ahead and explain that to the audience, because in case they missed it the first time around when we were discussing it, it was pretty extreme.
she made the statement, and I contacted her, and she is under contractual agreement, so she cannot publicly speak. But she made the statement on her Facebook page and has since taken it down. But I have a copy of it in my article, and I've repeated it in other articles as well, like you were mentioning. She said that she had seen the hemp paste and that it was unfit for human consumption. It had live microbial life breeding into it, and it was made in China, and that is true. A lot of this hemp paste is coming from China. Now, they have completely different restrictions and allowances than we do. And so the base constituent, which is the hemp paste, is coming from places like China, and it is, according to Tamar Y, is unfit for human consumption. So then HempMeds PX or Canaway gets that stuff from Phytosphere, who supplies it to Medical Marijuana Incorporated. So Phytosphere buys it from China. They sell it to Medical Marijuana Incorporated. Medical Marijuana Incorporated then sends it down to their subsidiaries. Canaway is its own corporation, and they also get their base constituent, the paste, from Phytosphere. And this is the toxic solvent that Tamar Wise was talking about. So there was a group called Project CBD who did an article a couple of weeks ago, and I reported on it as well because I could not believe what they were coming up with. They had an independent laboratory test medical marijuana's ingredients, and they found the toxic solvents. And just to give you a little background on Canaway, which I found this fascinating, the gentleman who runs Canaway Life Sciences is the name of the corporation. The gentleman who runs Canaway was the CFO, the Chief Officer of Operations for Stratton Oakman. And if you've seen the movie The Wolf of Wall Street, you would remember him. He is the Jonas Hill character, the guy who helps Jordan Belfort, for lack of a better term, and I apologize for using colorful language, screw a bunch of people out of their life savings on penny stocks. Yeah. So this gentleman jumped from going to prison with the Wolf of Wall Street and then created Cana Life Sciences and got an exclusive agreement with the National Institutes of Health to use his product as a method of treating diseases caused by oxidative stress by administering therapeutic effective amounts of non-psychoactive cannabidiol. I'm sorry.
See, I told you it's contagious. And
that is a really hard word to say, though.
But no, I know it, and but I'm telling you, it's only because you're on with me that this is happening to you. So I apologize. Thank you. I have to apologize to you, but it's an amazing thing. And to talk about the context of the people that you sort of glossed over that. So let me just say this. We're talking about, the same types of individuals that, people flip around terms like junk bonds nowadays. And they don't realize exactly what that was, and to break it down in a real simple sort of way, again, because I'm not an economist and I have to sort of, really sort of reduce things down to their lowest common denominator to really understand them regarding this. But you're talking about the types of people that would sell, 5, 6, 1,000% of a company. You know what I mean? These types of practices. And then when it imploded, and they would walk away with their money. So, this was the kind of individuals we're talking about here. I'm not making specific charges here. What I'm doing is I'm trying to point out that there is, it's no wonder that they would have no problem utilizing things that are not fit for human consumption later on in order to jump on board with a trend a little bit and to directly deceive people regarding what seems to be, sort of revolutionary for its time. To be out there regarding, health and people's personal wellness, and to exploit the sort of ignorance of individuals by even seizing upon those who wish to think outside of the box, right?
Exactly, because we have receptors in our brain and our body to receive cannabidiol. We're born with it, so we are supposed to take this into our body, and it helps your immune system behave better. It helps it function better. It tells the cells that are behaving abnormally, and that includes cancer cells, to shut off, and you expel it naturally. No chemotherapy.
Right, and it works. It does work for ailments. You know what I mean? Like, this is the thing with hemp, and and quite directly, even with marijuana. In my opinion, and I've taken some crap and lost some people that I really would have wished would have come on my show, and people that would have come back on my show. Even, I'm not going to name names directly here, but there are individuals who are part of the legitimate academic world who don't want to now appear with me because of the fact that I made such a strong point about thinking that that utilizing a plant is a good idea, for just human beings in general. It has preventative, it has sort of the maintaining equilibrium from a systemic point of view regarding the human body. It's all sorts of wonderful things, and it is useful in so many different ways to so much of the population that I see no need for this continuous debate regarding whether to legalize it or not. We have plenty of legalized things out there that are a whole lot more damaging. The pharmaceutical industry preys upon people who have ailments with things that are completely counterproductive to their health, as a constant. And it's one of those truly ridiculous things. But as with any corporation or any of these people that are really in, putting their skin in the game to do nothing but gain from the corporate side, it is always necessary to pretty much check your morality, your idea of reality, and your kind of giving a damn about what you do to the public at large. You got to check that at the door if you're going to get involved in these industries. And but the thing is, there are people that are doing it differently, like you guys are doing. And I do want to get back to that. I do want to get back to it, but I want to jump around a little bit with you because I love doing this. And we will definitely revisit this whole thing, and I want to get into the specifics of where people can find it and everything else. But before we do that, I want to make sure, before I get lost on this, that we jump around a little bit more, okay?
Yeah, let's jump.
All right, let's jump around. See, here's the fun part with me, too. We'll do this, and then it'll descend into a personal conversation where we forget that anybody else is listening to us. So, all right. Excuse me, throat's a little dry today. All right. So, again, going from occupycorporatism.com, all one word, again, from the breaking news. Yeah, the breaking news tab and all that. On December 19th, we have Obama's police task force. And this is going to lead up to a few other things. And believe me, we're going to have a fascinating middle part of this conversation because we might actually have a disagreement here, Suzanne, a serious one, but we'll see. But not on this article, though. Obama's police task force focused on rebuilding public trust. Now, that almost seems like a sarcastic headline.
No, it's a factual headline.
But it almost seems sarcastic considering the way that I view, the situation with Obama and the fact that we're looking at a shell game here, and regarding any of this stuff. I mean, at this point, because he is the lame duck president and is going to be, obviously involved in the gridlock that he's going to be involved in for the next couple of years minimally, right? What is he going to seek to accomplish at this point except sort of polish his legacy, as it were, for the, for the brainwashed history books out there, which is a whole other subject regarding, the recent events with Cuba and everything else. But this almost seems like a forced, necessary thing that somebody had to add to his legacy regarding the racial divide, the police state, exactly how this is all developed in light of what went on in Ferguson, New York City, Cleveland, and everywhere else it seems we turn. If you look hard enough, you can find these incidents, right? And meanwhile, another task force loaded with, God knows who to accomplish actually God knows what, right?
Well, this is the greatest thing. And I always say this to people. You don't have to go and read tabloid journalism. The truth is strange enough.
Yeah, absolutely.
Seriously. That is a factual headline, and I know it's kind of tongue in cheek, But this task force, the task force on the 21st century policing, is going to examine how to strengthen public trust and foster strong relationships between local law enforcement and the communities that they protect, while also promoting effective crimes reduction. That's a direct quote.
See, but in the real world at this point, all of that stuff that you just said sounds like, you know, double think on top of double think on top of double think. You know, let's break it down a little bit, okay? Just, I mean, I know that this is, you know, 101 stuff for you, and this is ABCs and 1, 2, 3s, but let's think about this for just a second. The perception now that the police forces around the country are protecting and serving, okay, that's a mockery in and of itself. The fact that this task force is going to be able to address, touch, or even remotely create a ripple effect where, you know, even the still waters that might be in the local communities will be remotely affected by what they do in any sort of positive way is again laughable. You know, it's almost like saying, listen, I want to get rid of mad cow disease, so I have brought Ronald McDonald in to be my consultant, and he's going to be assisted by, you know, by the weird-looking Burger King guy from the commercials, because these men will be able to straighten out the beef industry. I mean, that's almost what it looks like to me, you know.
What this is, and
I know I went a little strange on you there, but think about what I'm saying. It's like the cartoon characters are going to get elected to office, and therefore they're going to make the decisions. You know what I mean? Except this is an appointed, you know, situation where these task forces are going to accomplish what? I mean, I know what the surface story is, but in reality, what does it all come down to in the end?
What it comes down to, and I'm sorry, folks, but Obama didn't create this. In fact, George Bush Sr. created this. Okay, and so it's come to a head. It's taken 3 presidencies to come to a head. Now that's quite a long time, but eventually, when you suppress people, eventually it comes through. And the police departments have been getting away with literally murder for a long, long, long time. And it does have to do with race, but it also has to do with the overbearing police state that we have, and cops think that they, in the suspect phase, can do whatever they want to you, including kill you. Even before you get to the arrest and detainment and booking, just a suspect. They're not even sure if they got the right guy, but they'll shoot you anyway. And so Obama is cleaning up house. Now, it's in the last half of his presidency. So think about this, folks. The next guy walking in does not want to deal with this, okay? So it's up to Obama to take out the mop and clean up a little bit, even if there's still a stain or if you can still see that mark in your carpet. The next guy will come in and finish off the job.
See, and that's the thing. We're actually talking about not the last half, but the quarter, realistically, right? It's the last quarter of his presidency. And I say again, this is part of the public perception regarding his legacy, as it were. You know what I'm saying? Like, it just seems to me like that's what the stage show is about here. To realistically get anything done regarding that culture of, and I hate to borrow this, but regarding the bully culture where it is sanctioned by the local governments to become these militarized police forces, this is not going to get addressed. The reality of the racial divide is not going to really get addressed. This is just going to be pontification and you know, and those opining about their you know, their prejudicial programming from before, and a hail of paper and some money spent to probably do studies to accomplish what?
To accomplish nothing. I wrote an article earlier in the week and actually got to speak to the corporation involved in all of this stuff. Taser is the corporation, and they have made $2.8 million in providing the Los Angeles Police Department with 7,000 body cameras. And so I actually, on Twitter is an awesome tool. You can actually speak to these people. They had an issue with the original photo that I used, so I went and changed it, but I took this as an opportunity to ask them if they had any comment on the profitability of their product that does not protect against citizens as victims of police brutality. And they responded, "We are the #1 company who has the people, the technology, and the gumption to go out and tackle this problem, and we can make a difference." And I said, well, Eric Gardner, if Eric Gardner was killed on video, then how does your product tackle the system? Or is it about lucrative contracts? Because like I said, $2.8 million with the promise of more contracts as long as the Los Angeles Police Department beta test is successful. They can look at several billions of dollars in contracts. Their response to that was, so you're telling me that we aren't tackling the problem, and they sent me a news article from the New York Times, and I realized that they're just trying to divert the issue. So I asked again, what is your comment to tackling the problem that Eric Gardner was killed by police on camera? Is this about making money? And their response was, we're trying to change the world to provide tools and transparency and accountability. This is America, in all caps, and we are a solution. And I said, could you explain how your product creates transparency and how it would have saved Eric Gardner's life since he was killed on camera? And their response was he using one of our cameras? Because we have found that there's better behavior on both sides of the badge when officers use our products. And I said to them, are you saying that the video of Eric Gardner's death would have, if it were taken on your cameras, that the officers would have behaved better? Are you saying that Eric Gardner would be alive if the NYPD had used your product? And they refused to answer me at that point. They ended the conversation on Twitter. Well, but you can read all of this in the article, because I went back and updated my article on Taser and the Los Angeles Police Department and linked in that Twitter conversation, so you can read what this corporation thinks about your safety. They just made, like I said, almost $3 million on one beta test contract with promises of other precincts and other departments across the country using their product if the Los Angeles Police Department beta test goes very well. But I need to remind people that it is the Los Angeles Police Department that was caught earlier this year disabling voice recording equipment and antennas on 50 squad cars that go into low-income areas. Well, so I have no confidence that the LAPD will turn on their camera as soon as they go to pull someone over or have some sort of incident. I have no confidence that if it happens to be an incident in a low-income area, that they will record it, or that the record will be accessible to the public, because police departments are typically deny requests from the public for video footage and have to be subpoenaed by a court in order to get it.
Well, right, and look, your point is extremely well taken regarding the LAPD, because after all, if well, okay, let's start with the LAPD. First of all, historically, you cannot find probably a more corrupt metropolitan police force on the planet. I mean, it is endless, okay? Of course, I'm, one of these assassination guys, so I spend a bit of time examining the behavior of this, illustrious organization regarding the RFK assassination, right? They were wonderfully trustworthy there, weren't they? These are the same people that, that bring you Rodney King, that bring you plenty of wrongful deaths that really weren't, reported on nationally. And shame on you, Suzanne. Don't you know that if they were recording, Eric Gardner's death in high def, he might have not actually passed away? I mean, don't you know that if the resolution was higher, he might have actually lived?
Well, I caught an article a couple of days ago, a local article talking about the Rialto Police Department in California. Okay. And they specifically said within 3 months of the vehicle that the police officers turn on the camera when they get out of their car to approach a suspect. The camera is not on until they turn it on. There you go right there, folks. It's very easy for them to just not turn it on, do whatever they want to you, and you're subject to whatever the dash cam caught. But let's think about that, folks. If everybody's spending all this money, $2.8 million on the LAPD alone to outfit them with the Taser body camera, then they don't have any money to keep that equipment in the dash cam, which happens to be the only third-party non-involved witness that we have right now. And even though it's difficult to get that footage, it's the only one that we have. So get rid of that, because the dude's got a camera on his shirt, you know? He'll turn it on. We could trust him. He's a police officer, right? They don't hurt people.
Well, and none of those will get broken in the ensuing action or anything like that. I'm sure cameras will be lost. Guys will be forgetful, as they tend to be sometimes at critical moments, right? These kind of things are going to happen, right?
They happen all the time now. Why shouldn't they happen then?
But exactly, and this is why. But I do crack up regarding the LAPD, because in recent things that have come out, in various places in the information stream, as it were, these are the same people who are going to investigate, Bill Cosby and his his incidents that have supposedly expired regarding the statute of limitation, simply because they can, which is also an excellent use of taxpayer dollars, by the way, to investigate crimes that you can't prosecute. Isn't that wonderful? They should be the most trustworthy people out there. And after all, if you're going to roll out something regarding, corruption or misconduct by a police force, LAPD is an excellent place to start, isn't it?
It really is. And the Lowell Police Department in Michigan did a fantastic job of creating this PR stunt, which actually became a viral video on YouTube. And I actually got into a conversation with a gentleman who is not part of the Lowell Police Department, but he was a police officer for 20 years. And he was saying to me, well, isn't this a good thing? I mean, cops are doing good things. This cop pulls people over like he's going to write a ticket, asks them what they want for Christmas. He's hooked up with a audio and a microphone. There's a guy at a store a couple of blocks away. He can hear the responses from the drivers. They go and buy the gifts, have them wrapped, and bring them to the car within 10 or 15 minutes. It's all caught on video. The police chief for the Lowell Police Department actually admitted that this was a PR stunt, that they hooked up with Up TV, a local cable station, hopefully getting it to a national level, which it did. It went on YouTube, and then it went completely crazy, and the mainstream picked it up. This was a completely manufactured stunt, and the Lowell Police Department chief explained that they're doing this because there's so much bad press regarding police officers. There was another gentleman who was called to a scene where a African-American woman had stolen 5 eggs from a dollar store, and instead of taking her in, he bought her a dozen eggs, went back to the police department, had a talk with some guys, and then magically showed up at her residence with a week's worth of food. And again, the police officer who initiated this, he explained in the interview to the local TV station that he was glad that this story went national, because this is good press, because the cops are getting bad press for actually getting caught hurting people, beating people up, murdering people, shooting a 12-year-old child within 2 seconds of arriving on the scene. That's not even enough time to say, put the gun down, but okay. So yeah, they're doing all of these PR stunts. And then on top of all of this, we've got Obama putting out an executive order creating this task force whose specific job is to regain public trust. And who do they have heading this thing? The head of the International Chiefs of Police. So this is an industry thing. Look, I've told you 1,000 times, the police departments are private corporations. They are public benefit LLCs. They are hired to perform policing services. Go look up that definition, because it's not protecting the public, I'll tell you that.
Oh, no.
And these private corporations have been doing so much stuff for so long, but wait, we have technology now. And some people got smart, and they pulled out their smart phone and started recording these people, and then went home and put it on YouTube. And that became a thing. And thank God for places like Cop Block, who encourage this kind of behavior. And now all of a sudden, everything that the cops do, they might be filmed, and they know this. So they're putting out these dudes who are pulling you over for a ticket and gives you a present, and these other people who you get called to a scene and he goes and buys you a bunch of groceries. This is all public relations. The corporations who are providing policing services have bad marketing and bad press, and now they are trying to rebrand themselves, remarket themselves to you, make you forget about all the toys that George Bush Sr. gave them or paved the way for them to have. Obama is not even stopping the trickle down from the Pentagon to your local police department. He's not even going to restrict anything on it at all, period. He says that it's necessary. So instead, let's work on public relations. And why are they working on public relations? Relations as opposed to, I don't know, fixing the problem? Because public relations works. It's been working for the last 80 years in this country, and that's how we make decisions. We listen to the propaganda and we fall for it every single time. Let's not do that this time. I saw a lot of Gen Xers out there in New York and in Ferguson and standing up all over the country, standing up and saying this is wrong. We were kind of like the generation, what are we going to do? We're like the lame generation now. We're in our 30s and 40s and we realize police state sucks and we need to make it stop. And we should keep getting out there and we should not take this at face value. When we see these PR stunts, know what it is and take it for what it is and quit falling for the marketing. Otherwise, our children and our grandchildren are going to have the police state that we have today times whatever it is, times 100, times 1,000. And I'm not even exaggerating. Because if it's this bad now in 37 years, and when I was a little girl, I used to watch The Streets of San Francisco, and that's what cops were. And now they look like Terminator, except just wait for that. Microsoft has a security bot. Wait for that to happen.
Absolutely. Stop. You're in violation. We're going, remember that first, RoboCop movie, right? Or the first series of RoboCop movies where they presented this stuff and really, really quickly we've seemed to have accelerated into that. Now, another thing that you're always covering, and you covered it recently as well, but I'm going to kind of diverge from your article a bit, before we revisit where we started the show. But the whole concept of hacking and how information is being utilized and the possibility of terrorism in the hacking world, as it were, the recent debates regarding Sony and all these other wonderful things, right? This whole ridiculousness with probably, if North Korea were responsible, they probably done us a big favor by keeping one Seth Rogen film that was definitely going to be a bomb out of our hands, for a little while anyway, until they get to the specialized DVD of the most dangerous film, right? Isn't this interesting stuff in light of all of the other disasters, the real, actual, true acts of damage that have been done by hackers in recent years? Taking a look at all that stuff, I'm wondering what your viewpoint is on all that.
Well, like I said in that article, there's something called mirroring, and if you're not a hacker, you don't know about this, but you use somebody else's computer, somebody else's IP address, somebody else's server to bounce off of. So when the person who's being hacked goes to look and see where it came from, it looks like it's coming from Wyoming, but you're in Switzerland. And that is just 101. So, like, for them to say that Iran or even North Korea was responsible for the hacking, I'm not clear that they're actually deciphering, because we don't have the technology. When people bounce off of and use mirroring techniques, and there's several other ways to do this, and there's more advanced ways to do it. I don't see any evidence that we have the kind of technology to be able to siphon through all of that. And I've written several articles quoting security experts stating that we just don't have the technology to be able to follow a line that has been corrupted so many times. I mean, you could do the mirroring technique. You could bounce off of every, theoretically every server before it gets to you. So they've got to sit there for a very long time and figure out where the line is going and how many loops and diversions it has. It's not like Sony gets hacked and a couple of days later we hear about it and we know because we have the IP address that it came from North Korea. They don't know. They can't get that information that quickly. It takes a lot of research. It takes a lot of time. And even if you have an entire department of people who are qualified to do that, it still takes time, and it's not 72 hours. And that's just the reality. This is absolute malarkey to me, that they're even making this claim. And it has a political backing to it as well, because we've been trying to get into another fight with North Korea for a very, very long time. So why not? And the whole Team America, World Police, and that being, taken down. You know what? Freedom isn't free. According to them, it costs $1.05. But we give up our freedoms readily every single day. And when it comes to cybersecurity, none of these corporations have the type of security that they should have. And even those securities are not up to speed with the level of proficiency that hackers, and I'm not saying this, that hackers are bad. The idea of hacking is just reverse engineering something. There's lots of open source code and lots of open source material that you can teach yourself how to do this yourself. There's a lot of people who work regular jobs and do the hacking thing at night, and they write beautiful code and they're able to build all sorts of websites, and they don't have any formal training. This is an amazing self-taught piece of ingenuity to me. It's impressive to me. That's what I'm speaking of when I'm talking about hackers. To me, this is just ridiculous, but ICANN being hacked, that's serious. Forget Sony. That's just, some stars getting their stuff exposed. Well, so what? Well, ICANN is where most of the control of our digital world happens.
Well, see,
that's a serious hack.
And that was my point, is that, again, this is one of these situations where they're making a huge deal out of what? Some intellectual property got, misplaced, basically. Some emails got hacked, all this kind of stuff. But this is being pumped up as if it were a significant attack on something that was vital to the nation. And last I looked, again, Seth Rogen is not somebody who's vital to America. You know what I'm saying?
Well, don't tell him that.
Well, no, of course not. I mean, after all, I'm far below a cockroach regarding these people, but the thing is, despite being, the voice of a generation, as it were. I don't know which generation that would be, but the voice of a generation that he is and everything like that. I mean, the fact is that, it seems to me more likely that Sony had themselves a bomb of a picture on their hands. Allowed it to be disseminated as they have always done. I mean, every time you hear these large screaming complaints about something being stolen intellectual property wise, it's usually something that is not of a great concern of any sort. It's not of any sort of significance, and it's always about the stunt itself. So this starts up this huge conversation regarding our cybersecurity and what kind of damage a North Korea could do to us. And meanwhile, I find it very interesting that, if anybody was going to claim responsibility for it, you would figure that the individual